Eastwind Aerial Imaging presents Musings of an Old Tanker Pilot, the autobiography of Frank Acen Prentice, read by his grandson Timothy Danley. For Lila, Elizabeth, Marilee, Steve, and all of their children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren who had the privilege of knowing Frank Prentice as Papa Acen. Foreword by Timothy Danley. I never realized how much I followed in my grandfather Frank Prentice's footsteps until I sat down to go over this autobiography with my grandmother, Lila Prentice, prior to scanning to 65 pages onto my computer so that I could have a digital copy of it both for distribution to our family, any interested historians, and of course for ease of reading for this audiobook. I had the physical copy of this book in my possession for less than 24 hours before my mother, Elizabeth, informed me that my dear grandmother was very antsy to get the book back. I hurriedly worked to finish scanning the pages and then ran it over to my parents' house, where my grandmother was semi-patiently waiting after driving the hour to retrieve it. My mother gently reminded me that this was some of the only things left that my grandmother had of my grandfather after he had passed away at home, surrounded by family, on July 16th, 2020, at the age of 93. As I pored over the memories and words, I began to see just how much of a similar direction my life took to Frank's. I also hated school. I also had an inferiority complex. I also joined the military out of a desire to serve and learn. I also spent most of my life staring at the sky, watching aircraft fly over. I also fell in love with the fire service on pure accident. I also ended up becoming a pilot to help out with the fire service. I even also have dropped items from my aircraft using static chutes and prayed they wouldn't hit any trees. My aircraft of choice are obviously much smaller and less intense than those my grandfather flew, but the parallels are there nonetheless. I just wish my grandfather could have lived to see how drones are being used across the world, especially in the fire service. I bet he would have gotten a kick out of it, and I would have loved to see him fly an FPV drone. Seeing how much I could relate to my grandfather while reading this only bolstered my resolve to create this audiobook, to forever honor his memory and also have an easily accessible form of this story available worldwide about men who truly shaped aviation history. But this story isn't about me. It's about the man whose penchant for storytelling I inherited, along with his dashing good looks, love of everything aerial, and his bouts of melancholy. I'm thrilled to be able to share the life story of Frank Prentice with you all. While recording this book, I laughed so hard I had to re-record multiple lines multiple times. I stared at lines of dialogue and cringed while reading my beloved grandpa's innermost thoughts I could have done without ever thinking about, let alone reading aloud. You'll know what part when you get to it, trust me. And I wiped tears from my eyes as the overwhelming emotions of this project washed over me from time to time. I present this audiobook read almost entirely unabridged. Some lines have been omitted, and some grammar and words have been changed so as to sound more clearly when spoken as opposed to being read, but for the most part, I have left this story entirely unchanged from the words put down on paper by Frank and Lila, the latter of whom added vital context notes to these stories. Thanks, Grandma. Prologue. Frank Hayes Prentice, Jr. was born in Willows, California on 6/26/1927. Written in 2013 by an 86-year-old man, the sole survivor of the original multiplane Airtanker squadron formed in 1956 in Willows, California. As I see my memory failing on short-term happenings, I have the good fortune to be able to cough up bits and pieces of information that goes back 80 years or more. I don't claim to have total recall, but existing records and conversation show that even though my memory isn't perfect, it is still pretty good for an old man. No doubt I will err from time to time concerning times and events, but if I have any doubt, I will try to err in such a way as to make the story more interesting and also to make me look more heroic. There is no question that Chapter 8, the Airtanker years, are the central focal point of my flying days and the most exciting of my life. But this was just a flash in the pan compared to the years of bliss and joy I have known since Lila came into my life. Few men have had the good fortune to experience the joy of such a happy marriage as I have had for the past 64 years. When Lila took the vow of, for better or worse, She had no idea how much of the worse there was going to be. Thank you, Lord, for the stick-to-itiveness you have given her. I also want to thank you, Lord, for the many times you have saved me from my own folly, but I especially thank you for the great salvation you have provided through the sacrifice of your Son, Jesus, on that cross on Calvary so many years ago. Following is my life story as I recall. Chapter 1. The Red House on Pacific Avenue. I was born on June 26, 1927, to Frank Hayes Prentice Sr. and Hazel Fern Lavender Prentice in a little house on West Sycamore Street in Willows, California. I find it interesting that I was born about a month after Charles Lindbergh made his famous flight across the Atlantic Ocean on May 21, 1927. This seemed to have rubbed off on me because I was always crazy about airplanes. I was the last born in the family, with my sister Barbara being the oldest, and Dorothy being the second. Dorothy was about 3 years older than I. Barbara was about 10 years older than I, and her last name was West, because my mother had been married previously to a Leo West down in Niles, where Mom worked as an extra in the Acen movie studio. Leo was an artist in the studio, but there was incompatibility, and they divorced. Barbara never did change her last name. Sometime in my earliest childhood, we rented a house at 655 Pacific Avenue from the Schnabel family. A Merton Louston lived next door and raised champion Duroc pigs, who had a wallow next door to our house. Harold Hannawalt delivered milk to us sometimes that was in glass bottles with a cardboard cap. Cream would rise to the top, and it was thick. We either shook it up or spooned the cream off the top. This was before homogenized milk. Mr. Hannawalt was always singing, "I Wish I Was in Peoria." Not sure why I remember that, but it was one of my fondest memories. Another memory was watching Dad milk a cow into a bucket out at the barn. The cats would be nearby, and Dad would squirt milk into their faces and they would lick it off, and they loved it. Another thing that lodged in my memory was butchering a hog. Dad would shoot it with a single shot. He'd put it in a large cauldron of scalding water and then scrape it clean down to the hide. We still have that cauldron. Sometime in the early 1930s, while the Depression was still in full force, we moved to 555 Pacific Avenue. I don't remember us ever being hungry, and it was a happy childhood. The reason we moved there was because there was an elderly neighbor, Charles Kittenger, who didn't have any family in the area, and he needed someone to take care of him. He made a deal with my parents that if they took care of him for the rest of his life, he would deed them his property of 3 acres and an old barn that had been converted into living quarters. In my memory, Mr. Kittenger was an unfriendly, cranky old man who didn't cotton much to children. We had a mutual dislike for each other. As I remember, he was not ambulatory and just sat in a chair all day. Mom had a potted plant that sat behind Mr. Kittenger, and one day she watered it and the soil was wet enough to make nice little mud balls. The target of Mr. Kittenger's bald head was more than I could resist, so I made mud balls and threw them at his head. That young man should be thrashed. I ran for my life, but Mom caught me out by the vineyard and cesspool and thrashed me. The barn had been marginally modified for living. In fact, it was more barn than house. In fact, the north room of the house had been set up as a chicken incubator. Many of his belongings were stored in the loft, and it would be a treasure trove by today's standards. One thing that stands out in my memory was an old Victrola with a bell-shaped speaker and a box of round wax records that were played much like a record of today's. I have no idea whatever happened to it. Mr. Kittenger passed away June 13th, 1933. He was 74. I was almost 6 years old. I think he lived with us for about 3 years. Chapter 2. The Kittenger House. The barn house needed much remodeling in order to raise a family there. There was no running water in the house. There was a pump house in the front yard. How the water got up into the tank, I don't know. It wasn't long before we saw the need for a better water supply. Dad decided to drill a well out in the backyard. In those days, it was questionable that you could hit water or not, so we had Mac Haynes come over and water witch for a spot to drill. Mr. Haynes brought his crew over and drilled the well for us. Dad dug a pit around the well, about 8 feet deep, 8 feet long, and 6 feet wide. Then he built forms and poured cement to enclose the whole pump. What the reason was for the whole thing, I don't know, but I suppose it was in order to get closer to the water source down below so it would be more efficient. Now that we had running water, it was time to put in inside plumbing. This meant that we could abandon the old outhouse, which I hated with a passion. Now we could replace it with a modern inside bathroom. Of course, that made it necessary to have a septic tank, which Dad dug by hand. The resulting dirt pile was the ideal place for a young boy to build roads and tunnels, much better than a sand pile. Watching Dad dig for the pressure system in a septic tank made me think that digging was easy, so I decided to dig myself a cave. It was nothing more than a depression in the ground. I was able to grab an old barn door over the top to make a roof for it, and put a thin layer of dirt on top, and voila, I had a cave. It was strictly a hands and knees type of cave, with an entrance and exit, but it was all mine. A little place to get away from it all. After several years, the weight of the dirt on top of the roof caused the whole thing to cave in. At this time, the effects of the depression were still being felt, and we couldn't afford to put in an inside water heater, so we had to heat the water on the stove and carry it to the bathtub. In order to save time and labor, Dorothy and I had to take a bath together, and by the time we both got into the tub, we only had about 6 inches of water. I was only about 5 or 6 years old currently, and still in the age of innocence. However, for some reason, when I got into that hot water, I would get an erection, but didn't have the slightest idea what it was all about. However, I did find out that it was neat to pull it down to my stomach and let it go, flicking water on Dorothy, and she would protest bitterly. It seemed like Dad was constantly in a remodeling project, along with his regular workload. In order to make room for a couple more bedrooms, Mom and Dad decided to raise the roof of the barn and make a dormer. This involved some heavy work, so my uncle Chief Isola's brother, Russ Isola, who was out of work in Sacramento, came up to help my dad with the heavy work. They raised the roof and the windows on the east side, and this made room upstairs for dormer windows that looked out towards Willows. These new windows had never been painted, so that became my job. If I got paint on the glass, then I had to scrape it off with a razor blade after it had dried. It gave me an excellent place to shoot pheasants that would wander into our yard as I got older. It also made a good observation tower to look for fires when the fire alarm would go off at night. If we saw a red glow, we knew we had a fire worth going to. It was a cold winter, and one day we woke up to about 8 inches of snow. Dad and Russ made a sled out of some old lumber and pulled Dorothy and I around the block behind the car. What a wonderful experience for a couple of kids. There was a large chicken house where we raised chickens and gathered eggs to help provide food for the family. I found that the chicken house was an excellent place to look for airplanes. I don't know how I got on the roof. My favorite time of the year was when they were sowing rice, and I would get outside as early in the morning as I could and watch the airplanes leave the airport as we were in the traffic pattern so I could get a good look at them. At that time, the airport was just south of us on what is now Enright Street. Glenn Hospital now sits on some of that property. One big airplane event was the day I heard a roar in the sky and looked up, and there was a Ford tri-motor sailing over us, headed north. It was about 500 feet high, and I could read the letters on the wings, TAT, which I believe stood for Transcontinental Transport. My grandparents George and Ida Lavender lived on a ranch in the Fairview district, about 4.5 miles east of Willows, off Highway 162, also known as Glen Road, where they had a small dairy and humongous silver populars around it. Some of my memories were a milk cart that carried the 50-gallon milk cans to the country road where the milk truck picked it up, an outhouse, hand pump, stinkweed, peanut butter and jam sandwiches. My first cousin, Vernon Shipley, lived with my grandparents since his mother, Elota, had a job in Los Angeles and he preferred living in the country. His sisters stayed in L.A. with their mother. Vernon taught me how to catch minnows and put them in a planter's peanut bag with a string. He also became a market hunter for the Hindus market, shooting hundreds of ducks. Not sure if it was legal or in season. He never got caught. By this time, June 6, 1933, my grandpa George Lavender had passed away, so Grandma Ida Lavender came to live with us, and she got one of the upstairs bedrooms. I spent a lot of time up there with her, and she would tell me about Wisconsin and the various highlights of her life. She would invariably try to lead me to the Lord, but at that stage of my life I wasn't the least bit interested. She lived with us for at least 5 years before she passed away April 16, 1939. I wish now that I had paid more attention so I could have gotten an earlier start in my Christian life. My parents were friends with a local family, L.L. Lane, who had 2 sons, Bert and Glenn, and 2 daughters, Clementine and Kathleen. Bert built his own airplane and taught himself how to fly soon after World War I. Mom often told me that it was Bert who taught Floyd Nolta how to fly, and of course we knew Floyd was one of the best-known pilots in the Willows area for years. I never met Bert Lane, but years later I met his brother Glenn, and he was instantly my hero. It was a big event in my life when Glenn came to stay at our house for several weeks while he was out flying an airplane to scare the ducks and mud hens off the water after rice was planted. When he arrived at the airport, he was asked, "Where'd you get that thing?" "I dug it up down in San Francisco." The airport was where Enright Street is now, and Floyd Nolta was operating as an agricultural pilot off of it, being the first to plant rice by air. Floyd eventually moved the hangar to the area where the airport now stands west of Willows. Glenn had a leather helmet and a leather flying jacket which he would hang in the hallway. I would stand there and admire it, thinking it was about the coolest thing ever. He had a little Curtiss Jr. airplane with 2 seats, and he would fly it from the back seat while my dad would be in the front seat with a 12-gauge shotgun and shoot at the mud hens or ducks to scare them off the rice fields. At the end of the flight, they would fly back towards the airport, flying over the house. Glenn would cut the engine momentarily, and Dad would shout over the side of the plane, "Be home in 10 minutes." The Curtiss Jr. was a pusher-type airplane with the motor mounted on top of the wing, toward the back. It had a wooden prop, and it didn't take long to find out that the ejected shotgun shells were doing a lot of damage to the propeller as they passed backwards, so they built a guard made of hardware cloth to protect the prop. After Grandma Lavender died on April 13th, 1939, I inherited the other upstairs bedroom that had been hers. The bathroom was downstairs at the other end of the house. She apparently had a thunder mug underneath the bed, so I inherited it also. I also stored my shoes under the bed, and one night I was so sleepy and I didn't wake up in time to realize that I'd grabbed my shoe instead of the thunder mug. It must have been a well-built shoe because it was still holding liquid in the morning. I do remember going upstairs on cold, foggy nights, and it seemed like I could hear geese flying by. I just snuggled down on my feather bed and thanked God that I wasn't a goose. I also remember hearing the pitter-patter of the rain on the roof. It was like a tranquilizer, helping me fall asleep in my feather bed. Dorothy had the other upstairs bedroom, and she tended to be spooky, and I knew it. Several times I'd go upstairs early and hide in her closet. When she'd reach in to hang up her clothes, I'd grab her wrist and she'd scream bloody murder. Of course, I caught hell for this, but it was worth it. Several other times, Dorothy was the target of my practical jokes, like hiding under her bed until she settled down. Then I'd start shaking the springs and mattress. It wasn't that I disliked her, it was just that she was always available when I felt that devilish streak coming on, and I was able to run faster than she could. I'm not sure how old we were at that time. Sometime during the Depression, Dad worked on the road in the Mendocino Forest, from Alder Springs to Covelo during the summer months. The family would come camp up in the mountains, first at Cottonwood Glade, where I learned to fish. Dorothy and I also looked for arrowheads at all the sites around our camp. There were several other places that we camped at for at least 2 summers, such as Masterson's Camp, Lone Star, Harold Corbett's, Telephone Camp, Log Springs, and others. There were several cabins in the mountains, Hull's Cabin, Corbett's, and others. One of the log cabins had burned, and while going through the rubble, I found a silver dollar. I'm rich, I thought. I spent that dollar on an Air Trails magazine that I found at a grocery store in Covelo, my first airplane magazine. I wish I still had it. These summers in the mountains were such happy times. We were always on the lookout for rattlesnakes. We enjoyed seeing chipmunks, grouse, lizards, and deer. For meat, we had venison, which Dad would hang in a tree at night to keep it cold, then bury in a pit for the daytime to protect it. We also fought the wasps and ants. Mom would make jerky, and there were elderberries. The smell of coffee brewing in the morning was delightful. Mom would cook pancakes. We had log cabin syrup that came in tin cans that looked like little houses. We would use the empty ones for toys, and we would build towns with them. One of the creeks stopped flowing, and the fish were trapped in pools. We tried to rescue them by scooping them up with our hands until we caught a water snake. That ended the fun. Chapter 3. Grammar School. Somewhere in the early 30s, probably about 1932, I had to start school, and I was scared to death with all those strange people. I wanted to cling to Dorothy all the time, but she didn't want to bother with me, so I had to make it on my own. We had a wood stove for heat in the house, and there were several eucalyptus trees bordering the property that was very good wood to burn, but it was almost impossible to split. Dad had a way around this. He would hammer a piece of steel into a log to make little holes. Then he'd put black powder and a fuse in it. He would light the fuse, then run like hell and watch the log explode. It made good fun from a safe distance, and I enjoyed it. I remember Dad kept the black powder and fuses in a little shed that he had built over the water system. It wasn't long before I and my buddies, Dick Wunsch, Ed Brewis, and Buddy Smith, had the idea that we could make a pipe bomb with that black powder to get a lot of fish out of the water. We were doing some experimenting when Dad realized the powder was disappearing, so he found a more secure place to hide it, but he left the fuses there. Being resourceful, we found out how to make our own black powder, and we made our own pipe bombs. We biked out to Walker Creek Bridge. We lit the fuse and tossed a bomb and waited. Soon we could feel the explosion because the bridge shook, and a big yellow bubble came to the surface. I don't remember that we got very many fish, but the miracle was that we didn't kill ourselves trying. Before long, we moved on to other activities, like building model airplanes. My first model airplane kit was a Christmas gift from Aunt Ethel. It was a stick and tissue with wheels. The ranch was bordered by eucalyptus trees along the north side. The original trees had frozen 1 year and had been cut off about 10 feet above the ground. Many suckers had grown out of the trunk at an angle, which made it ideal for climbing. Several of my buddies and I had crawled out on one of these limbs and tied a rope to it. Then we found we could crawl out on an adjacent limb, grab the rope, and swing down like Tarzan. After a while, that became tame, so we found out that we could get more bang for our buck by tying a loop on the rope, put our foot in the loop, and jump. One day, I decided to show them how to really jump, but it was just my luck that this time the rope parted ways with the limb and I landed on my back. It was about a 10-foot drop, and it knocked the wind out of me. I lay there gasping for breath, just knowing I was going to die because I couldn't breathe. After about 10 minutes, I began to breathe normally again, but I had no more interest in the rope swing. One summer, my cousin Bill James Lavender spent the summer with us. Apparently, Bill and I got to arguing, and my mom got tired of listening to us, so she tied us to trees facing each other until we could decide to get along. School didn't hold much interest to me. I'd much rather be doing more exciting things, like fishing, hunting, building model airplanes, etc. I never placed much value on education. I was content with a C average. Hey, I passed, didn't I? I did enjoy hunting ducks and geese with my buddies, Dick Wunsch, Ed Brewis, and Rod Riley. That involved getting up early on cold and wet mornings, sometimes crawling over rice levees to sneak up on them. One day Ed's hands got so cold, he peed on his hands to warm them up. Ugh. Because we lived on the outskirts of Willows and there were no houses between us and town, a pheasant would wander into the field east of us. The upstairs dormer windows were a perfect spot to shoot the unlucky bird. I spent most of my free time at the airport, idealizing Floyd Nolte, Ray Varney, and others. You might say that I was an airport bum. I was always able to ride my bike home in time for dinner. My folks didn't have to worry about where I was. I'd usually be at the airport. Sometime in the mid-1930s, my dad bought an airplane ride for my sister and I at one of the air shows at the local airport. The pilot was Johnny Martin, a local boy who made it big in aviation by becoming a chief test pilot for Douglas Aircraft. From that time on, I never considered anything in my life more desirable than to learn to fly. This was my number one goal, but I was still a boy and America had not fully recovered from the Great Depression. So I put that goal on hold and went on with my life. During one of the air shows, there was aerobatics. One of the pilots was Joe Louis Ryan. I remember the blue exhaust. Joe was later killed at Corning in an airplane crash. This didn't deter me at all. In 1940, while there was a lot of water covering the Sacramento Valley, I remember seeing the Sprague family come out to the airport to take a ride with Ray Varney to get the best view of the floodwater. Stanley Sprague was in my class, so I knew who they were. Years later, in 1949, I would marry their daughter Lila. I was basically an airport bum, doing any kind of work I could. Several people stand out in my memory. Harold Hendrickson, George Banjo Eyes Jansen, Johnny Martin, Ray Varney, and Floyd and Dale Nolte. My sister Barbara worked for Bob Poland's stationery store, and Mr. Poland sponsored a model airplane contest during one of the air shows. I built a quarter model and won first prize, $1, $100. I spent the money on buying another model airplane kit, one of the many throughout my life. Those upstairs windows in our house were a perfect place to launch my airplanes. One time, I lit one on fire and launched it out of the window. Because we didn't have any close neighbors east of us, I didn't put any property in danger. Why I destroyed something I'd put so much work into is beyond me. By this time, 1941, my father had started working for Valley Products, delivering Regal Pale, Lucky Lager beer, Pepsi, and Hires soft drinks. The refrigerator coils were a perfect place to store the ducks and geese I'd shot during the season. I may have even put the first buck I ever shot up on Shepherd's Ridge in those refrigerators. I occasionally worked there, sorting bottles, earning money to buy ammunition and model airplane kits. Chapter 4. High School. World War II started when I was a teenager, and suddenly the United States was deeply involved in fighting a war in Europe, as well as the vast expanse of the Pacific. As a high school boy, the war seemed like a minor inconvenience because of the scarcity of shotgun shells for hunting and substitution of basswood and cardboard for balsa wood for model airplane kits. But the big compensation was that the skies were increasingly filled with all the latest military aircraft. It was an airplane watcher's paradise. As the war ground on, the manpower shortage of the home front became more acute, and the U.S. Forest Service was experiencing more and more difficulty in finding enough able-bodied men to staff their fire suppression crews. The word was out that the Mendocino National Forest was looking for a few good boys to serve their country by signing up as firefighters. I'd been working at Valley Products, a local beverage distributor, sorting bottles when I heard about this job offer, and it sounded like an adventure, so I signed up for the 1943 fire season. I soon found out that despite hard work, I really enjoyed fighting wildfires. It was so different from anything that I had ever done before, and I found it to be exciting. We might have a roadside grass fire one day, then must hike 10 miles into a wilderness area the next, carrying our life support on our backs, which was usually nothing more than a wool blanket and several K rations for food. We would roar around the North State in this big government truck that even had a siren. This was heady stuff for a country boy. Several of my high school buddies also joined the force, and we were stationed at Soda Creek Guard Station. I also signed up for the 1944 fire season. I even had a uniform that year, and we were at the Middle Creek Guard Station. My folks came up and visited me, bringing my dog, Brownie, for the visit. Dick Wunsch, Ed Brewis, Gene Walker, Roy Briggs, Phil Schnurbush, Jeff Joseph, John Yeager, Delbert Patton, and who knows how many others were there. I loved matching wits with the wildfires. I guess I was always a pyromaniac at heart, and it was what I wanted to do. Little would I imagine that I'd be fighting fires with an airplane later in life. Chapter 5. Navy Years. As the war continued, I had to decide about what I was going to do regarding military service. I elected to join the Navy with the hope of getting into aviation. A group of us from high school left the day after graduation for San Diego. Bob Roberts, Dick Wunsch, Don Landris, Errol Golnuck, and Rod Riley. By this time, the war was over in Europe. While we were still in boot camp, the war in the Pacific ended, and so did my hopes of any flight training. I spent the next 2 years in San Diego, working in a commissary store, basically a grocery store for military families. Humiliating work for an aspiring pilot, but I was able to save my tips and take some flying lessons at a little airport on the edge of Mission Bay, where I soloed in 1947. One more step closer to my lifelong goal. While I was still in the Navy, my sister Dorothy married one of her classmates, Don Degas. Dad and Don built a little house just to the south of Mom and Dad's house, where they lived for several years. Don had seen plenty of action in Europe during World War II, but after his discharge, he worked with his father, Vic Degas, in a job printing shop in Willows. After my discharge, one of the first things I had to do was find a job. During my time in the Navy, Dad changed occupations, no longer working for Valley Products. He was now a carpenter. He was working for a local contractor, Gordon Weems. Dad asked Gordon if he needed a flunky to do some odd jobs and cleaning up after the carpenters. Gordon agreed, and I was hired on, doing all kinds of jobs and driving a truck back and forth from Gordon's warehouse to the job site, bringing in more building materials. After Gordon's project was finished, he didn't have another job lined up for the near future, so I was looking for something else to do. I soon realized that I needed my own automobile so I could drive myself to work, so I went looking for a good used car. I found one down at LK Garage. L. Harold Morgan was a salesman, and he showed me a clean little 1940 Ford, 2-door sedan for $1,000. It just so happened that I had this much money from my severance out of the Navy, so we made a deal, and I now had wheels. Some of my buddies and I would cruise town by the hour because gas only cost 25 cents a gallon in those days. When we weren't cruising to town, we were probably down at the Capitol Dairy looking at girls. I was interested in girls, but I was too shy to make any advances, and consequently, my mom was wondering about my sexuality. I had purchased an Argo Flex camera while I was still in the Navy and had been taking a lot of pictures. I became friends with Jerry Francis, who was running a photo developing and printing shop in the old Willows hotel building. Jerry needed help to keep up with the everyday production, and he asked me if I'd like to work for him. I had no other offers at the time, so I said okay. The pay wasn't all that great, but I got some good experience with developing, printing, and enlarging photos since Jerry had a complete darkroom. I enjoyed it enough that I converted part of the old chicken house at the ranch into a darkroom, but I never did get around to using it. However, I did end up using it as a shop for building model airplanes. Jerry's photo shop wasn't doing that great financially, and he finally had to close it. I had already quit Jerry's and went to work with Art Piper in barley harvest. My buddy, Rod Riley, had been a long-time friend of Art's, and he got me into a job during harvest, driving the bulk truck. After I had worked for Art for several weeks, he checked me out on driving the Caterpillar tractor, pulling the harvest. We were harvesting barley out west of Artois, and when we got into some hilly ground, I got a quick lesson on driving Caterpillars. Caterpillars are steered by two levers called frictions that function very similar to the clutch in a stick-shift automobile, one for the left and one for the right. If you want to turn left, you pull on the left friction, and that disengages power from the left track, and all of the driving power goes to the right track, which wants to advance and make the machine turn to the left. However, the first time I got on a downhill slope and needed to make a slight correction to the left, I pulled on the left friction, and the Caterpillar turned right. I panicked and threw out the clutch to stop everything, thinking that something was wrong mechanically. I looked back at Herman Runge, who was running ahead around the harvester, and he had a big grin on his face. He got off the harvester and came up to the tractor to explain to me what had happened. It seems that when I pulled the left friction, it disengaged power from that track, just as if I had thrown out the clutch on that side. And with the weight of that big, heavy harvest pushing downhill behind me, the tractor obediently turned to the right instead of the left. After that, I got along fine, and I enjoyed driving tractor much more than driving the bulk truck. The job with the Piper Ranch only lasted for a couple of months, and I can't remember what I did for the rest of the year. Maybe I helped my dad build a barracks house for Peggy Fisk. The barracks material came from Camp Beale, which was closed after the war. The barracks were being sold off and disassembled by the purchasers. Dad and Mom eventually built a new house for themselves in front of the barn house, facing Pacific Avenue. It was a 3-bedroom, 1-bath house, much more modern than the barn house. Don got the model airplane building bug also, and we spent many hours in the chicken house shop building models. Don would relate to me many of the stories of his time with the infantry in France during the war. There was a large field behind our house which I smoothed out with a float with my car so we could use it to fly U-controlled model airplanes. U-controlled model airplanes were flown in a circle and were attached to 2 small wires about 50 feet long that controlled the elevators and made the airplane go up and down. These cables were attached to a control handle which was held by the pilot in the center of the circle. If you stretched your imagination, you can visualize that these wires cables formed an elongated U, thus the name U-control. Don was active in a local service club, and he soon discovered several other men in Willows were interested in U-controlled models. We would often have 2 or 3 other people out there flying their models in the afternoon. I was the first one to do a half loop and then fly upside down for a complete circle. Don promptly nicknamed me Ace, and that has been my nickname to this very day. The motors on these little planes made a lot of noise that was very similar to a chainsaw, and as they went round and round in a circle, the noise would increase and decrease, and it made a kind of wow, 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 and it almost drove my mom nuts. Several years ago at a class reunion, I happened to be talking to Paula Mason Carroll, who lived about 3/4 of a mile south of us at that time, about flying model airplanes, and I mentioned that it nearly drove my mom crazy. She said, yes, it drove my mother crazy also. So much for the good neighbor policy. Chapter 6. Pilot's Licenses. After World War II, the government instituted a policy called the GI Bill of Rights that was intended to retrain all those servicemen and women who had their lives interrupted during that time when they should have been learning a trade. The amount of training you got depended on the length of time you spent in the service, and it was called eligibility. Don was quite friendly with the local veteran service officer, and he found that the government had a program where I could go to work at Degas print shop and the government would pay for a major part of my wages while I was in training to be a printer. I really didn't want to be a printer, I wanted to be a pilot, but it was a job, and I found it to be very interesting work. Soon after I went to work in Degas' print shop, Barney Offfield started a flight training school out at the Willows airport, and I found out that I had enough eligibility to take flight training as well as the printer training. I promptly enrolled in the flight training course with the object of getting a private pilot's license. I got my private pilot's license along with about 60 other guys and one girl who were all ex-service persons. However, a private pilot's license won't do you much good if you want to make a living in aviation. That would require a commercial pilot's license, so Barney had already figured this out and he started a commercial pilot school. Out of the 60 people who got a private license, about 20 signed up for the commercial license, and 5 of us completed the course. Out of that 5, only Vance, Nolta, and myself ever flew commercially. The government didn't get much bang for their buck. Rod Riley and I had been close friends ever since high school days, and we spent a lot of our free time cruising to town in the evening. Rod was crazier than a pet coon, and was an exact opposite of me when it came to our personalities, and he used to embarrass me by some of his outrageous stunts. One night we were cruising to town and we were driving down to Hamas Street, which at the time was Highway 99 West, the main north-south highway through the middle of the Sacramento Valley. We were poking along rather slowly when another car passed us. Rod pulled in behind the other car and told me to get the flashlight out of the glove compartment, which I did. Rod must have been planning this in advance because he had taped red cellophane over the lens of the flashlight. Ron then told me to hold the flashlight up the windshield and shine it on the car ahead of us, which I did. The driver of the other car saw the red light and thought that the police were stopping him, so he pulled over to the side of the road. Rod then got out of the car and walked up to the other car in his civilian clothes and proceeded to chew him out for driving too fast through the middle of his town. The driver had his family with him, and he apologized profusely for having broken the law. Rod said, "Okay, I'll let you off this time, but don't let it happen again." By this time, I had slithered down to the floorboards, hoping that no one would see me. Rod was also a volunteer fireman, and one night we stopped by the firehouse to shoot the bull with the firemen, and on our way out Rod picked up a spanner wrench from the fire engine and took it with him. This wrench was used to open the valve on a fire hydrant to turn on the water after the fire hoses were connected. Rod then drove around town looking for a good hydrant to turn on, just for the hell of it. We ended up over at Northeast Willows at the corner of a vacant lot. Rod got out and turned on the hydrant, then we drove away fast. It didn't make the newspaper, and we never found out one way or the other what impact it had on the city of Willows. I think Rod was a little disappointed about that. One day Rod told me that a new skating rink had just opened in Willows, and we decided that we would try it out. I wasn't the best skater in the world, but as we went more often, I improved, and I was soon able to skate backwards and do the spread eagle, where you skate sideways with one foot facing forward and the other foot facing towards the rear, and skate in a circular arch. Skating was a good recreation and was more productive than just cruising the streets of Willows or playing pinball machines. Many families were coming to the rink bringing their kids to learn how to skate. It was just good recreation for families. Chapter 7. Lila. One evening in November, I remember a family showed up that I recognized as the Sprague family, and Stanley was in my class. I knew of his brother Hap and sister Lila. It wasn't long before Hap and Lila were regular skaters, and I just accepted them as part of the group, but I didn't make any particular effort to become friends at that point. Lila and Hap invited me to join a bunch of others to go skiing at Mineral in Lassen Park on New Year's Day. We met at Stockton's residence to carpool, and I thought Tommy Weir was Lila's boyfriend, so I climbed in someone else's car, not realizing Lila was planning on me getting into the car she was in. As time went on, I continued to go to the skating rink, still not becoming friendly with Lila. One evening, Lila accidentally slammed me into the wall. In the ensuing apologies and embarrassment, I talked to her briefly. As time went on, we became more friendly with each other, but I still didn't pursue a friendship because of my inferiority complex. I just didn't feel that I was particularly attractive to any girl. But Lila wasn't just any girl. She was bolder than most girls I had met before, and she was persistent. Thank God for that. Hap would sometimes bring her into town and drop her off at the skating rink when he would go on to a dance at the Memorial Hall. The skating rink would always close before the dance was over, so this meant that Lila would have to walk across town to the Memorial Hall, unless someone offered to give her a ride. I probably passed her once or twice because of my inferiority complex. I didn't want to appear to be aggressive, and I assumed that she was hoping someone else would pick her up. It never occurred to me that I was that someone, and that she was attracted to me because she thought I had a cute superciliary ridge. whatever that was. Something she'd learned about when she'd gone to dental nurses training school last summer. When I finally got up the nerve to ask her if she wanted a ride, she eagerly accepted, and I found out that she didn't bite after all, and, in fact, she was quite enjoyable to be with. What a dunce I'd been. Soon I progressed to the point where I took her home, which was about 8 miles east of Willows, but that didn't make any difference because I was having fun learning how enjoyable it was to be with her. My mother was much relieved to know that I was somewhat normal after all. Now that the ice was broken, things began to speed up rapidly, but up to this point all our dating seemed to revolve around skating. It wasn't long before we began to venture out into other areas of togetherness. One occasion was when she invited me to go to Rainbow Girls' award ceremony, where she was getting an award for her faithful attendance while in high school. My sister, Dorothy, and Dawn decided to attend to meet this person who was taking up so much of my attention. Afterward, we went to Top's Drive-In, where I guess she first found out that I was working on getting my commercial pilot's license. While all this was going on, Lila's mom, Ruth, had been keeping track of the number of days out of the month that we dated, and it added up to around 30. I had started smoking while working for the Forest Service at Soda Creek in 1944, and was still smoking while I was dating Lila, but I'd never smoked with her in the car because she didn't smoke, and I didn't want to be rude. It was standard procedure that when I took her home, we would park in her front yard and talk and neck and talk and neck until it was time for her to go to bed. Then, as I was leaving, I would stop by the canal at the siphon, get out my pack of cigarettes which I had hidden in the glove compartment, then light up. I'm sure Lila wasn't exactly happy about my cigarette breath, but she never criticized me for it, and I wasn't considerate enough, nor did I have the willpower to quit. That didn't happen until many years later in 1964 in Ukiah. About this time, Lila was able to get a job with Dr. Alex Schmies, a local dentist, and moved into town to live with the Stocktons, which made dating a lot easier. In the meantime, while this torrid romance was going on, I was still enrolled in the commercial pilot's flying school, and I was also working on a loading crew for Lee Sherwood in the rice planting season. Lee had several jobs in the woodland area, and we spent several weeks down there sowing rice. By the time we got back to Willows, I had earned enough money so that I could afford to buy Lila an engagement ring. I had asked her before we left for Woodland if she would marry me, and she said yes, but I had to wait to buy her a ring. But she was patient. I handled this engagement thing rather clumsily because I waited so long to give Lila a ring, and on top of that, I never did ask her dad if I could marry her. Lila endured my inept way of handling these matters with her usual cheerful, good-natured disposition. I'm sure that she had figured out early on that I was a hopeless klutz when it came to social matters, but in her optimism, she accepted me as I was. Praise God. We set the wedding date for November 26th, which seemed like an eternity away, but I still had several things to accomplish before I was ready for marriage. It was somewhere in this time frame that I went to work for Don Degas and his dad, Vic, in their print shop. Don's dad, Vic, disliked flying with passion, and every so often I would offer to take him up for an airplane ride, and he would always chuckle and say, "I tell you, Ace, those GD airplanes will never be a success." And he meant it, too. He never wavered in expressing his dislike for flying, but every now and then I would offer him a ride just to rattle his cage. Shortly after we were married, the commercial pilot school was over, and I took my commercial flight test on December 13th, 1949, and was approved. When school was over, Barney Offeld sold his airplanes and closed the school. He had one ragged old J3 Cub with license number N24601. We affectionately called it 01 for the last 2 digits in the license number. Barney only wanted $300 for it, so I became a partner with 3 other pilots at $75 each. It wasn't much of an airplane to look at, but it was a good time builder, and I needed a lot of flying hours if I ever hoped to be hired as a commercial pilot. Lee Sherwood, who was running an agricultural flying business at the airport, had just purchased a Stearman trainer surplus from the military and had not yet converted it for agricultural use. Barney Offfield had instructed in the Stearmans during the war, and Lee asked him if he wanted to fly it. Barney accepted the offer, and he took it up and did his usual routine aerobatic maneuvers over the airport. When he came in for a landing and was on base leg, getting ready to turn on final approach to the runway, he was about 500 feet high. Barney decided that this would be a good time to show the people on the ground just how good he really was, so he attempted a slow roll at that low altitude. Something went terribly wrong because Barney hit the ground and ended up in the front yard of a little farmhouse right next to the airport. The airplane was a complete washout, but Barney was unhurt, just very embarrassed. Barney was no stranger to the bottle, and it may have been that he'd enjoyed too many liquid refreshments the night before. Barney bought Lee another Stearman, and they scrapped out the one that Barney had wrecked. Lila, who had previously attended dental nurse training school in San Francisco, was working for Dr. Alex Schmies, a local dentist. One day during her lunch hour, I decided to take her for a quick airplane ride in 01. We took off to the southeast and headed east across the canal, but soon after takeoff, it seemed to me that the airplane was lacking full power. But after all, this was 01, and you had to expect the unexpected. The RPM seemed a little low, so I checked the carburetor heat and filled around with things, trying to figure out why it wasn't running full power. All this time, I still headed east, and after we had crossed Highway 99 west, I came to the realization that it wasn't just low on power, but it was losing power. I thought about turning back to the airport, but I hadn't gained much altitude while I still had power. Now that I was losing power, I knew we would never be able to make it back to the airport. There was a big open pasture field ahead of us, and I decided that I would have to be our landing strip. To complicate matters even more, I was flying from the rear seat and Lila was in the front seat, where the foot brakes were located. 01, for some reason, didn't have brakes in the rear cockpit. Consequently, I had never flown 01 from the front cockpit because the instructor, if I was with one, wanted to be in the front where the brakes were. I was flying solo. The weight and balance would be much better if I was sitting in the rear seat. Plus, I had more legroom. Brakes were rarely needed when flying a J3 Cub. The pasture I had picked out for a landing field was about a quarter-mile long, which was more than ample room for a normal landing in a Cub. But I was over the north edge of the field at about 100 feet and would have to make a 90-degree turn to the right to line up with the checks. I was afraid that by the time I completed my turn, I would have used up half the runway and was afraid that 01 might decide to float before the touchdown and that I would require some heavy braking before it reached the end of the field. While all this was going on, I was frantically giving Lila instructions on how to use the brakes, which were two little pedals that stuck up out of the floorboards just below the rudder pedals. By this time, I was sweating bullets because we were at about the halfway mark of the field and still hadn't touched down. Luckily, 01 decided that she had had enough flying for one day, and she plopped on the ground with room to spare. The motor was still running and had just barely developed enough power that we could turn around and taxi back up the road. It just happened that the field we landed in belonged to the Lombard family, who are longtime friends with Lila's family. We walked up to the house, and after explaining what had happened, they gave us a ride back to the airport. Don Norris, Lee Sherwood's mechanic, gave us a strange look when he saw us coming back in an automobile after we had just left in an airplane. We'd explained what had happened to us, and I asked Don if he would go out and see what he could do to fix the airplane. It turned out to be a carburetor problem where the neoprene tip of the needle valve had come loose and fallen, partially closing off the fuel supply. It wasn't long before we decided to sell the quarter interest in 01. Soon after our noontime adventure, Lee told me that Bert Simpson wanted to sell his PA-12 supercruiser because the fabric had deteriorated and he would not pass the airworthiness requirements. Lee said that there was a new process called rejuvenation that would strengthen the fabric and make it passable again. To rejuvenate the fabric, a heavy coat of thick butyrate dope was brushed on the old fabric and then scoured around with the brush until it dissolved the old dope underneath and blended the old with the new. It did nothing to strengthen the fabric itself, but it just made the dope coating a little tougher again so it would pass the fabric puncture test. I had just finished the rejuvenation process and had repainted the wings. The airplane was still in Lee's hangar when one of the famous Sacramento Valley north winds came up. The hangar was an ancient building that had been moved to the present airport by Willows Flying Service in the early 1930s. The entire front of the hangar was opened with 4 huge doors that rolled across the opening. These doors kept most of the weather out, but they didn't do much for bracing the building against north or south winds. 3 telephone poles were installed at a 45-degree angle on each of the buildings to brace it against such a wind as we were now having. The building was holding up well against the north wind, but one of the corrugated roof panels started flapping loose, and it was right over my newly refinished airplane. Lee had a tall ladder that was tall enough to reach the offending panel. I volunteered to go up the ladder with a pair of pliers and some wire, with the intention of securing that panel so it couldn't break loose and possibly do some damage to my airplane below it. I finally got the panels secure, but in the process of descending the ladder, I dropped the pair of pliers and they went straight through the fabric of the aileron on the right wing. I was lucky that the pliers didn't hit any structure and the damage was easily repaired. Lee tested the fabric for airworthiness after rejuvenation and it came out positive. So now Lila and I had a 3-place airplane with a 600-mile flying range. With a range like that, we could now fly nonstop to Eugene, Oregon area, where my mom and dad were now living. During this time, my folks gave us a lot just south of the barracks house my folks had built, and we were able to build a 2-bedroom house on Pacific Avenue property. It was in front of the barn house. My folks sold the barn house after the barracks house was built. After our house was built, my folks moved to Oregon to help Aunt Ethel and Uncle Chief Osola build the retirement house east of Eugene and on the Mackenzie River. Dorothy and Dawn and baby daughter Vicky moved into the folks' bigger house and lived there for a little while. Because of irreconcilable differences, Dorothy filed for divorce and decided to move to Oregon where the folks had decided to stay. The folks put up their house for sale and it was purchased by Joe and Peggy Crete. I continued to fly the Piper Supercruiser and build up time. We would occasionally fly up to Oregon in the plane to visit with the folks, landing at a field near Springfield, Oregon. It wasn't too long a drive for the folks to come and pick us up, and it was a lot easier to fly up rather than drive. Especially since the government was working on building a new freeway, Interstate 5, through the valley and connecting to the Pacific Northwest. Chapter 8: Cargo and Cropdusting. In January of 1953, our first child, Elizabeth Ann, was born. I continued to work for Degas Press for another year, but sometime during 1954, I went to work for Lee Sherwood, doing whatever jobs he had for me, hoping to eventually get into agricultural work. We sold our house on Pacific Avenue to a Betancourt for $10,000 cash sometime during 1954 and made one of our many moves. It's difficult to remember all the moves we made since there were 12 moves in the first 11 years of our marriage. We bought a lot in the Laurel Tract, South Willows, at 615 South Culver Avenue and started to build our second home in our spare time. Lila had quit work at Dr. Schmee's and was now a stay-at-home mom. When there wasn't work at the airport, we were working on building the new house. During the winter, we would leave Elizabeth with Lila's grandparents, Bert and Myrtle Sprague, who lived in Willows. Bert would read to Elizabeth by the hour, "Eat a book, Grandpa," and instilled her love for books. One cold, foggy day, Myrtle invited us to come back to the house for a lunch of hot bean soup and homemade pumpernickel bread. Since I wasn't a fan of dark bread, Myrtle said, "It'll make you live longer." Bert, in his wry sense of humor, said to me quietly, "It won't make you live any longer. It just makes it seem longer." We've laughed about that and quoted it many times since then. According to my logbook, I started doing ag work March 27, 1954, with Airtanker, working regularly, planting rice, and building up hours. On May 14, 1954, I started flying to Stearman regularly. I spent the summer working for Lee in whatever jobs he had for me, sometimes flying local jobs, sometimes flying to jobs up north. When he didn't have a job for me, we'd be working on the house. The spring of 1955 was a busy year of planting rice and other agricultural jobs. I was happy to be building up time. In the summer of 1955, the agricultural flying was slowing down by the end of July, so, with Lee's blessing, I went to work with the U.S. Forest Service, working with Al Edwards in the warehouse. My main job was preparing cargo to be delivered by truck or air to a fire camp, or the fire line. Sometimes I would drive a truckload of supplies up to the fire camp, wherever that might be in the forest, or better yet, if it was going to be flown in and airdropped, I would always volunteer to go along and push the cargo out of the plane door. In describing these drops, I often use the term static line, which is nothing more than a small rope that is attached to the airplane on one end and the other end is attached to whatever device is used to open the parachute. The rope or cord is long enough so that the parachute is well past the tail of the airplane before it opens. Then the static line would have to be pulled back inside the airplane and attached to another parachute. The process would have to be repeated until all the parachutes were dropped. During the time that I worked for the Forest Service, most drops were made by parachute, but sometimes we used a free fall. One time we were delivering supplies to Indian Dick, which was a remote guard station way up on the Eel River northeast of Covelo. The only way to get to the Indian Dick cabin was by either walking in or by horseback. The Forest Service needed to supply food for the pack horses, and because bales of hay and bags of rolled oats were so bulky, the Forest Service figured it would be cheaper to fly the supplies in and drop them, rather than pack them in by horseback. On this trip, we were hauling food for the horses, which consisted of bags of rolled oats by freefall instead of using parachutes. Of course, the bags of oats or bales would split open when they hit the ground and scatter all over the place. So Al Edwards came up with the idea to encase them in a wool sack, which had about 4 times the capacity of the oat sack and about twice the capacity of the hay bale. The idea was that when the oat sack hit the ground, it would burst, but the wool sack would contain all of the contents. It worked perfectly. The cabin at Indian Dick Guard Station was nothing more than a little structure about 12 feet wide and 20 feet long, with a door at either end. There was a door on the south end and another door on the north end, which lined up with the corral, which was about 100 feet beyond to the north. Our target was the corral, which was about 200 feet in diameter. The procedure was that Floyd Nolta, the pilot, would hold up his right hand as we approached the target, and when he dropped his hand, I would push the sack of oats or hay out the door and then watch the drop to see how accurate we were. Because of the surrounding pine trees and the uneven terrain, Floyd had to fly about 200 feet above the target in order to be safe, which made accuracy of the drops a little difficult. A free-fall bag of oats would have a forward trajectory that was slightly less than the speed of the airplane, and Floyd would have to take this into account when judging when to drop his hand as a signal for me to push the cargo out the door. We put several drops inside the corral, or at least close to it, but on one drop Floyd misjudged and dropped his hand a little early. I watched the bag sail down, doing about 150 miles an hour, and I knew for sure we were going to hit the cabin. I watched the bag as it headed straight for the middle of the front side of the cabin, and then it disappeared underneath the porch roof at the front door. I kept watching to see what would happen next, and about 3 seconds later, the rear door of the cabin burst violently open, and the remains of the wool sack came slithering out. Bingo. It was hilarious. The rest of the drops went well beyond the corral. Floyd was not taking any chances on doing a repeat performance. The same summer, Floyd's younger brother, Dale, was flying a little Stinson Voyager, dropping some small packages onto a fire line somewhere. Because his packages were small, he was using about a 1/4-inch nylon rope for the static line, which he attached to one of the steel braces behind the windshield. The right-hand door had been removed, and he would take a package from the back seat, then push the package out the door when he was over the target. On one of the packages, he made a mistake and attached a static cord to one of the ropes that was holding the package together instead of the ripcord. When he pushed the package out of the door, there was a tug-of-war between the static line and the rope on the package. The nylon static line won, but not until it had been stretched to about half again its length. When the rope on the package finally broke, the static line decided to assume its normal length, but did so with such gusto that the steel snap on the end of the line continued on through the door, past the steel brace on the windshield, and shattered the windshield right in front of his face. Luckily, the snap didn't go clear through the windshield, but it was badly smashed. He was clearly shaken by this event. On another occasion, I was flying out of Reading Airport with Floyd Nolta in his AT-11 to a fire about 100 miles to the west. The mountain range to the west of Reading was quite high, and it was a long, slow climb to get over them. The weather was hot at that time of year, September 7th, 1955, which didn't help the climb rate of the airplane with the heavy load on board, so Floyd set the airplane up with a pretty high power setting. Then he would just sit there and patiently wait for the airplane to get over the mountain. I was sitting in the co-pilot seat, and Floyd would turn the controls over to me so he could relax. The warm weather and the drone of those motors were like a lullaby to Floyd, and soon he nodded off to sleep. I had been flying a Stearman for Lee Sherwood, and it had the same motor as the AT-11, so I was used to adjusting power settings and propeller pitch. After about 20 minutes, we finally reached an altitude where we could clear the mountain, but Floyd slept on. I didn't want to disturb him, so I reached up and pulled the power back to cruise setting. The loud drone of those engines now turned into a gentler hum, and I guessed that Floyd subconsciously thought that the engines quit, so he woke up bright and bushy-tailed. He soon assessed the situation and decided that everything was okay, so we droned on to the target area. It gave me 45 minutes of flying time in the AT-11. Because the drop spot was the top of the mountain and ground sloped away quite steeply, we had a small target area, so this was going to be a parachute drop. Some of the parachutes were nothing more than an 8-foot square piece of burlap with a shroud line attached to each of the 4 corners. It was like the kind of parachute that kids used to make by tying strings to the four corners of their handkerchiefs. This was fine for light cargo or for items that could stand a hard landing, but for the heavier or more delicate cargo, we used a regular personnel-type parachute like the kind used by skydivers. All of the drops went pretty well, and Floyd kept them close to the top of the mountain so the men didn't have to chase them down the hill. However, on one drop we overshot the target slightly, and that parachute, which must have been 20 feet in diameter, draped itself gracefully over the antenna that the person manning the lookout had installed on the outer railing around the deck. I never heard what the outcome of this was, but I can imagine he had a lot of repair work to do before he got that parachute off the antenna. As I remember, most of these fires that were out of Reading were caused by lightning, so there was a lot of work to do there. There were several of us from Willows to spend about a week up there, and towards the end of that time, we prepared one more drop. Part of this drop consisted of disposable sleeping bags, which were packed about 10 to a package, wrapped up in heavy brown paper, and a package was roughly the size and shape of a baby mattress, about 8 inches thick. The usual way of delivering them was to free fall without a parachute. They were comparatively light and would just float down like a piece of paper. I still didn't understand how we were going to get them safely out of that airplane, in flight, with all of the wind whistling past that door at 130 miles an hour. On this particular drop, we would be using the Forest Service DC-3, which had a regular crew on board, and I just went along as an extra. The pilot on this mission was Cal Ferris, who is the chief pilot for the northern region of the Forest Service in California, and the co-pilot was Grant Ruth. Because of the large size of the door on the DC-3, the crew who would work in the back and be doing the dropping all had parachutes. The pilot and co-pilot were sitting up forward in a nice comfortable cabin, and they had no need of a parachute, or so they thought, because they didn't even bring any extra parachutes. We got to the target area and discharged most of the cargo. Then we came to the disposable sleeping bags. The crew of the DC-3 had dropped them before, so I figured they knew what they were doing. The procedure they used was to stack the sleeping bags about 6 high, making a stack about 4 feet high, facing the open door. Then they would take one more sleeping bag package and place it vertically at the end of the other stack and use it to push the whole stack out of the door. It didn't look like a safe way to do it to me, but this was the way they'd been doing it, so I figured, why should I butt in? We pushed 1 or 2 loads out the door, and on the next drop, one of the sleeping bags flew up and wrapped itself over the front of the stabilizer on the airplane. The DC-3 started shaking and vibrating something terrible, and those of us that had parachutes made sure they were good and snug and tightened up. As soon as the vibrations started, the pilots headed out over to Canton to get more altitude between the airplane and the ground and try to figure out what to do next. The vibration continued violently, and those of us back in went up to the cockpit to see if the pilots had any instructions for us. The pilots were so busy dealing with the vibration that they didn't have any instructions for us, and they weren't interested in what we were going to do because we had parachutes and could always jump, but they were stuck and had to stay with the airplane, which at this point didn't look all that promising. Cal Ferris was in the left-hand pilot seat, and he was clutching the control wheel so tightly with both hands that you could see his tendons standing out. He was all wild-eyed and sweating profusely, and the veins on his head and neck were quite visible, and he was shouting instructions to the co-pilot Grant Ruth. I don't think I've ever seen anybody more terror-stricken than Cal Ferris was at that time. By this time, we were out over the middle of a canyon, and the pilots felt that they could power back a little bit and experiment and see what they could do about the vibration. They found out that when they reduced the power, the vibration decreased considerably, and for the first time, they felt they could fly back to Reading. It was a long trip, and we were all apprehensive, because airplanes aren't made to take a beating like that. Eventually, we were back over Reading, and they reduced power even more for a landing. The vibration almost stopped. We heard the squeal as the wheels touched the runway, and the vibration stopped almost immediately, because the package of sleeping bags had fallen off onto the runway. That was probably the most exciting trip I've ever experienced while dropping cargo on fires. Chapter 9. The Birth of the Airtanker Program. When I got back to Willows, there was a lot of action going on in the Mendocino National Forest. As I remember, there were several lightning fires, and the largest fire was called the Mendenhall Ridge Fire. There were several other fires going on at the same time that they didn't require the large drops that we were used to making in AT-11 or larger aircraft. I did make several trips by truck to deliver supplies. Lila was expecting our second child, and Al Edwards asked if she'd like to help out at the warehouse, writing up requisitions for supplies for fire camp meals. Lila even got to work the radio a couple of times, confusing some of the personnel. The Mendenhall fire was the largest fire burning at that time and required a lot of supplies. The fire was located about 10 miles northwest of Hole Mountain Lookout, or about 15 miles north of the Gravelly Valley Airport near Lake Pillsbury. The fire was on the side of the canyon, and this made airdrops difficult because if you were dropping by parachute, there was always a possibility of the parachute hanging up on top of a tall tree. If you were dropping freefall, there's always a chance that the cargo would go bouncing downhill where it would be difficult to retrieve. Because of the close proximity of the Gravelly Valley Airport, the Forest Service decided it would be more efficient if the supplies were flown into the airport and taken to the fire by truck. The best airplane that was available for the job was a Forest Service Lockheed Lodestar, flown by pilot Ken Benish. Ken was flying alone, so this meant that the co-pilot seat was vacant. This was a dream come true, because you can guess who got to sit in the co-pilot seat. Me. Ken let me take control for a while, but with a big airplane like that, when the power is set up for a climb and the trim is set, there's not much to do in the way of flying, but it was still an enjoyable experience to be able to run with the big dogs, and I got to log 1 hour. When we landed at Gravelly Valley Airport, I noticed that there was a Stearman parked at the upper end of the airstrip. Ken landed, taxied up to the upper airstrip, and I recognized that the Stearman belonged to Willows Flying Service, which was the Nolte brothers. While the Forest Service crew unloaded the airplane, I walked over to the Stearman to see what was going on. It was Vance Nolte, younger brother of Dale and Floyd. I couldn't figure out what he was doing up here, because he didn't have a spreader or a spray boom, so I knew he wasn't doing any kind of agricultural flying. The airplane just had a flat plate bolted to the bottom of the hopper with a yoke running back to the release lever coming down from the cockpit. I asked Vance, "What in the world are you doing up here with an agricultural type of airplane?" Vance told me that the Forest Service was running an experiment of dropping water on the forest fire from the air. I had heard rumors that the Willows Flying Service was cooperating with the Forest Service in developing a system to drop water, but I didn't pay much attention because agricultural pilots are always experimenting with one thing or another. After the Mendenhall fire was over, things were beginning to wind down for the Forest Service, so I went back to work for Lee, doing whatever needed to be done to get ready for the next agricultural season. We also continued to work on the new house on Culver Street. Lila was getting close to delivery time to have our next child, and we wanted to be able to move into the house. Lila said she wouldn't move until we had a finished bathroom and a finished bedroom. Our second daughter, Marilee Susan, was born on October 3rd, 1955, and we moved into the house about 10 days later. Lee had purchased a new Piper PA-18A from the factory in Lock Haven, Pennsylvania, and asked me to fly back there and fly it back. It would be a good way for me to log more flying hours, so I took a commercial flight back to Lock Haven on December 19th, 1955. The weather was quite decent back there for winter time, though it was raining on the west coast. I picked up the airplane on the 20th and started my trip back to Willows. The first stop was in Knoxville, Tennessee, 8.5 hours, then on to Memphis, Tennessee, where I spent the night with my old Navy buddy Gene Riddick. The next trip was an 11-hour flight to Abilene, Texas, and the next day was another 11.5-hour trip to Tucson, Arizona. Those were long days. The next day, December 24th, Christmas Eve, was another 11-hour trip. Northern California was experiencing flooding conditions, and I was able to make it to Sacramento Natomas Airport. My folks had come down from Oregon, picked up Lila and the two girls, and we were able to spend Christmas with my sister, Barbara, and family in Sacramento. It was so good to see them after nearly a week. On December 26th, after a 1.25-hour trip, I delivered the new airplane to Lee in Willows. Chapter 10. Stearman on Standby. Sometime in January, I heard that United Airlines was hiring new pilots, so I figured why not go down and investigate it. Lila, baby Marilee, and I went to San Francisco, where we stayed with Lila's Uncle Carl and Ann Meyer. I went to United Airlines headquarters and inquired about the job possibilities. They advised me to come back after the next agricultural season when I would have accumulated more flying hours, so I was back to Willows and continued to work for Lee. I noticed that Lee was having conversations with Joe Eli, fire control officer for the Mendocino National Forest, and it wasn't long before I found out what the conversations were about. One day Lee came out into the hangar where Don Norris and I were working and told us that we were going to convert one of the Stearmans into an Airtanker. He told us that water drops made by Vance on the Mendenhall fire in 1955 had shown enough promise that Joe Ely wanted to experiment further with this potentially revolutionary tool. The water drops on the 1955 Mendenhall fire had demonstrated that the airplane could be an asset, but it was obvious that a fleet of airplanes would be necessary to carry on a sustained attack. The Mendenhall fire had demonstrated that by the time a single airplane made its drop and then returned to Gravelly Valley to refill and flew back to the fire again, the water from the previous drop had evaporated and the fire had flared up and continued to spread. Joe wanted to assemble a fleet of aircraft so they can conduct a sustained attack on the fire in order to be more effective. Because it was a simple conversion to make a Cropduster into a full-fledged water bomber, Joe Ely contacted all the agricultural aircraft operators in the Willows area to see if they would be interested in converting one or more of their airplanes into a flying water tanker. Joe was able to make arrangements for 7 airplanes to be converted and be ready for the 1956 fire season. There would be 2 airplanes in Willows, Harold Hendrickson with his N3N and Lee Sherwood with his Stearman. Nolte brothers, who had an airstrip north of Willows at the Blue Gum Grove, would convert 2 Stearmans, one flown by Dale and the other by younger brother Vance. Ray Varney, who had an airstrip north of Artois, would convert and fly one of his N3Ns. Mac McCurley at Corning would convert and fly his N3N, and Warren Bullock at Red Bluff would have one of Red Jensen's converted Stearmans. It was agreed that all these airplanes would remain stationed at their home base airports and remain on standby during the fire season. That would make a 7-member squadron. In converting Lee's Stearman, we simply copied the same gates that the Noltes had designed. Gate or door were common names that we gave to the apparatus on bottom of the hopper that would swing open when triggered and allow water to come gushing out. Once it was open, there was no closing it until the hopper was empty. Nolte's gate was easy to construct and was quite inexpensive. However, I did have a near-fatal flaw that we didn't discover until we got to Southern California later in the year. The hopper on the Stearman would hold about 150 gallons, but we rarely carried that much on a fire. A normal load of water would be about 120 gallons under ideal conditions, but most of the time it was 100 gallons or less, depending on the temperature and altitude we were working at. I worked for Lee during the winter of 1956, taking an occasional trip to Eureka or Covelo, according to my logbook. When the agricultural season started, I was flying to Stearman doing rice work. On April 26th, after planting rice on the Jones field just south of the Sprague Ranch, I and Benny Bruce, younger brother of my childhood buddy Ed Bruce, flew in Lee's Super Cub to scare the mud hens off the field. Apparently, I flew too slow and low and ended up crashing into the rice field. Benny and I both ended up in the hospital. Benny for only a couple of days, but the landing gear came up through the cockpit and broke my hip, and I also had a broken nose and spent a couple of weeks in the hospital. While recuperating at home, our new home, which we had put up for sale in anticipation of flying for United, sold to Earl and Marion Carlisle. However, I figured my chances for getting hired by United were no longer an option. The Carlisles came in and finished the interior painting of our house, and we prepared for another of our many moves. On June 1st, 1956, I went back to work for Lee. I just assumed that Lee would fly his own Stearman tanker, because I had recently crashed his Super Cub, and I didn't think he'd trust me with a Stearman flying around the mountain. However, one day Lee came into the hangar where Don Norris and I were working on a conversion and asked me if I would like to fly to Stearman in the coming fire season. It didn't take me long to think it over and say yes. I was so overwhelmed that I didn't even think to ask Lila how she felt about it, because I desperately wanted to do it and considered it to be another form of agricultural flying with a few mountains involved. As it turned out, she was agreeable. This was a dream come true. On June 21st, 1956, Lee checked me out with stalls, steep turns, and landings. I passed, and on July 2nd, 1956, I started back to fly agriculturally again. During the rest of the spring's rice planting season, all I could think about was that this new opportunity I would have, and I could hardly wait for summer to come and the fire season to start. According to my logbook, I took the Stearman to Victorville and Phoenix on July 24th to July 31st. I don't remember what that was for, but it did add to my hours. When the conversion on the Stearman was done, we filled the hopper with water, and I took it out for a test drop. It didn't take long to discover that we needed a large vent on top of the hopper in order to keep the vacuum caused by the departing water from sucking the loading door on top of the hopper. Without a vent, at the moment of the drop, the water had a tendency to just gurgle out in big gulps. We installed a spring-loaded door about 6 inches by 6 inches on top of the hopper. The springs allowed the door to suck down and allowed air to come in freely when the water was dropped, but the springs also kept the door closed in flight so the water wouldn't slosh around in rough air and splash all over the pilot. When most of the airplanes had been converted, the Forest Service set up a grid of cups on the edge of the Willows Airport runway. Several types of airplanes were to make test drops on them at different altitudes and different airspeeds so they could make a graph of the pattern and concentration of our drops. This was all done to determine the best altitude and airspeed to make an effective drop. But when it came to dropping on a real fire, we just flew at the altitude that we felt was most suitable and safe for that terrain, and we made damn sure we had enough airspeed to do the job and get back up to a more comfortable altitude. When all this testing was over, I was ready to go fight fires, but instead we had to take the gate off and install a spreader back on the airplane in order to be ready for the coming rice planting season. However, as soon as the bulk of the rice season was finished, we converted the Stearman back to a tanker, and I anxiously waited for the oncoming fire season. I was all hot to trot. I could hardly wait for fire season to start, so I could go try out this new toy on a real fire. I was probably the only one of the pilots who had ever been a firefighter on a ground crew, and I was anxious to try this new way of fighting fires. Chapter 11. The First Fires. On August 12, 1956, the day of reckoning finally arrived. Sometime in the early afternoon, we got a call from Charlie Lafferty, dispatcher from Mendocino National Forest, and he said that they had a fire near Begum, which was about 25 miles west of Red Bluff. He gave us the compass heading and mileage to the fire. Harold Hendrickson and I took off together, but because we were the furthest south from the fire, we were the last ones to arrive on the scene, and the other tankers had already dropped and departed for Redding. Harold and I circled the fire several times, trying to get an idea of what we were up against. We wanted to get it right because we knew that Joe Eli was up above us, circling around to observe our drops. It was an ugly little fire, probably about 150 acres, and it was headed in about 4 different directions looking for more fuel to burn. Luckily, there was not a lot of continuity in fuel, and there were very few areas that had enough vegetation to cause a real fire. About the only thing that grew there was an occasional digger pine and the patches of chamise brush, and as usual there were patches of grass. The soil there was a slate gray color that we see so often in the foothill soil, and it never seems to grow much of anything worthwhile because it is always full of mudslides that have exposed large outcroppings of rocks. As I said, the fire was headed in several directions in evil little fingers of fire that reminded me of Medusa's head. Finally, after circling the fire several times, Harold decided to have a go at it. There was an old rotten digger pine log lying in the bottom of one of the gullies, and it seemed to be creating the hottest blaze of the fire. Harold circled until he got uphill from the log, then he sailed downhill and dropped his load on the burning log. He didn't put it out, but he sure made a lot of steam. Now it was my turn. As I made one more circle, I looked down at that burning log in the gully with digger pines and rock outcroppings reaching up towards me, and I thought to myself, I have to go down there and drop on that thing and not get killed doing it. I'll have to admit that I was scared to death, and for the first in my life I can remember praying. I didn't know who I was praying to, because at that time I didn't know God as my Heavenly Father, but I prayed anyway, hoping that someone out there would hear me and have mercy on me. I followed Harold's example and got uphill from the fire, then I reduced power and started my descent towards the fire. I looked down at the fire, and when it was about ready to disappear under the nose of my airplane, I figured it must be time to release the load. I was surprised that the airplane shot upward immediately after the load of water had left the airplane. I was relieved that I had lived through it, and I was thankful for that free altitude I got right after the drop. Actually, I had experienced the airplane shooting upwards after the practice drops at Willows, but it is not nearly as exhilarating over flat land as it is when you're flying in a rocky canyon. I overshot the log with most of my water. That was something that took a lot of practice for me to learn to release the load sooner than what seemed right. My natural tendency was to fly right up to the target and try to drop on top of it, but I soon found out that you must lead the fire if you want your load to drop on it. It was kind of like when I used to hunt ducks and had to lead the duck by several lengths in order to hit them. I don't know how Harold's drop and my drop stacked up against the other 5 tankers, but as I remember, Joe Eli had plenty to talk about when we had a critique after we got back to base. But Joe was always patient with us because he understood that this was a learning process that was going to take some time to perfect the technique. When Charlie Lafferty had given us the initial dispatch, he instructed us to go to Redding to refill because there's no facilities at Red Bluff to refill 7 airplanes. When Harold and I got there, the other 5 tankers were already on the ground. Joe Eli came in shortly afterwards and we discussed everything we had just experienced. For the life of me, I can't remember how many more drops we made on that fire, but it must have been several because my logbook shows that I logged 4 hours and 50 minutes on that fire. Chapter 12. Overhead. During the critique, Joe expressed a frustration he felt because he had so little control over what was happening down there on the fire. He had 7 different airplanes arriving from 5 different directions, and it seemed that every pilot had his own idea as to where to drop his load. Joe immediately saw the need for radio communications between the lead plane and the tankers in order to coordinate the drops. However, for some reason, radios were out of the question for the first year. It was just one of the shortcomings that we had to work around, but as the fire season progressed, we found different ways to communicate, but it was usually second-hand instruction while we were reloading. One time when we were flying into Shasta Trinity Forest and reloading at Mott Field near Dunsmuir, the fire coordinator, who had been circling the fire, drew a crude map of the fire, showing the various hotspots that he wanted to put out. Here again, my memory fails me, and I can't remember if each pilot got an individual map or if we just had to study the coordinator's map and then fly out to the fire and drop from memory. Regardless of how we did it, the fire was always different when we got back to it, because it had almost an hour to expand and change its perimeter. Another thing we experimented with was to have the airplane orbit the fire until all 7 had arrived, and then a designated airplane would make the first drop and the rest of us were supposed to build on them by tying our drops together. During that first month of Taker season, we flew out of Reading, McLeod, Fall River Mills, Happy Camp, Chester, and Willits. We also flew out of some unimproved airports such as Elk Creek, Fout Springs, Gravelly Valley, and several others I can't remember. One of the unique things about the original 7-plane squadron was that we always got dispatched together as a unit. They never dispatched just 1 or 2 airplanes. It was a all or none. We were always dispatched by telephone, and that caused a little anxiety from time to time because the telephone in Lee's hangar was a payphone and available for public use. It was slightly better than carrier pigeons. I would get nervous if some transient pilot came by and used a payphone for some long-winded conversation. Luckily, it never did happen, and we never missed a dispatch. However, though, because this payphone thing made me nervous, I talked to Ken Green, Forest Service radio technician, and he gave me the radio frequency used by the lookouts to report a fire. I bought a crystal control radio for that frequency, and Lila would listen to it at home and then call us and give us a heads up whenever a fire had been reported to the dispatch at headquarters. Harold Hendrickson and I would start our airplanes, which we always kept loaded during the day. As soon as we got a call from the Forest Service dispatcher and got the compass heading and the mileage to the fire, we were ready to go. Our airplanes had already been warmed up and were just idling ready to fly. All we had to do was climb into the airplane and take off. Consequently, Harold and I had the reputation of always being the first off the ground. Our trip to Willits was an interesting one, not because of the fire or anything related to the fire, but because we got a lesson in merchandising at its best. The fixed base operator was an ex-military pilot by the name of Andy Anderson, and his main business was in selling Piper aircraft, but he also did some charter work as well as flight instruction. Being the fixed base operator, he had the gas concession, and of course, we bought our gas from him. We were also scheduled to stay overnight in Willits, so this meant that we needed a motel room and a restaurant. It just so happened that Andy had another business run by his wife out of the south edge of town, called Andy's Place, which consisted of a bar, restaurant, and a motel, all of which were a necessity for an overnight stay. Andy saw to it that we all had transportation out to Andy's Place, where we enjoyed a few highballs in his bar and a meal in his restaurant, and then we slept in his motel rooms and ate breakfast. I think you can see where I'm going with this story. The way it turned out, every red cent that was spent by the 7 pilots in Willits went into Andy's pocket. He didn't miss a thing. Several years later, when I bought the aircraft maintenance shop in Ukiah, Andy was one of my occasional customers, and even though he appeared to be a quiet, unassuming kind of guy, he was a shrewd businessman and seized on every opportunity to make a buck. In 1956, the first year the squadron flew all over Northern California because the fire control people in the various forest services wanted to try the air tankers, and consequently, we were getting a lot of good media coverage. Almost every newspaper in the north end of the state had 1 or 2 articles about this revolutionary way of fighting fires. On one occasion, when we had been flying out of Gravelly Valley Airport near Lake Pillsbury for most of the day and the fire crews in pretty good control of the fire, we were told to stand by at the airport and wait to see how things developed. While we were waiting, a J-3 Cub came in and landed at the airport and taxied up to where our airplanes were parked. The pilot parked his airplane across the runway, out of the way of the tankers, and got out. He obviously wanted to talk to someone, so several of us walked over to see what he wanted. He introduced himself as a pilot for Lamson Flying Service down at Lakeport, and his name was Tom Oster. He said that he had been flying Cropdusting for several years for Lamson, and had heard through the grapevine that the tankers were currently flying out of Lake Pillsbury, so he flew up to see what he could find out about getting involved in the Airtanker flying. We showed him how the tankers had been converted with a drop door, and told him to contact the Forest Service if he wanted to get involved. He said that Lamson had a 450 horsepower Stearman like the ones we were flying, and that it could be easily converted into a tanker. But in 1957 fire season, Tom and Lamson's converted their Stearman over to a tanker, and Tom got started flying tanker. I don't know the extent of his flying in Northern California, but by the time the 1958 fire season rolled around, Tom had been baptized by fire, and was accepted as one of the regular tanker pilots, and turned out to be one of the best tanker pilots up until the end of the biplane era. Chapter 13. SoCal. We flew around Northern California for about 1 month, and now it was time to graduate and join the big league. We were going to Southern California. It was on August 29th, 1956, that we were dispatched to Southern California. We were instructed to fly from our home airports to our destination, Van Nuys. I couldn't believe it when they said that Van Nuys because it was one of the busiest airports in the San Fernando Valley, where all air traffic is controlled by radio between a tower and the aircraft. That isn't any way to operate a bunch of air tankers who have no radios. Warren Bullock, who was flying Air Tanker number 7, had previously spent a lot of time flying in and out of Van Nuys before he moved to Red Bluff, but that didn't help the rest of us who were just country hicks and not used to the hectic activity of a major airport. Air traffic at an airport such as Van Nuys is always handled by the tower through radio communication. However, if the airplane didn't have a radio, as was the case with our 7-tanker squadron, the standard procedure was for the airplane to approach the downwind leg of the traffic pattern at the specified altitude and watch the tower for either a red or green light. If you see a red light, you must turn away from the traffic pattern, circle back around, and make another approach. A red light meant that another airplane was too close to you in the traffic pattern, or for some other reason it was unsafe to enter the traffic pattern, or perhaps it meant that it was not safe to land at that time. If they flashed a green light, you were supposed to rock your wings to indicate that you had acknowledged the signal and that you could proceed with your entry into the traffic pattern by flying a quarter of a mile to the left of the runway headed downwind, or opposite the direction you were going to land. It was then up to the pilot's discretion as to how to complete the traffic pattern so long as he stayed within the specified pattern. The standard traffic pattern is always left-hand unless otherwise indicated by symbols on the ground. In a busy airport such as Van Nuys, they didn't like to monkey around with airplanes that had no radios. In fact, most of the major airports prohibit landing without a radio unless it is an extreme emergency, such as your airplane is on fire and you can't put it out. I don't remember all the details, but I'm sure that someone in the Forest Service must have called into the tower before we arrived to warn them of the 7 tankers because everything went off without a hitch. This was amazing because after departing from our home airports, which are about 45 miles apart, we surely would have arrived at different intervals of time and would have stretched out the tower's ordeal. The way it turned out, there was no fire anywhere near the Van Nuys. The fire was down by San Diego, near Ramona, and after all these years have gone by, I still don't understand why they decided to send us by way of Van Nuys. The next morning, after having been wined and dined the night before by Forest Service officials and other VIPs, a heady experience for a country boy like me, we departed for Ramona by way of Lake Elsinore and Escondido. The Stearman air tanker wasn't the fastest plane in the world, and by the time we got to Ramona, I had already logged over 12 hours of flying time from Willows. My logbook shows 7 hours of flying time at Ramona, so there must have been some firefighting business while we were there, but I have no recollection of where the fire was or how big it was, only that my logbook called it the Pine Mountain Fire. Then, from Ramona, we were dispatched back up to Lake Elsinore, which was less than an hour's flying time. The fire at Lake Elsinore was called the Cornwall Fire, and I logged 15 hours of flight time over the next 2-day period. When I had been in the Navy about 10 years previously and stationed in San Diego, I used to ride a bus up to San Bernardino to visit Rod Riley. One of the bus stops was at Lake Elsinore, and in those days it was a booming resort community with a beautiful blue lake that came almost up to the town limits. Now, 10 years later, it was bone dry. There was not a drop of water in that lake. They said that a series of fires had denuded the surrounding mountains to such an extent that there was not enough vegetation left on the mountains to retain the moisture from rainfall, and consequently, there was a lot of soil in the water runoff that eventually got into the lake and sealed off the springs that fed it, and the lake dried up. When Lila and I drove through Lake Elsinore on vacation in the 1980s, the lake was full of water again and businesses were booming. I still don't know how they pulled that one off, but I suspect that a lot of Northern California water got piped into that lake and they used it as a reservoir for the metropolitan Los Angeles area. The Cornwall fire at Lake Elsinore was southwest of the airport and quite visible from the airport, so this was going to be a comparatively short haul to the fire and back. While we were there, a new tactic was devised that greatly improved the efficiency of the Airtanker squadron. Hank Jory, the Northern Zone pilot for the U.S. Forest Service, was there with the Forest Service Bonanza, and he, along with some Forest Service officials, worked out a plan where the air tankers would approach the fire area but orbit in the designated zone. Then Hank would come in alongside one of the takers in the Bonanza and lead that tanker into the sector of the fire where they wanted to drop. He would fly slow enough that the air tanker could keep up with him, and he would be about 100 yards ahead. Then, when Hank passed over the area where they wanted to drop, he would wiggle his wings and then turn sharply away and let the tanker come in and make the drop on that hotspot. Now, the fire control people were beginning to get a little more consistent result. Hank and his passenger, who was usually a fire control officer, were in contact with the firefighters on the ground by radio, and this made a big difference. As I remember, we used this technique through the remainder of that fire season, and it really boosted the effectiveness of the air tankers. This technique clearly demonstrated that radio contact between the air tanker and another airplane carrying a qualified firefighter who could coordinate with what was going on the ground was necessary if the air tankers were going to be a viable tool. By the 1958 fire season, all air tankers had installed two-way radios and developed a system where a qualified firefighter would be flying in an airplane above the fire scene, and he was in contact with the ground crews and the air tankers. He was called a drop coordinator, or DropCo for short. We flew out of Lake Elsinore for 4 days, and they released us to go back to our home bases. The trip home took a total of 5 hours and 30 minutes, which included a stop for gas somewhere along the way. We got back to our home bases on September 13th, and then had a couple of days rest before we had one round trip to a fire near Chester and returned home. The next day we had a fire in the Mendocino Forest and flew out of Lake Pillsbury for a couple of flights. Then on the 22nd, we got dispatched to Southern California again, this time for San Bernardino. This fire was called the McKinley Fire, and we stayed in San Bernardino for 4 days. During that time, something revolutionary happened in the air tanker industry that was to have a lasting effect down through the years. Chapter 14. The Borate Bombers. When we had been down there the first time in Ramona and Lake Elsinore, a representative of U.S. Borax by the name of Burroughs was trying to sell the Forest Service on the idea of using his product as a fire retardant. However, at the time, there was no practical way of mixing his product into a slurry, so we kept on using water while Burroughs went looking for some way to mix his borate. When we returned to Southern California for the McKinley fire, Burroughs was ready for us, and for the first time we used borate to drop on fires as a retardant, and we earned the title of Borate Bombers, a title that has lasted down through the years, even though borate has not been used as a retardant since 1957. A drop of borate slurry was so superior to a water drop that they could hardly be compared. Borate, which was a powder, and when mixed with water became a thick slurry, this was the characteristic that made it so effective, because it would coat the fuel, the brush and trees, and make it virtually fire-resistant. It also tended to hang together because it was much more viscous than just plain water, and therefore the drop was much more concentrated because it didn't tend to drift away in a mist. The fuel in Southern California was about 90% brush with very little tall timber. The borate would remain as a fire-resistant coating until the first rains of winter washed it off. Another thing that made borate so effective was that when it dried, it left very visible white swath on the fuel, which made it easy for the following tanker to see where the previous drop had been made and could, then, in theory, tie his drop in with the previous drop, making one continuous fire-resistant strip. Another one of the excellent characteristics of borate when it was dropped. On the downside, however, in the beginning, borate was difficult to mix in large quantities because there was no large batch mixers available at that time, like the ones that exist today and operate like a giant food blender. At this time, they were yet to be invented by Wim Lely of Orland. On the McKinley fire, they mixed the borate with what was called a jet mixer, which was nothing more than a funnel about 4 feet high with a high-pressure jet of water shooting through an orifice onto the bottom of the funnel. The borate would trickle down into the stream of water and be thoroughly mixed and then pumped into a 2,000-gallon canvas tank for storage until needed to refill an airplane. Occasionally, something would cause the water to backfire up into the funnel of the jet mixer. When the borate in the bottom of the hopper got wet, it turned into a paste and then everything had to be shut down. The hopper had to be emptied, and everything dried completely before they could start over again. But they hung in there and got the job done, and by the time the fire had ended, we had 3 or 4 of those jet mixers working again. Another drawback to Borate was that it weighed 10 pounds per gallon compared to the 8 pounds per gallon of water. That meant a 100-gallon load of Borate would be 1,000 pounds instead of the 800 pounds of water. This 200-pound increase in payload meant that we had to reduce the payload in the tanker by 20 gallons in order to have the same performance we had with 100 gallons of water. However, 80 gallons of Borate was far more effective than 100 gallons of water. 80 gallons sounds like a drop in the bucket compared to what the big air tankers can drop today. The weight of the payload is extremely critical when you're flying in hot weather and trying to gain altitude, because for every 1,000 feet of altitude we gained, we lost an inch of manifold pressure, which is a significant power loss. Also, in hot weather, the wings were not able to generate as much lift as they did in cooler conditions because the air is less dense. Also, as an airplane gains more altitude, the air becomes less dense, and on the McKinley fire, we had both those factors working against us. The terrain where we made some of the drops was about 5,000 or 6,000 feet above sea level. The airport at San Bernardino was ideally located for an air tanker operation. It was slightly north and west of the city of San Bernardino and was right at the base of the foothills. We could see 90% of the fire from the airport, but it was uphill to get there. The fire had been burning about 3 days before we arrived on the scene, and by that time the bulldozers had made many miles of fire breaks and the road to Arrowhead and Big Bear had nearly contained a fire, but there was still plenty for the air tankers because of the many unburned islands of fuel that could suddenly flare up because of the shifting winds. There would also be flare-ups in the fire close to the line, and a little wind could carry some embers across the line and start a spot fire. One of these spot fires occurred east of Lake Arrowhead and nearly to the top of the mountain, so I suppose it was around 6,000 feet or more in elevation. I was instructed to go up and drop a load of borate on this little spot fire. After a long climb, I finally discovered it. It was in the middle of a little hollow that was a little bigger than a football field. As I remember, the fire didn't amount to much and should have been a lead pipe cinch for one load of borate. There was a depression in the hills to the east of where I intended to drop, and that allowed me to make a nearly level approach to the fire. I had higher hills ahead of me and on both sides, so I was counting on that bounce of altitude that we always experienced when we dropped our load of borate. I got in position to trigger the drop and hit the drop lever. Nothing happened. I immediately slammed on full power, which was less than desirable at that altitude, while frantically trying to get the lever to release the load. I realized I was in deep trouble because I had to make a rather steep turn in order to get back out of that hollow. Turning a heavily loaded airplane at that altitude in a confined area took every bit of flying skills I had, and believe me, I was all fingers and toes. I got uncomfortably close to some of the trees surrounding the fire, and it almost seemed as if they were trying to reach up and comb me out of the sky. It seemed like an eternity, but I made a 180-degree turn and was able to exit the hollow by the same way I came in. Making a steep turn with a full load at that altitude meant that I was flying on the edge of a stall, and a stall would have been disastrous because there was no possibility of recovery under those conditions. As soon as I got out of those hollows, the terrain started to drop away, and I had more altitude to play with. I went to work on that drop lever again, but I couldn't budge it. Finally, when I got over the ridge and headed out towards the valley, I decided that I had to do something different to get rid of that load of borate, because I didn't want to have to land with it. Landing a Stearman on pavement can be tricky, but when you're carrying 1,000 pounds of borate, it's a different kind of trickiness that I didn't want to have to deal with. I pulled the nose of the airplane up slightly, and then quickly dropped the nose to get that weight of the borate off the gate. It worked! I had just made the highest borate drop ever recorded on that fire. When I got back to the airport, I went over to Vance Nulta and told him what had just happened to me. Since he had the most experience flying with that gate, I hoped that he would be able to give me a clue as to why I couldn't open the gate over the fire. "Oh yeah," Vance said. "That happened to me a couple of times since we started using borate." The reason that borate was to blame on this gate was that it had this tendency to build up layers of borate each time a drop was made. This gate was only used on 3 of the tankers. Both Willows Flying Service air tankers and Lee Sherwood's air tanker, which I was flying. The mechanism that opened the gate was quite unique. It consisted of a flat piece of steel about 6 inches long with a roller wheel. The top wheel of this assembly ran on the upper surface of the flange that was built into the bottom opening of the hopper. The lower wheel was free to run on that outside edge of the gate. These 2 assemblies were connected with a large Y-shaped yoke that extended back under the cockpit and was connected to the drop lever that ran up inside the cockpit. When the pilot moved his assembly to the rear, The rollers on either side would squeeze the door together, and since the top surface of the gate was covered with a 1/4-inch sheet of neoprene, it made a watertight seal. In order to be sure that this assembly didn't work forward and release the borate prematurely, a detent was built into the rear of the flange that kept the upper wheel from accidentally rolling forward, until the pilot applied enough pressure to roll it up and over the detent. Vance theorized that if an excess amount of borate ended up on the top flange and dried while the wheel was back in the detent, it made it nearly impossible for the wheel to move up and over the detent, the near-fatal flaw of that type of gate. The remedy that Vance developed was to cycle the gate several times on the way back to the airport after the drop. If this was done before the borate had a chance to dry, the borate would flake off and blow away, and allow the wheel to freely move forward. Vance must have been right, because I religiously cycled the gate after every drop from then on, and I had no more problems. All other air tankers were using a different system of holding the gate closed. That system became universal after that first year. That system consisted of a row of Destacco clamps on the rear flange of the hopper. After a pilot had dropped his load, he pulled a cable that would swing the door back up into the closed position. Then he would clamp the door shut with a row of Destacco clamps, which were welded together in a single bar, which in turn was connected to a Y-shaped yoke that ran back to the release lever. It never failed. After several days of flying on the McKinley fire, we got word that a TBM would be flying in from Ontario and would be making a drop of 600 gallons. The TBM was a surplus Navy torpedo bomber that was just becoming surplus by the Navy. Paul Mance had acquired one. When he read all the publicity the biplanes were getting, he decided that bigger would be better, and the TBM was considerably bigger. Because it was getting late in the fire season, he knew he couldn't make a legitimate conversion out of aluminum or fiberglass, so he had his mechanics build a plywood tank with a trap door to fit inside the bomb bay. The plywood tank was so hastily constructed that they didn't take the time to make it waterproof with fiberglass. Instead, they got a large weather balloon, which meteorologists used to send sensors up into the upper atmosphere. They put that large balloon in the tank and filled it with 600 gallons of borate. When the trap doors opened, the pregnant balloon would fall out into the 150-mile-per-hour slipstream and burst, releasing the contents of borate. It was a cheap and clever way to adapt the TBM into an experimental air tanker. On the day that the TBM was going to make his first drop, we were notified in advance to be on the lookout for him and to stay clear. I remember that I was in the air with a load of borate headed for the fire when the TBM showed up. I went into orbit so I would be sure to have a grandstand seat for the exhibition. The TBM lined up on his target and dropped his load. I was not impressed. He dropped from an extremely high altitude, and the contents of his drop seemed to vanish before it even got close to the ground, so I suspect he was using water instead of borate. He then returned to the Ontario airport and made several more drops that day, but I couldn't observe them. That night, the biplane pilots got together at the bar to rejoice in how ineffective our competitor, the TBM, was. By this time, we had forgotten how ineffective our first drops were on the Begum several months before the McKinley fire. We concluded, amongst ourselves, that the small biplane air tanker was the only way to fight forest fires. The reason we were convinced of this was that we could get in close to the fire at small unimproved airstrips, and we had the maneuverability to get down into deep canyons. On the other hand, the TBM had to fly from Ontario, about 20 miles away, which made the round trip lengthy. Also, since he had dropped on fairly level terrain, we more or less assumed that he would be limited to fires that were on similar terrain. On the other hand, we were flying from an airport that was at the very base of the fire, and we were like yo-yos, bouncing up and down from the airport to the fire with very short round trips. But, as usual, the Forest Service was doing the math. They concluded that one TBM could carry 6 times as much as a biplane tanker and do it at 150 or 160 miles per hour, compared to the biplanes at 80 miles per hour. In theory, 7 TBMs could deliver 4,200 gallons, compared to the biplane's 700 gallons, and even though they had a greater flight distance, they were traveling at twice the speed of the biplanes. I don't remember how many more dollars an hour the TBMs got, but it was considerably more than our $60 per hour. However, a few bucks one way or the other is not always that big a deal when the fires are threatening to destroy homes or thousands of acres of timber and rangeland. And back in those days, the Forest Service was willing to spend big money to find something more effective with which to put out the fires. However, most of the biplane pilots clung to our smug belief that the biplane was still superior to the larger aircraft and constantly reassured each other of this. But we were just whistling in the dark, and there was a Judas in our midst. Chapter 15. up and down the state. After we returned from San Bernardino, we had one fire at McLeod and a small fire at Elk Creek, but after participating in the circus in Southern California, this was mundane. Elk Creek was the last fire I worked on in 1956. I finished out the year doing agricultural flying, and I had a few charters in Lee's Tri-Pacer before winter set in. By November, the flying jobs were getting so few and far between that Lila and I decided to go on vacation up to Oregon and then up into Washington. While we were in Seattle, we saw a newspaper with a picture of one of the biplane air tankers on cover of how these fearless tanker pilots were battling another fire in Southern California. It spoiled the rest of my vacation, knowing that some tanker action was going on and I wasn't in on it. Lee had aced me out. It ticked me off because I was completely helpless to reverse the situation. Lila, in her usual philosophical way, said, "Well, you win some and you lose some. You can't win 'em all." That was not my philosophy at all, but I had to accept it. Later that winter, Neil Wade and I went into partnership on a Stinson Voyager. It was a 3-way deal. Lee wanted to sell John Stanley, the agricultural operator over at Biggs, a new Super Cub, and John wanted Lee to take a Stinson Voyager as partial payment. But Lee didn't want the Stinson, so he made a deal with Neil and I that we couldn't refuse. I don't recall how much we had to pay for it, but it was a fair deal because it needed some work done on it. The interior upholstery was well worn out, and it had a Franklin 150 horsepower engine that needed an overhaul. We overhauled the engine in Lee's shop and had Charlie Brown's upholstery sew up some new upholstery for the interior, and voila, we had ourselves a halfway decent 4-place airplane. That winter, I was back working for Lee, who had experienced the shortcomings of the Stearman when he got to Southern California instead of me. That particular Stearman, number 4, that I'd flown throughout the 1956 fire season, was a hybrid in the sense that the upper wing had been replaced with a high lift wing instead of the standard Stearman wing. The high lift wing did seem to increase the load carrying capability slightly, but it also increased the drag, which made the airplane a little slower, and it also had some rather quirky characteristics that were a bit unnerving at times. One of those times was when I was up east of Lake Arrowhead trying to claw my way out of that hollow. Along with 2 Stearmans, Lee also had an N3N that had a 330 horsepower Wright engine. I had flown the N3N quite a bit in agricultural flying, and I loved it, but, as the British would say, it needed a bit more poke, laddie. In other words, it was a little underpowered. The N, short for N3N, was a slightly larger than the Stearman with a bit more room in the cockpit. It was an all-around better airplane than the Stearman for firefighting, which Harold Hendrickson had demonstrated in the 1956 season when he flew his N with the 330 horsepower Wright engine. He could usually keep up with the Stearmans without much of a problem, but Ray Varney and Mac McCurley both had 450 horsepower Pratt & Whitney engines in their N3Ns, and they proved to be superior to Harold's 330 horsepower. Lee decided to convert his N for the 1957 fire season, and because the 600 horsepower Pratt & Whitney engines were readily available at a cheap price. Lee decided to go all the way and raise the power to the 600 horsepower, which tickled me silly, because I would have all of that extra horsepower at my disposal. Because the N had a longer fuselage than the Stearman's, the conversion up to 600 horsepower was quite common and very successful. The Stearman could not handle a 600 horsepower without extensive airframe modifications because of the shorter fuselage. However, Willows Flying Service eventually did convert one of their Stearmans to a 600 horsepower, but they had to put the oil tank and battery behind the pilot in order to make the weight and balance come out right. All of the ends with the 600 horsepower Pratt & Whitney engines needed a little bit of help adjusting the center of gravity, so we installed the battery behind the cockpit and under the baggage compartment. This was a fairly simple installation, but putting an oil tank and back in the baggage compartment was a plumber's nightmare, and the entire conversion was not all that successful anyway because it was necessary to shorten the motor mount to such an extent that it placed the magnetos so close to the firewall that it was almost impossible to work on them. So the N was the favored and also the most predominant biplane tanker for the remainder of the biplane era. In 1956, Mac McCurley was flying his N with a BT-13 canopy installed over the cockpit, and apparently Lee thought that was pretty cool, so he told Don and I to remove the canopy from one of the derelict BT-13s rotting away on the tie-down line and install it on the N. We used the front windshield and the front sliding canopy hood, and also the extreme rear part of the canopy that sloped down and fared into the turtle's back. I thought it looked rather dorky myself, because real pilots are supposed to sit out in the open with the air beating on their face, but it was Lee's airplane, and he could do whatever he wanted to do with it. On this conversion, we used an enlarged drop door with the Destaco clamps holding it closed, like what the other tankers had used in the 1956 season. No more roller skate wheels to freeze up with Borate. The entire conversion went quite smoothly. Then the plane was converted back to agricultural use by the time rice season rolled around in the spring. The 600 horsepower engine turned out to be a good conversion, and we gave it a good workout while we were engaged in the usual agricultural practices of spreading fertilizer, sowing rice, and spraying weeds in the rice. The performance with that engine was phenomenal. However, with all that extra performance, we also got extra fuel consumption, which would compromise the airplane's effectiveness in fighting fires, because of the greatly reduced range. There was no way we could enlarge the wing tanks in the center section of the upper wing, so we built a smaller fuel tank of about 15 gallons that would fit inside the hopper and was contoured to fit the curve on the top of the hopper. A minor problem with this installation was that, when using full power, the tank was not elevated enough to provide sufficient fuel to the engine through gravity alone, so in order to avoid the hassle of installing a fuel pump, it was restricted to cruising power only. The auxiliary tank was only used for firefighting to give us additional range or endurance. It was a whole new ballgame in 1957 when we finally got two-way radios installed into tankers. This required earphones as well as a microphone, so most of us went to a crash helmet that would accommodate the earphones and then attach the boom mic to the helmet. We ran a pigtail out of the helmet down to the radio, which was by our side. The roar of the engine and the wind screaming past our heads made communication difficult, but it was light years ahead of what we did in 1956. Also, air tankers operated on an entirely different system than we had in 1956. One reason was, due to the success of the 1956 air tanker squadron, many of the forests in California and other states wanted their own tankers on standby so they could be more readily available when a fire occurred. Chapter 16. Crowded Skies. By now, the handwriting was clearly on the wall that the biplane was not going to have the tanker business exclusively to themselves. We were beginning to see an increasing number of aircraft, like the TBMs, PBYs, B-17s, and other type of larger aircraft that were capable of being converted over for tanker use. Also, the CDF, California Division of Forestry, now known as CAL FIRE, wanted a piece of the action and was beginning to use air tankers in greater numbers. Another big change in the tanker program was the discontinuation of borate as a fire retardant. There was something in the chemical makeup of borate that caused it to sterilize the soil and prevent the regrowth of brush. This was especially critical in Southern California, where they tried to preserve brush on the hillsides in order to retain moisture from extensive rainfall. Flooding and mudslides are a common occurrence in the Los Angeles area, where hillsides had burned previously, and there is nothing left to slow down the runoff during periods of heavy rainfall. The first substitute for borate that I experienced was bentonite, which was basically a powdered clay used in gas well drilling. When mixed with water, bentonite would expand and become a gooey fluid that held together well when dropped from an airplane. It was very similar in consistency to borate, but it did not have the staying power of borate, nor the resistance to fire. If exposed to long-term preheating, it tended to curl up and flake off and leave the fuel unprotected. Also, it was not as visible on the ground as borate, so they started adding red dye so that it would be easier for the next tanker pilot to see and then make his drop to form a continuous fire line. Because of the short-term fire resistance of bentonite, it was eventually replaced with Poschek, which is a fertilizer and to the best of my knowledge is still in use today. The 1957 fire season started on July 22nd with a small fire over Lake Pillsbury in Lake County. I only logged 2 hours and 30 minutes, which didn't amount to much, but it was a start. My logbook entries showed that we had fires at Red Bluff, Begum, Hayfork, Quincy, Elk Creek, Willits, Vacaville, Salinas, Chester, Fall River Mills, Arcata, Gasquet, Beckworth, and Doyle, Nevada. Because Harold Hendrickson and I were both flying out of Willows and were usually dispatched together, we found ourselves flying as a team often. This relationship lasted for several years, and Harold was largely responsible for me getting my own air tanker in 1958. Altogether, I logged over 150 hours on the 1957 fires. However, I have little recollection about any of them except the one over at Doyle on the California-Nevada border. Harold Hendrickson and I had an agreement with Plumas National Forest to be on standby at Quincy. On one occasion, we flew out of Beckworth, which was about 30 miles from the Nevada border. It was an uphill climb all the way from Beckworth. But we had a tailwind which helped lift us up over the ridge, but about 5 miles from Doyle. The mountain range was about 7,000 feet elevation at that point, suddenly became an escarpment that dropped down into the valley below where the town of Doyle was located. In many ways, air acts like water, and our descent began from that 7,000-foot mountain range was just like we were going over a waterfall in a canoe. With a full load of retardant at that altitude, there was nothing we could do but hang on and ride it out. It was so bad that Harold and I were tempted to jettison our load because the ground was coming up fast and the downdraft seemed to have no bottom. Finally, at about 5,000 feet, our rate of descent slowed down, and by the time we got to Doyle, which was about 4,500 feet, we were out of the downdraft, but the air was still very turbulent. We had survived the waterfall, and now felt like we were in the rapids. The fire was in sagebrush and grass, and by the time we got there, the ground crews had it pretty well under control, so we only made our one drop and then returned to our home base at Quincy. Roop Asplund had also gone to this fire in a chartered airplane, and he and his pilot experienced the same downdraft we did. We had a lot of laughs about this fire at Doyle and referred to it as the Doyle roller coaster. As I remember, Harold and I spent about 3 or 4 weeks in Quincy that summer. Lila and the 2 girls came up for a week as we stayed at the Spanish Creek Motel, where the girls enjoyed playing in the gravel at the motel parking lot or enjoying the pool that the Spanish Creek made at the airport. Harold's family, Danelda, Gary, and Janet, were also there, and we enjoyed watching Gary build a raft with whatever scrap wood he could scrounge up from around the airport. Years later, Gary told me he had hoped to ride the raft down the creek to wherever, but his parents nixed that. We enjoyed the family time and eating dinners at the Quincy Hotel or peach ice cream at the little cafe at the airport. Roop Asplund, the fire control officer for the Plumas National Forest, was very enthusiastic about the use of aerial firefighting, and he had later had ample opportunity to evaluate air tankers on the Chambers Creek fire during the time that Harold and I spent there that summer. This fire started out as a roadside fire along Highway 70 and the Feather River Canyon, west of Quincy and south of Chester. The canyon walls on this fire were steep, nearly 45 degrees, with lots of grass and brush near the bottom of the fire, and gradually turning into timber near the top of the fire. Highway 70 at the base of the fire was about 2,000 feet elevation above sea level, and the top of the fire eventually reached 5,000 feet elevation. The slope where the fire was burning looked steep and treacherous, so the use of any equipment such as bulldozers was out of the question. Any control on the flanks of the fire had to be by ground crews or airplane. Before the fire was over, we had about 5 biplanes working. We would generally orbit the fire area getting instructions by radio and then go in and make our drop. We would fly to Chester to reload because the Forest Service had a larger facility there than the one at Quincy, even though Quincy was closer. One day during the Chambers Creek fire, we heard a radio communication from another tanker that said, "If you will get those little airplanes out of the way, I will wash that fire down on the road where you can get to it." We looked up to see who had said that, and there was a big fat TBM orbiting above us. It was Warren Bullock, who had flown with us the year before in Stearman No. 7, but now had become a defector and had traded in his Stearman for a TBM. We were more than willing to change our orbit out into the middle of the canyon just so we could watch him make a fool of himself. His assigned drop area was up near the top of the fire among a lot of tall fir trees, which made it less than ideal because it forced him to fly higher than his most effective altitude. He lined up with his target and made his drop, but the load didn't wash the fire down to the road as he predicted. His braggadocious prediction fell far short of its claim, and the biplane pilots all smiled smugly to themselves. Once again, we reassured ourselves that these big airplanes were under no threat. We were just whistling in the dark. We continued to bounce around the North State, going from one fire to another until the end of September, which was the last fire I had in my logbook. During our time in Quincy, we saw an ad in Trade-A-Plane News that the government was selling auction P-51 surplus airplanes. It showed that ad to a friend in Willows, Ralph Smith. Ralph did bid on one and was able to buy one for less than $1,000. Oh, how I wish I'd had the foresight to buy one and save it for 50 years, when they are now worth $1 million. Several years later, Ralph asked me if I'd like to fly it for an hour, which I did. When Harold and I were stationed in Quincy for about a month, we'd often talked about the advantages and disadvantages of owning your own airplane and starting your own flying service. Harold had flown for Ray Varney up at Artois for quite some time, but several years ago he had quit and bought his own airplane and started his own business. He encouraged me to do the same. Since he was a mechanic with an inspector's license, he said that he would help me with the conversions of my own plane and getting it licensed. I had been thinking about it for quite some time, but I didn't think I could pull it off financially. Not only would there be tremendous expense in buying an airplane, and, if needed, converting it for agricultural flying as well as firefighting. Airtanker flying was my primary goal, but that would not pay all the bills, especially if we had a summer with few fires and low income. I never was a particularly sharp businessman, and the thought of starting my own agricultural flying business and then acquiring clients made me have second thoughts about the whole thing. However, I talked it over with Lila, and we decided that if we could get some financial help from her parents, we would go for our own business. Lila's parents had several gas wells come into production on their property in the last couple of years. Another consideration was that I felt indebted to Lee Sherwood for having hired me as an inexperienced pilot with the minimum number of flying hours to qualify as an agricultural pilot. Also, I had crashed 2 of his airplanes and he hadn't fired me, but instead he let me fly his first Airtanker, which gave me the additional experience that would be valuable in starting my own business. On the other hand, Lee was not the easiest person to work for. He could chew ass like no one else I had ever been around. Everything considered, he was really a nice guy most of the time, but when something went wrong or was not to his liking, he could go into a tirade that just wouldn't stop. And the interesting thing about it was that it didn't matter whether it was one of his employees or one of his customers. He had grown up in the northern state of New York, and I had always supposed that that was just the way they treated each other back there. I didn't relish the thought of continuing to work under those conditions forever, and this was probably the most deciding factor in going out on my own. Chapter 17. The N3N. The first thing I had to do was find an airplane that would be suitable for the work. I had already decided that the airplane I wanted was an N3N, because I had flown the N and Stearman, and the N was by far the most preferable airplane. By 1958, the N3N was not the easiest airplane to find, because the Navy had only manufactured just a little over 600 of them, whereas the government had authorized the building of several thousand Stearmans. However, there were some N's available if you could pay the price. Through the grapevine, I found that an operator up at Ellensburg, Washington, had a disassembled N for sale. I decided to take the Stinson and fly up to Ellensburg to have a look. It was the 1st of October, and the weather was beginning to look a lot like winter was just around the corner. When I left Willows, there was a high, thin overcast that got lower the further north I went. I did get to Ellensburg with no problems, but the forecast for the next several days was for deteriorating weather conditions. The operator at Ellensburg had several flying N's in his hangar, and they all looked like dogs to me. The airplane that he had for sale was in the back of the hangar, sitting on a dolly because the landing gear had been removed. The wings had also been removed, and the tail section and the fabric on the fuselage. Apparently it had been used for dusting. I could tell by the hopper, which was constructed out of lightweight aluminum, that I didn't think would be suitable for the kind of work I intended to do. The hopper was not lined with fiberglass to make it watertight, and I could see where I would have to do a lot of disassembling before I could even start building it up right. Moreover, there would be the cost of transportation down to Willows, so I decided that this was not what I was looking for. I departed for Eugene, Oregon, where my mom and dad were now living. Because of the lowering clouds layer, I had to fly south to the Columbia River, then west down the river to Portland, and then down to the Willamette Valley. My intention all along was that, on the way home, I would stop by and visit my parents. They were living on the Mackenzie River at Vida, east of Eugene. I landed at a small airport east of Eugene at Springfield. By that time, the weather had deteriorated to the point that I couldn't have continued south over the mountains even if I wanted to. My mom and dad picked me up at the airport, and we drove out to their home near Vida. The weather forecast said that this kind of weather was going to hang around for the bigger part of a week, so I called Lila to let her know what was going on. Since I would be delayed for about a week, Lila decided that she would hop on a train with the girls and come up to Vida and have a short vacation. Then we could all fly home into Stinson after the weather cleared. Once we got home to Willows, I still had to find an airplane that would be suitable for the kind of work I had in mind. While searching through the Trade-a-Plane News, an airplane newspaper in November 1957, I saw an ad by Bush Aviation down in Dania, Florida. The Navy had used a majority of their N3Ns down in Florida at the Pensacola Navy Air Station, and since Bush was close by, he had purchased a lot of surplus N3Ns and parts, but was now ready to get out of the business, and he wanted to clean house of all his N3N parts. I called him on the telephone and talked to Mr. Bush himself. He said he had enough parts to make a complete airplane without a motor, and that he would sell them for a good price. He also said that he had some business to attend to out in California, and he would be willing to deliver the parts to the Willows airport for a reasonable price. We agreed on the price, and I sent him a check and waited. I found out later that Lee was dickering for these parts also, but he was in the habit of doing this kind of business by mail. Lee's letter was probably still en route by the time I consummated the deal. I didn't have the slightest idea how or when Mr. Bush was going to deliver these parts. About a month later, I looked out the hangar door and saw this pickup driving up, and I couldn't believe my eyes. It was Mr. Bush with my N3N. The upper wing, which was about 33 feet long and built in one piece, was on a rack that he had built on his pickup. The wing extended out to the front as far as the law allowed, and the rest of the wing hung out over the fuselage, which he was towing by the tail wheel as a trailer. The lower wings were attached to each side of the fuselage, and, instead of a motor, he had welded up a framework to hold a 50-gallon drum which had the landing gear struts, wing struts, and various other parts. The inside of the fuselage was stuffed full of parts as well as several boxes that he had in the bed of the pickup. Oh, how I wish I had taken a picture. Mr. Bush said he'd been stopped in several southern states because they weren't sure it was all legal. We drove to the hangar I had recently rented that was conveniently close to Harold Hendrickson's hangar and unloaded my airplane. Mr. Bush spent the night with us and then departed for whatever business he had to do in California. After Mr. Bush had departed, I had time to contemplate the overwhelming size of the job ahead of me, and I had some serious doubts as to whether I had done the right thing. But if I was going to have this airplane flying by next spring, I would have to get to work as soon as possible and keep working for long, hard hours. Luckily, the airplane was in good shape and didn't require a lot of repairs. It just required a lot of cleaning and assembly. The fuselage of the N3N was covered with fabric, but had removable metal panels down the entire left side. There was some damage to the stringers that formed the contour of the fuselage, so I made the decision to cover the entire fuselage with sheet aluminum. This was going to require a lot of extra work because the formers that would shape the new contours of the fuselage had to be handmade, and each one was different from the other. I also had to remove the seat and all the controls from the front cockpit and construct the hopper out of .064 aluminum. The original N3N had a large aluminum fuel tank inside the fuselage and a head of the front seat. I had to remove this in order to make room for the new hopper that left me without a fuel tank. This was a problem with all N3N conversions, and luckily the engineering had already been done for the installation of 2 fuel tanks in the upper center section of the wing. I had to remove the ribs in the center section of the upper wing, and then build 2 fuel tanks that would fit inside the opening and also match the upper contour of the wing, install straps to hold the tanks in place, and apply for an STC, Supplemental Type Certificate, which showed that I had done all of this work in accordance with FAA engineering requirements. Then I had to build a new hopper in the area ahead of the rear cockpit that extended slightly outside of the airplane on the bottom and conformed to the contour of the upper part of the fuselage. I covered the wing and tail surfaces with Irish linen, and Lila got a real workout on that part of the job, doing the sewing and riveting. Lee Sherwood had purchased about a half dozen 600-horsepower motors, and I bought one to install on my airplane. I don't remember where I bought the propeller, but they were readily available at that time because the military was releasing the AT-6 as a surplus, and they were powered by the Pratt & Whitney motor and the Hamilton standard propeller that I needed. I built the drop door for Airtanker work, and I also had to build a spreader for agricultural work that bolted to the bottom of the hopper that would disperse the rice or fertilizer evenly over a 60-foot swath. All this work had taken up the entire winter, working 10 to 12 hours a day on a regular basis, and I had enjoyed just about all that I could stand. By this time, my airplane was completed except for several minor things left to do to make it suitable for tanker work. It might sound like I accomplished a lot, but without Harold Hendrickson constantly coaching me through the finer points of aircraft construction, I never could have done it. His fingerprint was on every part of that airplane. The airplane was basically complete and ready for a test flight. I rolled it out of the hangar and fired up that big Pratt & Whitney, and it sounded like music to my ears. I made one final check of all the systems and controls and taxied out to the runway for the first flight. The first flight of any airplane can be a white-knuckles affair, but since I had so many hours flying Lee's 600-horsepower N3N, my first flight seemed rather routine. My biggest surprise was that the performance exceeded my expectations. During the building of this airplane, Harold had constantly encouraged me to add as much light to it as possible, so I kept the weight to a minimum wherever I could, and this translated into superior performance. I was delighted with my new toy. Lila and the girls came out to watch the first flight. It was now spring, and I had agreed to fly for Lee during the coming agricultural season, so I had to temporarily stop work on my airplane and get back to work for Lee. The rice season seemed to drag on because I was anxious to move on to the Airtanker work in my new airplane. Chapter 18. George Jess. Harold and I had made connections with the California Division of Forestry, now called CAL FIRE, the previous year, and in the spring we bid on and won a contract to be stationed at Ukiah for the summer. The contract also called for an additional 2 airplanes to be stationed at Hoburg's Airport in Lake County. This contract was assigned to Tom Oster and George Jess. Tom was flying a Stearman for Lamson Flying Service in Lakeport, and George Jess was flying his own N3N that he had recently built up in Chico. George was a well-experienced pilot and longtime friend of Harold's, and he had flown an extra N3N Taker for Lee in 1957. All of these airplanes were working on a fire about 20 miles southeast of Hoburg's Airport. The fire was located on the east edge of a big valley that must have been about a mile long. The whole area was covered with a thin veil of smoke, with an occasional open area large enough to allow the tankers room to get underneath the smoke, and I have a clear shot at the fire. George Berdan, the CDF drop coordinator, was flying above us, and I heard him giving instructions to George Jess. I looked down through an opening in the veil of smoke, and about 500 feet below me I got a glimpse of George as he was making a sweeping right turn to drop onto fire. Then the smoke got denser, and I lost sight of him. But in about 10 seconds, I heard George Berdan shout, "My God, George just crashed!" I had no idea as to the nature of the crash, but as I continued, I looked down through the smoke and saw the wreckage of George's airplane, and it looked to me like he had gone in straight like an arrow. George Berdan said that George's airplane was in a position to make a slight uphill drop, but the nose of his airplane continued to come up until he was nearly vertical, and then apparently he stalled, did a wing over, and dove straight down into the ground. George Berdan told the rest of the tankers to jettison their loads and return to Hoburg's, which we were more than happy to do. While we were waiting, we got a phone call that George was still alive and had been taken to the Lakeport Hospital. However, the nature of his injuries didn't leave much hope for survival. In about 2 hours, the hospital called and said that George was deceased. Harold and I rented the Dropco airplane and flew to Chico to see George's widow. She had already been informed about George's crash and death, and we tried to answer her questions about what had happened. It was a sobering experience, and the tanker program was shut down for about a week while we all recovered. After George's demise, Tom Oster was moved over to Ukiah, and we finished out the season there. We never found out exactly what caused George's crash outside of the fact that the wingtip of one of his lower wings was found at the base of the hill. We had to assume that he had hit a tree and done enough damage to that wing that he was unable to control the airplane. To the best of my knowledge, it was never determined exactly what caused the crash, but it sure caused us to make some serious reconsideration about the superior safety of the biplane. We'd always maintained that, because of our slower speed, higher horsepower, and maneuverability of the biplane, that we were nearly invulnerable to this kind of an accident. Larger airplanes, and especially the TBM, had the reputation of crashing into a ridge just 8 or 10 feet from the top. The big airplanes could change attitude, but not altitude. In other words, the pilot could pull the nose of the airplane up, but because of the higher speed and heavy wing loading of the airplane, it would take an unusually long time to respond and start to climb. It was called mushing, and this was not a characteristic of the biplanes. For the most part, these characteristics do not apply to the biplane. This is true if you rule out pilot error, but sometimes we find out that the pilot is the most dangerous part of an airplane. Chapter 19. Ace Aerial Service. The facilities at Ukiah were primitive compared to what they have at Airtanker bases nowadays. As I remember, all we had were a couple of cots, chairs, and a card table down at the east end of Poole's Air Service open-faced hangar. Just across the street, west of the airport, was a little hamburger stand called the Beacon Lunch. Every day when we were on standby at Ukiah, we would send our handyman over to get some Beacon burgers, french fries, and chocolate milkshakes. Then, after we were off standby, we would go down to the House of Garner, the Hog, the local bar and restaurant, where we would partake of a couple highballs, then sit down and have a big prime rib steak. This was our usual routine, unless we were invited out to someone's house for dinner in the evening. At the Hog, they had live music, which consisted of a talented piano player by the name of Easy. Almost every time he would come to see us through the front door, he would start to play the Air Force March. Off we go into the wild blue yonder. We loved it because it made us feel important. It was just part of the high life we were living in those days. Our wives said our personalities changed during fire season, but it was not without a downside. My usual weight was 190 to 195 pounds. It shot up to 225 pounds, and it showed. My face was puffy, and when we went to Oregon to see my folks after fire season, my mother told me, "Any sex appeal you might have had, you have lost." I looked in the mirror and had to admit that she was right. So as soon as we got back to Willows, I went on a self-imposed diet and had to fight my weight back to 195 pounds. That winter, I had to prepare for the upcoming agricultural season, and I still had to purchase my ground equipment to service and load my airplane. There were still a lot of World War II surplus vehicles that were available for sale at the time, and I went looking down by the Bay Area because that was where most of them were concentrated. I stumbled into a surplus yard out at Pinole and found a perfect vehicle. I'm not sure what the military called it, but it looked like a large Jeep with a heavy-duty winch on the front bumper. After I had purchased it and brought it back to Willows, I took it up to Wim Laley in Orland, and he built a loading apparatus on the front bumper that would lift a load of rice or fertilizer high enough so that it could flow into the airplane by gravity. He also built and installed a 200-gallon gas tank for refueling the airplane. Then I had to come up with some way to mix chemicals for spraying on agricultural crops. After looking around, I found an old gas truck with a 1,000-gallon tank. I had to clean it up and install a gas-driven pump to load the chemicals. And again, I had to add a gas tank for refueling the airplane. Since I had painted my N3N white with international orange trim, I also painted all my ground equipment the same colors, and even if I do say so myself, it was a sharp-looking operation. Then I had to come up with a business name. Since my nickname was Ace, Harold suggested I call myself Ace Aerial Service. Harold said that would put my name at the top of the list in the telephone yellow pages. A good idea. I knew that the 600 horsepower engine was way more horsepower than I needed for agricultural work, and it would run up a healthy fuel bill that I was anxious to avoid. I would have preferred a 450 horsepower Pratt & Whitney engine, but they were much in demand and cost way too much for a poor boy just starting out in the ag business, so instead I bought a 330 horsepower 1956 Wright motor mount from Harold and installed it on my airplane for the duration of rice and fertilizer season. It made the airplane slightly underpowered, but it was still sufficiently powerful enough to get the job done. It made a better pilot out of me because I had to depend on my flying skills rather than on the brute horsepower of the engine. After the rice and fertilizer season was over, I would put the 600 horsepower engine back on for the spray season when I would have the need to carry a heavier load. The spray season came in late June and early July, and by that time of year we were getting ready for the fire season, which generally started in late July. The biggest problem about getting started in the agricultural flying business is finding customers. Most of the farmers usually had the same flying service work for them year after year, and it was not always easy to get them to change, except if you offered to do the flying for less money. There are always farmers out there looking for a bargain, but you don't know who they are, so you must talk to a lot of farmers before you can find enough to keep you busy. But the bad thing about going after these cheapskate farmers was that they didn't always pay their bills on time, and that could put you in a real bind when you had to pay your loading crew or if the gas companies were hounding you for their money. Luckily, Harold had a few big customers who wanted 2 airplanes working on the job in order to get the sewing done faster, and he let me work on these jobs, and I managed to find enough customers of my own to make it worthwhile. As it turned out, I did make a few bucks, but it wasn't the gold mining I hoped it would be, and I was glad to see tanker season roll around where I felt more secure. When the 1959 fire season rolled around, we found out that the CDF had something entirely new in mind in the way of contracts for that fire season. They were going to issue a contract for 3 biplane-type tankers plus 1 larger multi-engine aircraft. It so happened that the requirements for this multi-engine fit the twin Beech Model 18 perfectly. Also, by coincidence, Harold Hill of Hill's Flying Service in Sacramento just happened to have 2 of these aircraft, and he converted one of them for dropping retardant, purely on speculation. Harold Hill and Floyd Wakely, who was a CDF representative out of Sacramento and was running the Airtanker program for the state, happened to be very close friends, because Wakely used Hill's Flying Service exclusively for charter service whenever the state needed a charter flight. At the same time, Tom Oster, Harold Hendrickson, and I had become close friends with Floyd Wakely also, even if it depended on a little delicate diplomacy and an occasional kick-ass, whatever it takes to make things work. Tom, Harold, and I got together before the contract was issued and did a little conspiring. By this time, there were several other dozen biplane tankers that would meet the specifications and would be competing with us for the contract. I don't remember the formula used in setting our prices, but Harold was pretty crafty at this sort of thing, and together we came up with the price per hour that won the bid. Floyd Wakely smelled a rat and explained to us the penalty for collusion, but we steadfastly declared that we hadn't done anything wrong. We secretly justified our conspiracy on the basis that the state was entitled to the best possible airplanes with the best possible pilots, and we merely wanted to see to it that the state got what they deserved. With my own tanker now, I was given the number 21. Another additional feature of the 1959 contract was that they had a full-time CDF photographer riding in the drop coordinator airplane taking pictures of each drop when possible. The idea was that the CDF would have a record of these drops and be able to analyze their effectiveness after the fire season was over. I never knew what the state found out from these pictures, and to this day, no one seems to know what happened to them. It's just like they dropped off the face of the earth. I would love to be able to view those movies today so I could see some of my drops and learn whether I was as good as I thought I was. The way the contract had been written was that the airplanes were to be stationed in Ukiah at the start of the season, and then they were to be moved to Grass Valley in the middle of the season, then we would move to Hemet in Southern California. This rotating pattern was intended to follow the recorded historical occurrences of fires in California, but as we all know, records are meant to be broken. The action while at Ukiah was next to nothing. I don't remember whether it was light rain or just high humidity, but the state decided to cut short our time in Ukiah and move us on over to Grass Valley. We had a little more action in Grass Valley, but they were doing construction work on the runway and taxiways, and I ended up taxiing over surveyor's stake that poked a hole through the fabric of my lower wing. This incident, along with the possibility of takeoff delays because of the construction, the state decided to set up a refill facility at Auburn for the N3Ns, but for the life of me, I can't remember where they stationed Harold Hill and his twin Beach. I do remember that he worked with us on several fires, but because of the weight and the size of the airplane, he needed more room for a safe takeoff than was available at Auburn. During our stay in Auburn, we had the chance to fly the entire length of the Gold Rush country. Sometimes these long ferry flights got to be very boring, but Tom, being the resourceful person that he was, found a way to break the monotony. More than once, I found myself droning along at several thousand feet altitude when I would hear the carrier signal come over my radio, followed by a rat-a-tat-tat. Curses, Red Baron was right on my tail with his imaginary guns blazing. No, it was just good old Tom Oster trying to egg me into a dogfight. Since my N3N was considerably lighter than Tom's, I would go full throttle and climb right away from him, and when I figured we had enough altitude separation, I would come back to cruise power, but keep a wary eye on Tom for the rest of the ferry. I didn't care to engage in a dogfight if I was loaded or unloaded. I'm sure that I would have outturned him as well as outclimbed him, but I was never a competitive type of person and was not interested in even trying. Chapter 20. Dropco. The fire that impressed me the most was down south by Yosemite Park, and we spent several days flying out of the Mariposa Airport. As I remember, we spent a lot of time sitting on the ground at the airport waiting for Dropco to call for a retardant drop. The older gentleman that ran the airport had lived in that area for all his life, and he was full of information about the history of the Gold Rush days and many of the colorful characters that had inhabited that part of the world during the Gold Rush. It was quite entertaining, and his stories helped pass the time of day while we were waiting. As I remember, the fire was about 5 miles south of the west entrance to Yosemite Valley. It was a mediocre fire, and during that time we were there, it never did pose a threat to the park. But the state held us there on standby just in case the fire flared up. During the summer I was stationed at Auburn, Lila was very pregnant with our third child. She drove over to Auburn with Elizabeth and Marilee for one weekend before we were to head for Southern California. However, Harold and I were sent back to Hoburgs for some reason that I don't remember. But it worked out great because Lila was getting close to delivery time, and Harold and I would often rent the Dropco airplane and fly it back to Willows for the night to be with our families. On one of those nights, I got home to find a note from Lila that she was going to the hospital to deliver. Because the other 2 pregnancies were not swift, I figured I had time to take a shower before checking in with her. When I did call her and asked, "How are you doing?" her response was, "I'm all done." "What did you have?" "You'll have to come to find out," she responded. What a wonderful surprise that I was now the father of his son, Stephen. He had been born about an hour and a half after Lila had gotten to the hospital. Unfortunately, I couldn't spend much time with my family as we were now headed to Hemet in Southern California. My time in Southern California would have been a long time away from my family, except for the fact that I had purchased a surplus AT-6 from Lee under the guise that I needed a spare engine on hand just in case. When we left Auburn, we went down to Ramona in San Diego County for 3 days of test drops, along with the other types of tankers that were currently involved in firefighting. Frank Machad flew my AT-6 down to Ramona to observe the drop tests. When the tests were over, Frank flew my T-6 up to Hemet and left it there so Harold and I would have something to fly home in, if and when we'd have a few days off. Lee Sherwood had also flown down to Ramona to observe the tests, and we arranged for Lee to fly to Hemet on his way home and take Frank back to Willows with him. The tests at Ramona were interesting because the size of the aircraft ranged all the way from a giant KC-97 down to a PBY-42, a B-25, several TBMs, Harold Hill's Twin Beach, and Harold Hendrickson, Tom Oster, and I into biplanes. There were probably several other types, but I don't recall what they were. The purpose of those tests was again to determine the pattern of retardant of various airplanes and different airspeeds and altitudes. After the tests were over in Ramona, we flew back to Hemet and settled in for the remainder of the fire season. We didn't have any transportation, and we needed to get back and forth to town where we were staying at a motel. We borrowed a car and went uptown, looking at all of the used car lots, looking for something cheap and reliable. We found a 1940 Chrysler that was in mint condition, except that it had been sideswiped on the passenger side. The doors still worked great, and the motor ran fine, so we bought it for a song and used it for the remainder of our stay in Hemet. It was the practice of the CDF to issue a contract for the Dropco airplane, as well as the Airtankers, and when we were in Hemet, the contract went to a man by the name of Bob Boggaman. Tom, who had a habit of deliberately mispronouncing a name, called him the Boogeyman. In Southern California, the fire season never really stops. It just lessens from time to time when the moist air moves in off the ocean. It was during these times that we were generally released from standby for several days in a row. That's when Harold and I would fire up the AT-6 and fly home for a couple days. We did this several times during our stay in Hemet, and I remember we flew at night. The T-6 carried enough gas to make it non-stop from Hemet to Willows, which is about 500 miles as the crow flies. On the flight, we'd leave Hemet in the late afternoon, and by the time we got to Bakersfield, it was pitch dark. I flew IFR, I follow roads, all the way to Willows. Navigation was a snap because Highway 99 and I-5 were clearly defined by thousands of automobile headlights. When we got to Willows, the runway lights were on at the airport, and I would enter the traffic pattern and set up for the landing to the south. Night landings in an airplane like the AT-6 can be quite a challenge because of the limited visibility from the landing lights and the T-6's tendency to ground loop if left to their own devices. Harold was in the back seat, and I could feel that he had his hands and feet on the controls just in case I made a mistake. It was a routine landing, actually, a good landing, considering that it was nighttime. However, I am convinced that if I had closed my eyes and taken my hands and feet off the controls, the landing would have been just the same because Harold wasn't inclined to leave anything to chance. It was great to be home even if it was just for 2 or 3 days. It had already been a busy summer, and I had been away from my family quite a bit and was missing out on the various activities that families get involved in, especially since I have a baby son to get acquainted with. I don't remember when the contract ended, but I do remember that we didn't get home for Thanksgiving, but the fire season was before Christmas. We had a fair amount of action while we were in Southern California, but some of the fires were so big and were burning so fast that our retardant drops were of little value. Also, we were down there during the time of year when they have the Santa Ana winds, and when they are blowing, the biplanes were better off staying on the ground. Hemet Valley was somewhat sheltered by the Santa Ana winds, but one time they dispatched us to a fire over by Corona, which was unsheltered and getting the full benefit of those winds. There are small hills all over that part of the valley that cause the wind to be twice as turbulent as would be otherwise. We finally arrived at the area where the fire was, and there was a row of cypress trees along one side of the road. The trees were bent nearly double and almost brushing the ground. As we dropped down towards the fire, the wind only got worse, and one particularly violent gust hit my airplane, and I could look out and see the flying wires that are normally as tight as a fiddle string hanging limp. The wires on a biplane are what hold everything together, making the airframe rigid and airworthy. The turbulence that I experienced must have put so much stress on the airplane that some of the wires must have stretched like a rubber band in order to allow the others to go limp. I jettisoned my load and got the hell out of there. I was all fingers and toes, and I wanted to get back to Hemet and shut that airplane off and give a good inspection to see if anything was bent or broken. When Harold got back to Hemet, he helped me inspect my airplane, but we couldn't find anything bent or broken. The N3N was one tough airplane, but the next time I had to fly it, I was sitting very light in the seat. Hemet Valley had 2 TBMs on contract that summer, and both pilots were ex-Navy pilots that had been recently discharged. They were both young-looking, so I assumed they had just served one hitch in the Navy and then been discharged. One day we were just shooting the bull with them and speculating on the future of Airtankers. We discussed all the airplanes that were currently available or might be available soon, and what airplane would make the most ideal tanker. Someone suggested the S2F because of the twin-engine safety, good pilot visibility, and a large interior to hold a big fire-retardant tank. Both ex-Navy pilots agreed that the S-2 would never make a good air tanker because it was designed as an anti-submarine weapon and was only designed to fly low and slow over the ocean where turbulence is seldom a factor. They said that the wing had no real spar and therefore would not be strong enough to take the turbulence of mountain flying. They talked as if they were very familiar with the airplane, so we figured that they knew what they were talking about, and we mentally crossed that airplane off our list. Within 3 or 4 years, the CDF had converted several S-2s as an experiment. The plane proved to be a nearly ideal air tanker and eventually became the #1 tanker in the CDF Air Force. The S-2 was originally powered by two 1800 horsepower Wright engines, which did a reasonably good job of powering the airplane, but as is usual, they could use a little more power. One option was to install larger engines, but a better option was to convert it to a turboprop. This is what the CDF did, and it was so successful that they have now converted the entire fleet of S-2s over to turboprops. I have often wondered how those two ex-Navy pilots feel about the S-2 now. I think their biggest error was that they discounted the fact that the airplane was built by Grumman's Iron Works. They were well known for building rugged, dependable airplanes. Chapter 21. Filled Boots. Mac McCurley, one of the original tanker pilots, was quite a colorful individual. He was probably the oldest pilot in the original squadron, and even though he didn't have a contract in 1959, he didn't let that stop him from earning a few extra bucks. He and his wife Gracie, along with their 2 bulldogs, loaded up their travel trailer and Gracie drove it down to Hemet while Mac flew down in his N3N. He informed the CDF people that he would be loaded and ready to fly any time they needed an extra plane. He didn't get paid standby like the rest of us did, but as I remember, he was usually dispatched whenever the contracted airplanes were, and consequently, he got about as many flying hours as the rest of us did. I thought that was a smart move on his part. It was getting late in November, and it didn't look like we were going to be released in order to go home for Thanksgiving, so we decided to fix our own Thanksgiving dinner in our hotel room, which was equipped with a small kitchen. We pitched in and all helped prepare the meal, and as I remember, it wasn't half bad for a bunch of amateurs. It so happened that this was the year that the environmentalists chose to destroy the cranberry industry by releasing a report that the cranberries had been sprayed with a chemical that would cause cancer, which, as it turned out, was just a lot of nonsense. These were the same environmentalists that got DDT taken off the market. All of us had been exposed to DDT in one form or another for years and had suffered no ill effects. So we made sure we had plenty of cranberries at that Thanksgiving dinner. It was our way of protesting the unfair tactics of those environmentalists. When our contract was over, we had enjoyed just about all Southern California that we could stand. We were ready to load up and go home. I don't remember the date, but it must have been just before Christmas, and the weather was getting to look more like winter all the time. We left Hemet and headed for Bakersfield, and then up through the valley towards Willows. The weather was closing in on us, and the ceiling was getting lower all the time. When we got over Stockton, we knew we had to land. We needed fuel anyhow, so we let down into the landing pattern and landed and pulled up to the parking area. Immediately, a traffic controller from the tower, an FAA employee, was there to inform us that the airport had been closed because of the weather conditions, and that light on top of the tower indicated this. He also informed us that we were in violation of some regulation that I had never heard of. We told him we were low on gas and had to land. He said that if we declared an emergency because of low fuel, he would not charge us with a violation. We all agreed that it was an emergency, and that let us off the hook. We spent that night in Stockton and vowed that we would never again land at an airport that was controlled by a tower. By the next morning, the weather had lifted enough that the airport was open again and we were able to leave. However, we still had a limited ceiling, and as we flew further north up the valley, it got lower and lower. We could see that we were not going to be able to make it a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and then it was time to start thinking about the coming season. I don't remember just when, but I put in a bid for a TBM, since it looked like that was going to be one of the more popular of the bigger air tankers. We missed the bid by about $50 or so, but it turned out to be a blessing in the long run. Within the next couple years, at least 11 fatalities happened with the TBMs. As usual, we started off with rice planting season, which always meant long hours of practice on the landings and takeoffs. After the rice planting came the spraying of weeds in the rice fields, and an occasional application of fertilizer as top dressing to give the rice a little boost for the coming growing season. By then, it was time to start thinking about the coming fire season, and converting my N3N over to an air tanker. CDF had asked me to change the color of my air tanker number 21 to a different color, since the white and orange were too hard to see in the smoke. So I painted it vermilion red and white. A sharp-looking color scheme, even if I do say so myself. Harold, Tom, and I got the bid again in 1960 for the Ukiah region, stationed in Ukiah. A rather humorous incident occurred during this fire season when I was flying on a fire in southern Lake County. It wasn't much of a fire and was burning alongside the highway that went from Middleton to Calistoga. The trees were very dense in this area, and it was difficult to see any flames on the ground, because the fire was burning slowly through the usual accumulation of pine needles and broken limbs that are common to almost all forest floors. Likewise, the highway was difficult to distinguish because of the tree limbs arching across the road. It was going to be pretty much of a blind drop, and I had to depend on the Dropco airplane to give me the instructions on when to release the load. Unknown to Dropco and myself, Oscar Hazelrig, the associate ranger at Middleton, had stopped his car along that stretch of the highway and was preparing to put on his boots. He put his boots on top of the car as he was taking his Oxfords off, and it so happened that this was the very moment that Dropco told me to release the load. Because of the limited visibility due to the dense trees, I was closer to the highway than I thought. I filled Oscar's boots with bentonite and gave his car a new pink paint job. Everything down there on the highway was a liquid, gooey, sticky mess. Because of the distinctive paint job I had on my airplane, Oscar had no doubt as to whom had done it to him. Oscar later met me at the airport and explained what I had done to him. He recognized that it was all an accident, and we both got a good laugh out of it. Every time I saw Oscar after that, he reminded me of this, and we would both get a good chuckle. Chapter 22. Ukiah. While stationed at Ukiah that summer, the word came out that Lamson flying service on the Ukiah airport was for sale because Don and Dee Lamson, who were longtime operators stationed in Lakeport, had decided that it was just too much hassle to operate two businesses. At the time, they had the only full-time aircraft repair shop at the Ukiah airport. Also, Tom Oster ran a dusting service out of the hangar for Lamsons during the spring dusting season, but this was not part of the business that was for sale. I talked it over with Lila, and she agreed to moving to Ukiah because she had made several close friends there while visiting me in the summer. We had rented a mobile home up at Marty's Motel, and Lila and the kids were able to spend a relaxing summer swimming with the kids in a motel swimming pool and doing those fun things that women do. Tom Oster had moved to Ukiah with his wife June and their 3 children. This developed into a friendship that still endures to this day over 50 years later. We keep in touch on a frequent basis. Another thing that persuaded Lila to agree to move to Ukiah was that the climate was a little more agreeable than where we had both been born and raised in the Sacramento Valley. No mosquitoes and no north wind. I thought that running the shop would provide enough income to offset the agricultural flying that I had been doing in Willows, which it did, but only if I fractioned in the income from Airtanker work. However, I underestimated the amount of paperwork and regulations that went along with doing maintenance and repair work on someone else's airplane. One of the most important things in running the shop is to have a DAMI, or a Designated Aircraft Maintenance Inspector, at your disposal and preferably on the payroll. I also hadn't considered the number of spare parts you have to have on hand in order to perform maintenance. If somebody came in with a fouled spark plug or they needed a tire, they usually weren't willing to wait until you ordered them. These commonly used items you just had to have in stock, and that could run into a sizable outlay of cash. The shop building was a wooden structure just big enough for one airplane to be inside. The inside of the shop was all natural wood and appeared to be about 25 to 30 years old, and by this time it had turned a dark brown. It was difficult working at night because there was no light reflection at all, so I decided to paint it all white inside. Most of the work had to be done on a ladder or scaffolding. It took me into the middle of the night to finish it, and by that time I had as much paint on myself as the inside of the hangar did. This gave the hangar a much brighter appearance and made night work a whole lot easier. The man who had previously been running the shop for Lamsons was a dammy, and was not the most personable guy in the world, who also came across as being slightly uneducated. Besides this, he was very unpopular with Metapool, who was a fixed-base operator at Ukiah. Meta had a part-time mechanic who came in and did minor maintenance for her. But for the more complex mechanical work, she depended on a dammy who worked part-time for Lamson over at Lakeport. His name was Dumont Watson, who we called Doomy. Doomy was a wizened, very likable older person who often had a semi-apologetic look on his face, but he was a capable mechanic when he was sober. He had worked for Lamson for a number of years, both as a pilot and as a mechanic, but they were well aware of his drinking problem and used him less and less as time went by. Doomy had a lot of flying friends in the Ukiah area who trusted him as a mechanic, so I decided to hire him as my mechanic and dammy, and this also assured me a major part of Metapool's work. Doomy worked for me for several years, and he demonstrated that he was a very capable mechanic with a personality that instilled confidence into customers. However, during this time we had numerous confrontations about him coming to work with whiskey breath. I didn't think this was good public relations to have somebody talking to my customers when he smelled like he'd been on a drinking binge the night before. On several occasions, I had to send him back home because he was obviously still under the effects of the night before. When I bought the shop from Lampson's, I also acquired the carcass of a BT-13 that had been robbed of its wheels and motor and various other parts. The airframe was more or less intact, but it still looked like it was ready for the scrap heap, and that's where I intended to send it. I didn't like the idea of an old junky airplane cluttering up my business area. I told Tom Oster what I intended to do with it, and he begged me not to do it. Tom wanted me to disassemble it and find some place to store it, because he said airplanes like that would be worth a lot of money someday. Back in those days, almost every small airport that had an agricultural flight business had at least one of these old BT-13s sitting out on the tie-down line. These airplanes were bought cheap as surplus for their engines, propellers, and their wheels in order to convert the Stearman into a usable crop duster. The BT-13s had a 450 horsepower Pratt & Whitney engine, which gave the Stearman about twice the power for agricultural operations. Because the Stearman was required to carry a much heavier load than it was designed for, the larger wheels and brakes from the BT-13 were also required to make the Stearman more usable. After these BTs had been robbed of all their usable parts, they were generally relegated to the scrap heap, and that's what I did with this one. Tom fought me tooth and nail, down to the last minute, but I didn't want to be bothered with having to dismantle and find a place to store it. And besides, I didn't have the same vision Tom did about the future value of a BT carcass. That carcass would probably be worth about $10,000 by today's standard. If only I'd listened to Tom. About a year after I had purchased Lampson's flying service, we got word from the airport manager that another maintenance hangar was going to be built on Ukiah Airport, directly west of my hangar. It was being built by Herb Philbin, and he was planning on putting in a first-class operation. This was not exactly the kind of news I wanted to hear, but it had been approved by the Airport Commission, and it appeared that it would be a valuable modern addition to the Ukiah Airport. All I could do was just hang on and wait to see what happened. The hangar that Herb had constructed was a modern all-steel hangar about 4 times bigger than the hangar I was operating out of. Herb had hired a mechanic from Santa Rosa by the name of Alan Turnbow. Alan was an extremely competent mechanic, and he was not an alcoholic. To make a long story short, it turned out that there was just not enough business at the Ukiah Airport for 2 shops, and after about a year, Herb could see that he wasn't going to make it financially. He didn't have an Airtanker contract to fall back on for a financial cushion, so he approached me about buying a shop and business. As I remember, I borrowed some money from Frank Hopper, a loyal customer of mine, in order to swing the deal. Frank was a very easy person to deal with and didn't demand a contract. He just said that he would take me on my word to pay it back. I did pay it back with interest, but it wasn't until 10 or 12 years later when we moved back to Willows and I was managing Lila's parents' almond and walnut orchards. I moved Ace Aerial Service up to the new hangar, and Tom, who now had his own N3N as well as a Stearman Duster, took possession of the old Lampson hangar down in front of my new hangar. When Ray Varney asked me to recover his J3 Cub with the new Seconite covering process, I had Tom do the job in his hangar. He did a beautiful job on it. When I first painted my N3N, I decided on white with international orange trim and likewise my loading truck and tanker truck I had used for rice season. The only problem with this paint scheme was that there was too much white and not enough orange. I got numerous complaints from Dropco that my white airplane was nearly invisible against white smoke, so I decided to paint the fuselage vermilion red and with white wings to make it more visible. I still had the AT-6 and decided it was about time to put a paint job on it so I wouldn't look like some old military surplus airplane. With the colors of white and orange already established, I decided to paint the T-6 the same colors, but I added a little blue trim just to make it sexier. It didn't make it fly any better, but it sure did look a lot better. I flew it for a couple years, but it wasn't exactly a family airplane, so I decided to sell it and look for something that would carry the whole family. While I was stationed in Auburn in the summer of 1959, I became acquainted with the fixed base operator, a legendary gentleman by the name of Ace Hibbard. He had done a lot of flying for the Plumas, Tahoe, and El Dorado National Forests, all of which nearly surrounded the Auburn airport. He did other charter work as well as flight instruction, but the thing he was most noted for was his mountain flying in his 5-place Howard DGA-15. The Howard was a pre-war design and was contemporary with the Stagger Wing Beech, Stinson Reliant, and Wacos, all of which were true classic airplanes. The military had purchased several hundred of these Howards for various purposes during the war, but after the war, they were sold for practically nothing. As long as I had known about Ace, he always had a Howard. When the tankers had initially started flying out of Grass Valley, I remember seeing Ace come in and out several times in his Howard. When they moved the tankers down to Auburn, I had a good opportunity to examine his Howard up close, and I liked what I saw. I had always had a soft spot in my heart for the Howard DGA-15, and except for the stagger wing Beech, I thought it was about the sexiest airplane around, and this was due in large part to the fact that it had a round engine. By round engine, I meant a radial engine, as opposed to a horizontal or flat motor. All of the Howards used by the military had those damn fine Pratt & Whitney 985 engines. But I was in Auburn to fight fires, not to admire other airplanes, so we went about completing our contract, and I forgot about Ace's Howard. After Lila and I had moved to Ukiah and established our business, Ace Aerial Service, I heard through the grapevine that Ace's Howard was for sale. I called Ace and he quoted me a price that seemed right, so I asked my neighbor, Ray Hamill, who was an ex-military pilot, if he would be interested in going with me as a partner. Ray was willing, so we flew over to Auburn and bought the Howard, and Ray flew it back to Ukiah. I was then one half the owner of the airplane of my dreams. It was a little ratty looking at the time, because Ace had recovered the fuselage and just left the fabric painted silver, which didn't exactly blend in with the tan and brown paint scheme that was still on the airplane from the rear seats forward. Ray and I flew it like that for about a year, and then we decided to repaint the airplane completely and replace the upholstery. It looked beautiful inside and outside, but it did cost us a few more bucks than we had anticipated. We took several trips to Oregon to visit my parents. It was nice to have an airplane that was large enough to take the whole family. On one trip, we weren't able to fly all the way home to Ukiah because there was fog covering Northern California, so we flew to Reno and spent the night. The next morning, we were able to fly to Willows and finally on to Ukiah. Years later, after having sold the airplane, we heard that it was in a military museum in Quantico, Virginia. We tried to visit it at Quantico in 1979, but they said it had been transferred to a museum in Ypsilanti, Michigan. As of 2013, it had been moved to Kalamazoo, Michigan. Tail number N17776. Chapter 23. Fly In. There was an aviation enthusiast who frequently came by my new hangar up on the hill. His name was Dick Sarber, owner of Triple S Camera Shop in Ukiah. He had a love affair with the North American Navion, and before long, he purchased a nice clean used Navion. When World War II ended, all the defense plants that had been built during the war suddenly found themselves with nothing to do. North American Aviation, who had built the B-25 bomber and the P-51 Mustang, decided to try their hand at civilian aircraft manufacturing, and they came up with a neat little design for a four-place, low-wing airplane that in many respects slightly resembled the P-51 Mustang. They named it the Navion. As time progressed, Lila and I became good friends with Dick and his wife Joyce. The Navion needed some maintenance work from time to time, and I had several occasions to test fly it. It was a sweet airplane to fly, but it wasn't the fastest airplane in the sky. Not nearly as fast as the Bonanza, but still far better than a Cessna 172 or 182. It had the most effective landing flaps I had ever experienced in any airplane I had flown previously, with the exception of the P-51, which was the Navion's granddaddy. After my father had a stroke while living in Eugene, Oregon, my son Stephen and I flew up to Eugene in the Navion and spent several days building an awning over my parents' back patio. One day Dick came by the airport and said that there was going to be a big Navion fly-in up at Coos Bay, Oregon, and said he and Joyce would like Lila and I to go along with them. We agreed and flew our 3 kids over to Willows for Lila's parents to babysit their grandchildren. We left Ukiah in fairly decent weather, but as we progressed up the coast of Oregon, the overcast kept getting lower and lower. By the time we passed Gold Beach, Oregon, we were several miles offshore to the west, and the clouds were still getting lower. We were flying due north when we saw another Navion headed south, passing us and landing at Gold Beach. Coos Bay was less than 100 miles to the north, and we assumed that the airplane had left Coos Bay and was headed south to some other destination. We continued north, hopefully expecting the ceiling to rise, but it didn't. It insidiously crept lower and lower, trapping us between the cloud layer and the sea. It wasn't long before we were low enough to see the foam patterns on the waves below, and I told Dick, "Let's turn around and go back." Dick started to turn immediately. As we banked to turn around, it almost seemed like our wingtip was in danger of plowing into one of the waves. We were all sitting pretty lightly in our seats about that time, but finally Dick completed the 180-degree turn, and we headed for Gold Beach as fast as we could go. There was no traffic into pattern at Gold Beach because of the weather, so Dick didn't waste any time flying a regular pattern. He just approached the target, made a left turn, and set that puppy down on the ground. The screech of those tires on the pavement was the sweetest sound I had ever heard. When we taxied up to the tie-down area, we saw the other Navion that had passed us going south over the ocean. We found out that he was headed for Coos Bay also, but had gone a little further north under the overcast, and he could see that he was not going to make it through. So he turned around and headed for the Gold Beach, and that's when he passed us going south over the ocean. We spent the rest of the day on a jet boat, going up the Rogue River to Agnes, an isolated little community on the Rogue River about a third of the way to Grants Pass. Then we returned to Gold Beach and spent the night there. By the next morning, the weather had cleared, and we flew on to Coos Bay in beautiful weather and enjoyed the weekend with the rest of the Navioniers. One of the activities at the Navion Air Convention was a cross-country race to Eugene, Grants Pass, and back to Coos Bay. Dick entered the race as a pilot, and I was the navigator. Since I had flown to Eugene so often, I was well familiar with the route and terrain, which made the navigation quite easy. Dick and I won first place and got our picture in the paper for our effort. I think Dick won a pen and pencil desk set for being the pilot. Chapter 24. Wheels and Deals. An aspiring young pilot that I had become acquainted with in Willows was King Baker, the son of Pug Baker, who is one of the three brothers in Baker Brothers Land and Stock Company. King wanted to operate big, like his dad and uncles, but his aspirations were more inclined towards aviation than farming. We kept in contact with each other, even after I'd moved to Ukiah. He had talked his dad and uncles into buying a surplus Twin Beech C-45, with the idea that it would become a corporate business airplane and King would do the flying. King asked me if I would do the work on it and get it ready to license for a civilian license, and I said I would. He flew it over to my Ace Aerial Service shop in Ukiah. The military writes their own rules regarding the safety of airplanes, and it doesn't always coincide with what the FAA requires in order to get an airplane license for civilian aviation. In the case of his Twin Beech, it had a fuel tank in the nose section just ahead of the cockpit, and the FAA required this to be sealed off with a special, very expensive, plastic putty to prevent gas fumes from entering the cockpit area. There were several other things that had to be done to the airplane, including recovering some of the fabric control services, and eventually the bill for all of the work amounted to be about $4,000. When the airplane was finally finished, King came over to Ukiah to pick it up and said that Baker Brothers had an urgent need for the airplane, but had not allocated enough money to pay the bill at the present time, so he wanted to take the airplane now and pay later. Unfortunately for King, I had had a previous experience with the Baker Brothers concerning some spraying I had done on their rice fields, and after several months of sending bills, I had to go to their office and just sit there and wait until one of the brothers showed up to sign a check. I was certain that I would get the same runaround on payment of this bill for the C-45, so I hung tough and said, "No, I have to be paid before the airplane leaves my shop." After that, King brought a retired Air Force officer to Ukiah and invited Lila and I to go with them to Duncan Springs, near Cloverdale, where he and the officer wined and dined us and tried to convince us that it was a real hardship on Baker Brothers to not have that airplane now. Lila and I were not impressed, and we insisted on real money and not promises. Finally, King brought a check over and took delivery of his airplane. The spring of 1963 was a wet spring, and Tom got swamped in his dusting business and needed help. He had arranged to lease an airplane from Red Jensen in Sacramento for the remainder of the season, and I agreed to fly it and help him out. The airplane turned out to be an old Travel Air 4000, which was probably older or at least as old as I was. It had a Lycoming 300 horsepower engine, and it had the largest set of tires that I'd ever seen on a crop duster. Red gave me a verbal checkout, which amounted to, "Keep that damn nose down into turns." I flew it back to Ukiah, and on the way, I was able to check out some of the idiosyncrasies of the Travel Air, which I felt were all associated with those big tires. There was a slight amount of instability during certain flight maneuvers, but it wasn't anything serious, just an occasional slight nose up or it goes down. I probably flew that airplane for about 50 hours during dusting season and thoroughly enjoyed it all. Most agricultural pilots were called crop dusters, but in reality, this was the first and only time in my life that I actually applied any dust. Several years later, I became acquainted with a fellow pilot from Willits by the name of Jim Prescott. Jim was working for Seaside Lumber Company in Willits. They were big producers of redwood patio furniture. Jim was a supervisor in the trim line, where they graded and cut the redwood in selected lengths and grades for certain parts of the furniture. Jim was an extremely intelligent person, and he had learned to fly up at Garberville sometime in the 1950s. He wanted to fly more than he wanted to work in that furniture plant, and he had just purchased a clean little Luscombe 8E as an outlet for his flying ambitions. Through the Mendocino County Airmen's Association, Lila and I became friends with Jim and his wife Mickey and their family, and we visited them a number of times in Willits. As we became better acquainted, he asked me if I would be interested in having him as a partner in the business. I knew that he would bring some much-needed business and management skills into Ace Aerial Service, so I said, yes, I would love to have you as a partner. Jim became a partner on a more or less trial basis, which meant that he would still keep his position part-time at Seaside and Willits and part-time at Ace Aerial Service. In Ukiah, Jim brought his Luscombe into the business, along with a modest amount of cash, and he became a partner. Jim did some instruction with Luscombe as well as working in the shop and on the books. There was a time when the shop was fairly prosperous, but it did have its financial ups and downs. When business was good, we had 3 mechanics for us at one time. At about this time, Jim talked Seaside into the idea of getting their own airplane, and he would fly it for them. Because we had a falling out with Metapool, who also sold Cessnas, we dealt with Les Pierce up at Eureka, and we sold Seaside a spanking new Cessna 210 Centurion. Jim would be their pilot on a part-time basis, but it soon developed that they had more and more need of flying, and consequently more and more need of Jim. Since the 1963 tanker season was just around a corner, and I was fortunate to again receive the bid for the Ukiah base, I was quite busy that summer with running the shop and flying the tanker, and my memory fails me on most of the details of either operation. However, there is one incident that will always be etched into my memory. Chapter 25. The Crash. I do not remember the exact date of this incident, but the last entry in my logbook for N3N number 45228 was May 1st, 1963. The Hoburg Airport was a one-way strip. All takeoffs were towards the south and all landings towards the north. We were loading on the north end of the strip with the airplanes parked about 90 degrees to the strip. After loading, it was just a matter of releasing the brakes and rolling about 150 feet down to the runway. This gave the pilot plenty of time to sit down and fasten his seatbelt and scan the sky to the south for any landing planes. If an airplane was in a landing pattern, the loading airplane was expected to stay off the runway until the landing airplane had cleared the runway. I had just finished loading my airplane and had gone through the pre-flight routine and unchecked the air to the south for more traffic coming in. There was a brushy hill to the south of the runway which would act as camouflage for low-flying airplanes. Additionally, there was a hump in the runway towards the south. If an airplane had landed at the extreme end of the runway, he would have been nearly invisible until he got to the top of the hump. I looked to the south and did not see another airplane, so I started my takeoff run. I was running full power, and I could feel the airplane lighten up, and I was just about ready to ease it off the ground when all of a sudden there was a Neil Wade on my left side on his landing rollout. Luckily, he must have seen me first, and I started to ease off the runway, otherwise it would have been head-on collision because the strip was quite narrow. We were about half an airplane width apart when we collided, and both left wings on both airplanes instantly parted company from their respective airplane. My right wings were still intact, and I was nearly going fast enough to become airborne. All of my lift was instantly transferred to the right wing, which lifted straight up into the air, and my airplane seemed to skid forever on the left side, a right wing sticking straight up. The collision had ruptured the gas tanks in my upper center section, and I could smell gas leaking out during the entire skid, and I was certain that, at some point, there would be a fire or explosion and couldn't do anything about it. I just had to wait there, securely strapped in, and until that damn airplane quit skidding. Finally, the airplane came to a stop, and I didn't waste any time getting out. My Airtanker days had just ended in violent collision, and I was heartbroken to see my beautiful airplane laying there on its side. Neil's airplane stayed on its wheels, and he ended up on the west edge of the runway, and I was on the east edge, about midway down the landing strip. That put an end to the flying off that strip for the day, and that was the end of my commercial flying and my Airtanker flying forever. There was nothing we could do without the appropriate equipment to disassemble the airplanes. So, after making the appropriate phone calls to report the accident to the FAA in Sacramento, I got a ride up to Sigler Springs Resort and proceeded to get half drunk. Jim Prescott came over to give me a ride back over to Ukiah. He insisted that I go by the shop first and clean off some of the red fire retardant before taking me home because he was worried about Lila's reaction if she saw it all over me. The next day, Frank Machad sent his crew over with a boom truck to disassemble both airplanes and put them on trucks to transport them to their respective homes. With a new upper wing and a lower left wing, plus all the numerous struts and wires, my airplane would be repairable. I put the wreckage up for sale in Trade-A-Plane News and finally sold it to Medlock Dusters over at Davis, California. Actually, it was a trade, not an outright sale. He traded an old beat-up but flyable J3 Cub and some cash. Some 50 years later, Harold Hendrickson's son Gary bought the old N3N number N45228 from someone back east and had it trucked out to California again. Gary said that one of Medlock's pilots had crashed the N3N again, and then he resold it to someone else back east, who rebuilt it and crashed it again. The strange thing about this whole story is that Tom Oster's son, Kenny, and his son, Gibson, bought the airplane from Gary Hendrickson with the intention of making it flyable once more, not as a tanker, but as the original two-seater airplane. When I talked to Kenny recently, he said that he had purchased another N3N from a museum, and it was in better condition than my old N, and they were more likely to build it up and eventually sell the remains of my old N3. Regardless of what they do with it, my old N3N, regardless of the condition it is in now, is probably worth about 2 or 3 times what I originally paid for it. In looking up the tail number N45228, it is now owned by Bruce Philbin, Gibson Oster's father-in-law and relative of Mr. Philbin, who sold me the shop building in Ukiah in 1961 or 62. Being the good friend that he was, Jim decided I and the family needed a distraction from the catastrophe that had just happened. So he and Mickey arranged for us to take the skunk train from Willits to Fort Bragg, a peaceful, relaxing trip through some beautiful mountains with the whole family. The first summer trip with the family since my tanker career had started in 1956. It was just what I needed. There was a positive side to the losing of my N3N, because I now had a lot more time to spend with my family and do many of those things that I was unable to do when I was tied down with an Airtanker contract. Chapter 26. Church. An airport bum that I had gotten to know by the name of Bob Ruddock invited me to a presentation at the John Birch Society over at his house. For some time I had been aware that the United States was sliding downhill, and we were abandoning our long-held moral principles and consequently losing more and more of our God-given freedoms. But I had been so consumed by aviation and flying that I just didn't pay that much attention. In spite of all the lies that the John Birch Society received from the liberal media, I still maintained that it was a good organization with a noble purpose, and if they had been able to overcome all of the negative publicity from the liberal news media, they may have prevented us from getting into the political mess we are in today. The central purpose of the John Birch Society was to inform their members of the dangerous events and dangerous people who are making those events happen within our government and our country, and that we were expected to inform someone else and get them motivated to tell someone else. I feel that the failure of the John Birch Society was that we underestimated how much the American public has been dumbed down by our educational system. After World War II, the United States was the most powerful nation and the indisputable leader of the free world. Our role should have been the leader in showing the rest of the world how to become free and independent, just as we were. The way it turned out was that the world watched America, and America was watching TV. For the first time in my life, I was truly concerned about our future, but I finally concluded that the future of all nations is really in the hands of our Almighty God, and He would see to it that we would reap what we sowed. Lila was in the habit of sending our kids to Sunday school at First Christian Church in Ukiah, and would attend church herself, but not on a regular basis. One day Elizabeth came right out and asked me, "Why don't you go to church with us?" I couldn't give her an honest answer, but it got me to thinking, why not? As it turned out, I did start going to church, and I started reading the Bible, and before I knew it, I was teaching the adult Sunday school class, became an elder, and even served communion, just like I was a real child of God. I even got baptized, and I fully expected that when I came up out of that baptizing water, that there would be thunder and lightning and a voice from heaven would say, "Welcome home, child." But nothing happened outside of me getting thoroughly soaked. That church was not oriented towards saving souls, but more interested in social gospel and lending support to the civil rights movement that was going on during that time. In other words, it was preaching good works, but the Bible says we are not saved by our good works, but by the grace of God, who accepts us through faith by His Son, Jesus Christ. As time went on, the pastor resigned and we got a new pastor, who was just as bad or worse than the previous pastor. At Ace Aerial Service, I had a customer by the name of Dr. Carl Agard, M.D., who was Seventh-day Adventist. Whenever I did an inspection on his airplane, I had to crawl into the tail section of the plane. But first, I had to crawl over a pile of literature and small books that he kept in the baggage compartment. One day, out of curiosity, I asked him about those books, and he invited me to take some and read them. I picked one that looked interesting to me and took it home and proceeded to read it. It was a fiction story about an evangelist who specialized in the fulfillment of Bible prophecy. The gist of the story was that this evangelist had been highly touted in the newspapers as one of the foremost authorities on the subject and would be speaking at a local church that week. To make a story out of it, there had to be a bad guy, a local atheist, who told his son that they would be going to that meeting, and he would show his son how to make a fool out of the evangelist. To make a long story short, the evangelist ate the atheist up and spit him out by his indisputable logic. The prophecies had to do with the ancient city of Tyre, and the first metropolitan city in human history, the city of Babylon. This aroused my curiosity, so I did my own investigation and found that Bible prophecy was 100% correct. The things that God had predicted would come to pass years before the actual event did come to pass exactly as prophesied, even though it might be hundreds of years after. I commented to Dr. Agard on how astounded I was at the fulfillment of prophecy, and he offered to come by my house and help me on further Bible study. He would come by once a week in the evenings and do a Bible study with me for several months. He was very instrumental in me becoming a Christian. I was getting highly dissatisfied with the liberal church that we were presently attending, and one night at a John Birch Society meeting, I met a young man who introduced himself as David Donnell, and that he was new in town and was just starting a new conservative Baptist and invited me to attend one of the church services. Lila and I did attend his next service, and the preaching was like a breath of fresh air. Bingo! I had found what I was looking for in the way of a church. As soon as Lila and I could disentangle ourselves from the previous church, we became members of Calvary Baptist Church. Very soon, I accepted Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, and we became thoroughly involved in all aspects of the ministry. The whole congregation was just one big happy family, with much unity, unlike the other church. We have had several lasting friendships, such as Marion and the Norma Ward family. Through the years, this friendship is still going on, and we fellowship as often as possible. I have had many a Christian tell me that God will never take anything away from you unless he replaces it with something better. Now I can see that God had to take my toy, my N3N, away from me in order to get my attention and bring me to the foot of the cross of Jesus Christ. Now, instead of having a year-to-year security from the tanker contract, I have eternal security through Jesus Christ my Lord. Chapter 27. Seaside. Seaside Lumber was never really happy with the part-time job that Jim Prescott had in Ukiah, and they wanted him back full-time. With the loss of the N3N, our income had taken a terrible hit, and Jim could see that we were really not going anywhere in the shop. So he sold his Luscombe and went back to Seaside full-time, and that left me alone in the shop until I could hire another mechanic. The FAA inspector from Sacramento would drop by the shop from time to time to see how things were going, and he encouraged me to get my own DAMI. As government agencies are inclined to do, they changed the designation from DAMI to AI, or Authorized Inspector. I got all of the manuals on how to become an AI, jumped through all of the necessary hoops, took the examination, and lo and behold, I had become a full-fledged AI. Now I could run an annual or 100-hour inspection and sign it off myself. It made running the shop a little easier because I didn't have to depend on someone else to sign off the inspections. However, I needed another mechanic to take care of the necessary work the shop was doing, because all the other mechanics who had worked for me had moved on to other jobs. I put an ad in Trade-A-Plane News for a mechanic, and I got a reply from a young man in Orange County by the name of Fritz Gordon. Fritz and his wife Nancy wanted to get their 2 children out of the congested city area and into a more rural atmosphere. So we made a deal, and Fritz came to work for me in the shop. It was one of the best decisions I made while in Ukiah. Not only was Fritz a good, conscientious employee, but he and his family became close friends with Lila and our family. Fritz and Nancy had a motorboat for water skiing, and during the summer, we got into the habit of opening the shop early and closing early so we could go water skiing in the afternoon. Lila and Nancy would put together some kind of picnic lunch, and off to the lake we would go. Fritz was a good teacher, and we all learned to ski. The water on Lake Mendocino was so calm at 4 p.m., and there were very few other boats on the lake. It was one of the most enjoyable, relaxing summers I had had since I started flying tankers. Fritz worked for me for several years, but business in the shop was just mediocre at best. I'd stayed in close contact with Jim Prescott during the intervening years, and he encouraged me to sell the shop and go to work for Seaside as a mechanic on their forklifts. The fact that I was putting the shop up for sale, Fritz found a job with another maintenance shop in Oregon. But to this day, we have kept in close touch with Fritz and Nancy and have visited them several times up at Puget Sound, Washington, where they now live. Jim's offer for a good-paying job at Seaside with paid vacation sounded really good to both Lila and I, so I sold my shop to Max Hartley and started commuting to Willits to go to work. I think Lila was happy to get out from under the bookkeeping and went to work part-time with Dr. Cy Boyton, a local dentist. Seaside Lumber, or Seaside as it was commonly known, got its start soon after World War II when two partners, Miles Sullivan and Joel Farley, started a logging and lumber operation at Wolf Creek, up on the north coast of California, just south of Shelter Cove. It was a very isolated location that took several hours of driving over a tortuous mountain road to get there, so the sawmill complex became a destination with permanent housing and a store. There was a diesel-powered generator that supplied power for the homes and the sawmill. I believe the mill was in operation for about 10 years until the timber supply was exhausted. By this time, the families and the workers at the mill had lived together for so long and in such close association that they became like one big happy family, or a clan. When Miles and Joel started a redwood furniture plant in Willits, they called it Seaside Lumber because the lumber plant at Wolf Creek was next to the ocean and had the nickname of Seaside. When the mill at Wolf Creek closed, most of the families moved to Fort Bragg or Willits, but they retained their close friendship with one another. They were commonly known as Wolf Creekers, and they formed the backbone of the workforce at Seaside in Willits. Jim Prescott, who had gone to work for Seaside soon after getting out of college as a forester, was a genuine Wolf Creeker and a common worker. They all got along, and it was a pleasant place to work. Seaside was running a fleet of about 5 or 6 new Clark forklifts, plus several other older but smaller forklifts for loading the furniture into boxcars for shipment. They also had one extra-large yard lift that was used to unload full units of lumber from flat cars and stack the units in the yard until ready to be milled. All of their forklifts ran on propane rather than gasoline, which opened up a whole new realm of mechanics that I had absolutely no experience with. As it turned out, propane was superior to gasoline as a fuel because it was not a liquid and therefore did not dilute the oil on the walls of the cylinders, and consequently these forklifts got phenomenal time on the engines before they needed overhaul. The downside to propane was that it tended to build up a waxy substance in the carburetors that had to be cleaned out on a regular basis. As I remember, most of my time as a forklift mechanic was spent cleaning and rebuilding carburetors and replacing seals in the hydraulic cylinders. There was no real shop to work in, and very often the work I did on the forklifts had to be done right where they broke down, or if I was lucky, I could take them over to the millwright shop and get them undercover next door. The millwright at Seaside was a gentleman by the name of Cy Bromishin, and, without a doubt, he was the finest all-around mechanic I had ever met in my life. He was a Wolf Creeker and had been in charge of the diesel power plant over at the mill at Wolf Creek. It seemed that there was no mechanical problem that he could not solve or repair. He had worked at the shipyards during World War II as a welder, and his main job at Seaside was building and manufacturing woodworking equipment or anything else that needed to be fabricated out of steel. His welding skills were superb. I did my mechanical work out of Cy's shop, and he was mainly responsible for showing me the ins and outs of propane carburation. He was a slender man dressed just like you would expect a millwright to dress. He looked like he had just stepped out of a cartoon picture of Out Our Way, a cartoon strip that was popular back before the war. He had a subtle sense of humor that made him a delight to work with. If he was late in getting to work, which he seldom was, he would say, "Maybe I was a little late getting here, but I'll quit early to make up for it." Or after completing some job, I would ask Cy what he thought of it, and his usual answer was, "Frank, if it was any better, then it would be too good." Cy was a confirmed cigarette smoker, and his choice of cigarettes was Camels. During the 20 years that I had smoked cigarettes, I had always considered Camels to be just for the big boys because they have pretty strong smoke and too rich for my blood. Towards the end of my employment at Seaside, Cy developed lung cancer, and it eventually killed him. There was no one at Seaside that could take his place. As far as I was concerned, Cy Bromgen was irreplaceable. Eventually, Seaside did build a shop dedicated exclusively to maintaining forklifts, and was built immediately adjacent to the millwright shop, with a door going from one shop to the other. This made it handy for me because Cy was always close at hand when I needed some expert advice. The new shop had a 6-foot pit that we could drive the forklifts over. Then I could get down in the pit and work on the underside of the forklifts. They were built so close to the ground that it was nearly impossible to get underneath them and do maintenance. They also built a parts room where we could store a fair number of parts to keep the forklifts running. Seaside continued to expand, and this required more and more flying in the 210 Centurion. This meant that Jim had to get away from the trim line quite often, so Jim began to train me to fill in while he was gone. It wasn't long before I was spending more time on the trim line than I was on the forklifts, so Seaside hired another mechanic to do the forklift maintenance work, and I eventually became the full-time foreman, with Jim as overall supervisor. I enjoyed working on the trim line because it was a lot cleaner job, but I did miss the more relaxed atmosphere of the shop and the daily fellowship of Cy. Seaside had always had a close relationship with Union Lumber Company over at Fort Bragg, and I wouldn't be surprised if Union Lumber Company had some money invested in the logging and lumber operation at Wolf Creek. During the expansion at Seaside, Miles and Joel had the need for more working capital, so they made a deal with Union Lumber Company to buy out Seaside. This worked out fine for a couple of years, and Seaside continued to expand. Then the unthinkable happened. A company by the name of Boise Cascade, ran by a bunch of whiz kids who didn't have the slightest idea of how to run a furniture plant, bought out Union Lumber Company and got Seaside Lumber in the bargain. For years, the unions had been trying to get into Seaside, but because of the employees were Wolf Creekers and loyal to Miles and Joel, the unions were never able to get a foothold and win a vote at Seaside. Miles and Joel had always treated their employees with respect and gratitude, and consequently, the employees were very loyal to them. Miles and Joel were violently opposed to labor unions because they knew how destructive they could be in the long run. On the other hand, Boise Cascade was completely open to unions, and a little wart that ran the personnel department for Boise Cascade welcomed the unions with open arms. It wasn't long before the union called for another vote, and this time they won big time. Within a month, the family atmosphere of Seaside changed into a more hostile environment. Several of the employees, who had always cooperated and were able to help in other areas that were not their assigned jobs, staunchly refused to do some little simple job that was not outlined in the job description. Rena, the nice little Christian lady whose job was to check out any pallet of stock that had already gone through the trim line, refused to do some other little job I asked her to do, and she threatened to file a grievance report against me if I insisted. So much for harmony in the workplace. The Boise Cascade eggheads continued to tighten their grip on the company, under the guise that they were going to make it more efficient and productive. One of the first things they did was to fire Jim Prescott and all of the other Wolf Creekers who were in positions of management and replace them with people of their own ilk, who didn't have enough sense to come in out of the rain. Somewhere along the changeover, Miles and Joel were also relieved of their positions and had moved to Montana. I don't know what happened to the Cessna 210 Centurion. I'm assuming it was sold. They moved me out of the trim line where I had been working for several years and made me foreman over in the factory where the wood was cut to length and shape for the furniture. During the years that I had been working at Seaside, I had been exposed to most of the equipment that they used in the factory, but I was not qualified to be a foreman there. I was disillusioned and unhappy, and I could see that I was never going to fit in with the Boise Cascade's way of doing things, and I began to think of getting some other job. Seaside Lumber is no longer in business in Willits, not sure when it was closed down. My new job came in a most surprising way. Chapter 28. Back to the Valley. About the time that I started flying Airtankers in 1958, General Petroleum had begun to develop the Beehive Bend gas field in the Bayless area out of Glenn County. Much of the activity centered in the area of Lila's parents' 200-acre ranch. One of the most successful wells that was drilled was on their property, and overnight they became quite wealthy. Walter, Lila's dad, was a pretty sharp businessman, and he didn't like the idea of so much of his new income going to taxes for the government, so he began to invest in other property to develop, in order to get a tax break. He bought 160 acres of farmland about 10 miles west of the original ranch and developed it into a rice farm. Then he bought 200 acres of property east across the Sacramento River in Butte County. It was dry land that he and a friend, Jim Bremer, prepared and planted into an almond and walnut orchard. This was in 1960 or 1961. Since Walt knew nothing about orchards, he asked Jim to manage it for the next 10 years. Eventually, Jim and his wife Claire desired to move back to the Healdsburg area where their parents lived and who were getting older and needed care. So, Walt put the orchard up for sale in 1970. During Thanksgiving in 1970, while we were at their place for the holiday, I expressed how dissatisfied I was with my job and that I was looking for some other kind of employment. Walt thought about it briefly, then he approached me with this conversation. If the orchard doesn't sell by the first of the year and I take it off the market, would you be interested in coming over and learning about orchard management to take it over? I thought about it for about 2 whole seconds and replied, yes. Lila wasn't as keen about it as I was. She had vowed, I'll never move back to that north windy, mosquito-ridden valley. During the 10 years that we lived in Ukiah, she'd made a lot of new friends, had part-time jobs as a dental assistant with Dr. Cy Boynton and Dr. Leo Lane, orthodontist. Very involved with her new church, as well as enjoying the Ukiah climate, which didn't include the howling north winds and swarms of mosquitoes. We had bought a house on Canyon Drive, just west of the airport, had fixed it up quite well, and had a garden in the backyard. While I didn't like the 25-mile commute to Willits, we had tried several times to sell our house, but no one was interested. We felt the Lord was not ready for us to move at that time. After I got the offer from Walt and the orchard didn't sell, Lila reluctantly agreed to go along with the move back to Willows. We put our house back on the market in the spring of 1971, and it sold in 1 week for cash. Obviously, the Lord had his hand in this. The buyer agreed to let us stay in the house until June, when Elizabeth would graduate from Ukiah High School. I gave Boise Cascade notice in early spring that I was done with them, and I started to go to Willows during the week to start learning the orchard business from Jim Bremer. Walt and Ruth had built a small house in 1960 for Tom and Nedra Weir, longtime friends of theirs. Tom worked on the ranch for Walt for 10 years and was now ready to retire and had moved to the coast, so now there was a place for us to live. The house needed a little remodeling in order to accommodate our family, so I worked on it in the evenings when I wasn't at the orchard. Ruth was keeping me fed, and then I'd go back to Ukiah on the weekends and start helping Lila to get things ready to move over. We made the final move in June 1971. When I say Lila consented reluctantly, I mean just that, and it wasn't a passive resistance at all. I like to tell people that, if you're driving from Ukiah to Willows on Highway 20, you will notice 2 grooves in the eastbound lane where Lila had her heels dug in during the move back to the valley. I would commute daily to the orchard on River Road. There was no house at the orchard property as Walt had sold the original house and an acre of land to some friends of theirs. After having worked at Redwood Furniture Factory in Willits, with all that howling equipment and the roar of forklifts dashing around, the peace and quiet of the orchard was just like heaven. I could actually hear birds singing again in the springtime. However, managing an orchard was so completely foreign to me that I felt like a babe in the woods. After attending many classes put on by the Butte County Farm Extension Service and having numerous visits from the farm advisor himself, it finally began to sink in. One of the biggest challenges was learning how to properly prune an almond or walnut tree. You can talk to 100 different farmers and learn 100 different ways to prune a tree. The idea is to remove some of the old, underproductive wood to encourage the new growth of the more productive wood. Clem Meath, the farm advisor when I first came to the orchard, gave me a golden piece of advice concerning pruning. It was to never admit that you made a mistake. As soon as the move back to Willows in 1971 was completed and we had settled into a rental house, we began looking around for a church to attend. The church we'd been attending in Ukiah was a conservative Baptist church, and we were hoping there would be a church of that denomination in Willows, but the closest we could come to was a GARB, General Association of Regular Baptists, which turned out to be almost identical with the Conservative Baptist, so far as doctrine was concerned. It was a recently formed church that was meeting in the Memorial Hall, and Nancy Green, one of Lila's lifelong friends, was a charter member and encouraged us to come visit them, which we did. It was a small group of about 40 members who were extremely friendly, and we soon made up our minds that this was the church we wanted to join. John Doolittle was the pastor at the time, but not for too long. Shortly after attending, the church called a new young man, Steve Barker, who was fresh out of Bible college, to be the pastor. We were very impressed with him and became a favorite of our children also. Several years later, the church decided that the Memorial Hall was not really suitable for the kind of church we wanted to continue to grow in, and it was time to build our own church building. So we started looking for some suitable property and finally decided on a vacant lot on the corner of Plumas and Vine Street. We had a steel building erected by a company from Chico, but everything on the inside had to be completed by volunteer labor of the church members. It took us about a year to complete the inside, to where it was usable for a church meeting place. During that year, we built some real solid relationships with the other members that have lasted down through the years. Elizabeth had graduated from Ukiah High School while we were in Ukiah and was ready for college. She enrolled in Judson Christian College in Portland, Oregon in the fall of 1971. It was convenient to visit with my parents in the Eugene area where we took her up for enrollment. Unfortunately, that winter, my mother Hazel became ill with stomach cancer and passed away in January of 1972. We were able to spend the last week with her and with my dad and sisters, Barbara and Dorothy. Meanwhile, Marilee enrolled in Willows High School as a junior, and Steve enrolled into junior high school as a 7th grader. As it turned out, all three graduated from their particular schools on the same weekend, so we didn't make it to Portland for Elizabeth's graduation from Judson. Elizabeth came back home and started looking for jobs. She eventually went to work for the Willows Public Library. After Marilee graduated from high school, she enrolled in Western Bible College in Salem, Oregon for the 1973 to 1975 years, and Steve started high school at Willows High. I don't remember the exact date, but my dad, Frank Sr., came to live with us. With another child in college, that left us with a bedroom for him. The stroke he had had at age 65 left him somewhat disabled and unable to speak full sentences. He lived with us for about 8 years before he broke a hip and passed away in January of 1983. When Marilee came home from college in Oregon, she and Elizabeth enrolled in Butte College for some additional schooling. Marilee started dating David Doolittle, son of the former pastor of Faith Baptist Church, and by the end of December of 1976, she and David were married. Chapter 29. The Dome. The commute to the orchard was getting to be a real chore, since it was about an hour round trip in normal weather when the Ord ferry was running. But in the wintertime, if the Sacramento River rose because of high water, the ferry would be closed, and I'd have to detour through Hamilton City, Chico, or Butte City, and it doubled my time. This was in the mid-1970s when solar heating was all the rage, and we were thinking of building a long ranch-style house with a roof facing south so we would get the maximum benefit of the sun, in the wintertime for solar heating. Since solar heating was comparatively new, we couldn't decide what kind of system to use. Lila read in the newspaper that there was going to be a New Earth exposition down at the Moscone Convention Center in San Francisco that would feature various methods of solar heating as well as anything else that might relate to the Green Revolution. We went down hoping to find a solar system that would be suitable for our new ranch-style house. Right in the middle of the convention display area, Cathedral-Light Company had set up one of their new geodesic domes, along with all their other literature describing the benefits of the geodesic dome home. They had several floor plans as suggestions on how to arrange the interior, but in reality it was entirely up to the buyer as to how to arrange the interior and exterior. It was about as far as you could get from the long ranch-style house that we'd imagined, and the amount of roof that was exposed to the south for solar heating was almost non-existent. Lila was really smitten with the dome concept, so we gathered all the literature we could find and came back to Willows. Since the display we had seen was nothing more than a basic plywood shell, we decided we want to see a finished dome before we made any further decisions. The company headquarters were in Aptos by Santa Cruz, and we gave them a call to see where we could find a completed dome in order to get a better idea if this is what we really wanted. They told us that their Northern California representative was living in a 35-foot dome by the factory, which was at Jarboe Gap, just to the northeast of Oroville on Highway 70. We were delighted to find that one was so close to us, and within 45 minutes we were up there gazing at our first completed dome. It was so different and exciting from any conventional home we had ever been in before, so we made the decision to go for the dome. We came home with copies of floor plans and plans to start working on them. Steve, as a senior in high school, was taking a drafting class in high school, worked on drawing up several plans which we later turned over to an engineer to be presented to the Butte County Building Department when we were ready to start building our new house. There was a triangular-shaped piece of land about 4 acres just north of the old original farmhouse that we felt would be an ideal location for our new house. However, there was one disturbing thing about this location. We'd seen an aerial photo of the ranch taken back in the 1930s before Shasta Dam was built. This photo showed the water completely encircling the old house and coming up about 18 inches on the house. This flood covered about 3/4 of the property. The primary purpose of building Shasta Dam was to provide a more uniform supply of water for agriculture, with the added benefit that it could play a major part in control of the floodwaters. This didn't rule out building a house there because, since the completion of Shasta Dam, there had been no flooding of that magnitude. But we felt that for safety's sake, we either had to build on stilts or build our house well above the ground level. We chose to build a foundation with walls that were 3 feet above the existing ground level and then backfill with soil from Angel Slough, which flows through our property. Then, for good measure, I built a 4-foot berm around everything. Along with better floodwater control because of Shasta Dam, we felt that we were safe from any flooding that might occur. So far, our house has remained high and dry. There was one particularly wet winter, though, that water had completely encircled our house, flooding the basement, but it was still 16 inches from going over the lowest place of our berm. We chose Ervil Golnick, an old classmate of mine in Willows, to do the construction, and it was a good choice. Ervil and his son Michael and his son-in-law David Freeman laid out the foundation, with a minimum of instructions from the dome plans that still came within a half inch of being perfect. This was quite an accomplishment when you consider that the foundation was a 10-sided decagon. I drove a truck up to the factory at Jarbo Gap and bought all the pieces for the dome in 2 loads. After the subflooring was completed, it was time to erect the dome, and this only took 1 day, except for the last triangle. The next day, the last triangle was hoisted up, hammered and bolted into place, then David Freeman rappelled down. This was all started in September of 1977, just as Almond Harvest was starting and Stephen was preparing to leave for college at Christian Heritage College near San Diego. We got some large sheets of plastic from North State Holding that had been used to cover stockpiles of almonds and used it to cover the dome from the wet weather that was coming in. We wanted to cover the roof and the sides of the dome with redwood shakes. Ervil and his wife Melba had vacationed at Fort Bragg and had come across a fellow that was making redwood shakes from salvaged redwood stumps, and made arrangements for him to start supplying us with split shakes. When he'd get a pickup load ready, either we or Ervil would take off for the weekend and pick them up. It took a portion of the winter to start shingling the house, but it began to work out beautifully. While we worked on the shingles outside, Ervil, Michael, and David began to frame the inside. Because of high water, things began to slow down drastically. We did frame in a pit on the south end of the dome to put in 30 tons of cobble rock and some copper tubing with the intention of it being a collection for the solar heat from the solar collectors that were going to be put below the large windows at the south end of the house. However, we ran out of money before that happened and the state program ended, so the solar units never did get put in. There were 2 large barns on the property, and we chose a location just to the west of the north barn, with the intention of either moving the barn or disassembling it later. The winter was extremely wet and windy, with local flooding and road closures. My employee, Mike Hernandez, and his family were living on the ranch in a mobile home, and they were isolated from the rest of the world except for the telephone. He called me at home in Willows and told me that barn next to your new house was going to fall down and might fall on the dome. By this time, the storm had passed by, and it was a beautiful sunny day, but the river was still in a flood stage, and there was no possible way to drive over to the ranch. Frank Machad had a 5-place Aleut helicopter at his base in Willows, so I called to see if he would be available to take us over to the ranch, and he said yes. I called Ervil and David and had them meet Frank at the airport and hitch a ride. Then Frank flew to the rental house and picked Lila and I up and took us all to the ranch. We discovered that Mike was right. The barn was leaning about 30 degrees to the north and was, indeed, in danger of falling down. We had an HD7 tractor on the ranch, and with a long cable attached to the upper part of the barn, we were able to pull it upright, brace it securely, and then we set the brakes on the tractor and left. After Steve graduated from high school, he attended Christian Heritage College near San Diego in the fall of 1977. When he was home for any breaks, we always put him to work on the dome. During his summer vacation of 1978, he earned the next year's tuition by taping sheetrock joints and putting on a texture finish on the interior of the dome. We moved into the dome on July 7, 1978, with no air conditioning. The rental house had excellent cooling, and it was a brutal transition as it was a hot and humid summer. Air conditioning was put in the next year. Chapter 30. A Growing Family. On July 27, 1978, Marilee and David presented us with our first grandchild, Stephen John Doolittle. Steve went back to college for his second year, but planned on coming back to the ranch after college to work. During the next semester, he wrote home and told us that he'd met a special young lady, and since Lila and I were planning a trip to Southern California anyway, Steve invited us to come down to meet his young lady, Yolanda Lonnie White. Lila and I spent several days with them and gave our stamp of approval on the relationship. It wasn't long before wedding plans were being talked about. Lonnie was from Denver, Colorado, and the wedding would take place in her church there shortly after the school ended. If I remember right, Steve came home from the winter semester and started working at the ranch, and he went shopping for a mobile home to be moved onto the ranch so they could have their own place to live and start a family. Steve was working full-time on the ranch with the eventual goal of taking over as manager. I have to admit that I wasn't the easiest SOB to work for, but thankfully Steve inherited Lila's mild disposition and he stuck it out, although I am sure there were many times when he must have wondered if it was worth it. Steve has done an excellent job farming the orchard, and he has been on the board of directors for North State Holding almost from the beginning, and has served in almost all of the official positions. I am very proud of my son. A year later, after Steve was back at the ranch, he and I jacked the barn up and placed a long 4x12 skids diagonally from one corner to the other, and then put shorter 4x12 skids under each corner. Then we made a long harness of cable which we attached to the HD7. Steve got on the HD7 and revved it up slowly and let out the clutch. Nothing happened. We had another smaller tractor, a TD6, which we hooked up to the HD7, but after the barn had moved a few inches, the tractor started skidding. About this time, Mike showed up, and when he saw what we were doing, he just grinned. He probably thought to himself, "What are those gringos up to now?" We had one more ace in the hole. We had a big rubber-tired David Brown 1200, so we told Mike to go get it and we would hook it up to the train. What did we have to lose? Mike brought David Brown over, we hooked it up with the chain, and voila! With much slipping of the tracks and spinning of the wheels, the barn finally started to move. Steve and I had set the skids so that, hopefully, the barn would miss the other barn and would pass by it. We knew it was going to be close, but once we got that puppy moving, we didn't stop for anything. As it turned out, we were off by about 1 inch and there was a minor collision, but the damage was insignificant and we moved on to the new location, just to the east of the existing barn. We were too busy working on the dome, and that time didn't do anything else to the barn. The next winter, in a very hard windstorm, the barn blew over and collapsed completely. At least it didn't happen in the front yard of our new house. Later, when we disassembled the wreckage of the barn, we found the body of Boomer, our Siamese cat, who had disappeared during the storm. He apparently didn't hear the barn creaking and groaning because of the howling wind. Steve and Yolanda didn't hear it fall either and lived just east of the barn. Since I had already borrowed some dirt from Angel's Slough to backfill around the house, I decided to borrow some more dirt and even out some of the low places around the edges of the triangular piece of land where our houses and barns were, so as to make it more usable. After stealing that much dirt out of Angel's Slough, Lila and I talked it over and decided to borrow a little more dirt and make it a lake. We ended up with a U-shaped lake of almost 1 acre. Angel's Slough is normally dry, except during flood conditions, and any excess water that goes over to levee to the north of us on M&T's property will find its way into Angel's Slough and eventually down into the Sutter Basin. Little Chico Creek bisected the ranch property, and during times of heavy rainfall in the hills east of us, it will flow through a depression in our neighbor's property and find its way into Angel's Slough. These two sources of free water eventually find its way into our lake. The floodwater from the Sacramento River washes in a good supply of black bass, crappie, and catfish. With the prospect of grandchildren on the horizon, the lake turned out to be an excellent investment. Not only did it provide good fishing for the grandsons, but it also served as a pretty good swimming pool until we were able to afford a custom-built swimming pool. As time went by, Steve and Lonnie's family began to grow, and grow, and grow. First, they gave us our first granddaughter, Malia, then a grandson, Christopher, then another granddaughter, Megan, another grandson, Jeffrey, then to round it out, 2 more granddaughters, Annie and Janae. During this time, Marilyn and David also added to the grandchildren population by adding Ben and Rebecca. Later on down the line, Elizabeth would marry Wade Danley, and they would give us the grandson Timothy Danley, a grandson John Danley, and a granddaughter Julia Danley. The cousins have a great time getting together on a regular basis. We were fortunate that the junior Prentices had chosen to live on the ranch, so we were able to watch all 6 of their children go from infancy to adulthood. Few grandparents have the opportunity to enjoy this privilege. Since grandchildren and swimming pools seemed to go together, in 1987 we decided it was time to have a swimming pool built and leave the lake for the grandsons to fish in. The construction of the swimming pool was a great source of entertainment for the whole family, from the time the backhoe started digging until the final diving board was installed. Since we had filled the pool with well water, it took about a week for the water to warm up enough to be comfortable for swimming. As our grandchildren grew up, they used it less and less, but during the hot days of summer, Lila and I have enjoyed going out in the late afternoon for a quick cool down. Now that we have great-grandchildren coming on, it is starting to get more and more use. I built a little shed over the filter and added a room for storage of chemicals as well as putting in a toilet for times of emergency. Chapter 31. Hangliders and Ultralights. About this time, Elizabeth had taken up hang gliding and had an unfortunate accident, where the wind had caused her to get blown into a mountainside near Elk Creek and she broke both arms. One arm required a plate to be put in to stabilize it, and the other arm was broken into many, many pieces. She ended up disabled for almost 3 months, and she lived with us during that time. Fortunately, she had enough sick leave from her job at the Willows Public Library, so she was able to keep her home in Willows during that time. At this time, the cost of airplanes had risen to such a high level that some of the more creative air-minded people began experimenting with extremely low-cost aircraft called ultralights. Some of the first ones on the market were nothing more than a powered hang glider. As time went on, they began to evolve more and more like regular aircraft, but still resembled something from the Wright brothers era, more than they did anything the aviation world was used to seeing. In the first generation of ultralight aircraft, the pilot usually sat out in the open in a seat that was attached to a bewildering conglomeration of aluminum tubing and high-strength cables. They were powered by a variety of engines, including motorcycles, chainsaws, lawnmowers, and snowmobiles. The concept of flying around the country in something that flew low and slow really appealed to me. I never thought it would be something like flying on a magic carpet or flying away with Peter Pan to Never Never Land. I got the flying bug real bad again, and in my imagination I began to dream up plans for a homemade ultralight. I considered using a 2-inch aluminum irrigation pipe from the orchard for the basic framework, and it could all be held together with some 1/8-inch cable from the hardware store. There must have been quite a few other people that had the same idea I did, because the news media was full of fatal accidents involving a homemade contraption such as I had in mind. Then reality finally set in, and I came to my senses. I had to admit that the aluminum irrigation pipe would not be suitable for the airframe because it would be too weak due to the thin wall thickness. But even more troublesome was the thought that if I did not get the aerodynamics right, the thing would probably crash, and I didn't want to add another crash to my already tarnished record. There were several successful ultralights that were being marketed at the time, so my next big hurdle was to convince Lila that I needed one of these toys. After embellishing my sales pitch with a lot of lies and half-truths, Lila agreed to let me have one, since it would only hold one person and she wouldn't have to ride along with me. Actually, Lila enjoyed flying and would have gone along with me if it had 2 seats. I settled on a Quicksilver ultralight because they had a good reputation for safety and reliability, even though they did come as a do-it-yourself kit. I spent several months in the basement doing the assembly myself, and finally I had an airplane ready to fly. After I had made the lake, there was still about 600 feet of available runway in the bottom of Angel Slough, so I smoothed it up with the orchard float and I was ready to go flying. At this stage of ultralight development, it was still considered a good insurance policy to have a parachute. The parachute was a chest pack that the pilot would put on and then strap himself to the ultralight. The parachute was held to its harness with Velcro, and the approved method of deploying the parachute was to grab the parachute pack and rip it loose from the Velcro and throw it clear from all the wires on the airplane where the parachute could open, and then, with any luck at all, the airplane and pilot would both descend as a unit with the airplane hitting the ground tail first. Thankfully, I never had an occasion to go through this routine. On my first flight, I didn't have the slightest idea of what to expect in the way of flight characteristics, because the control system was entirely different from what I had ever flown. All control was done with a single stick that was attached to the airframe alongside the pilot's right leg, in such a position that it was natural for the right hand to grip it. If you pulled back on the stick, you went up. If you moved the stick ahead, you went down. If you wanted to go right, you moved the stick to the right. If you wanted to go left, you moved the stick to the left. It was as simple as that. For all practical purposes, your feet were just going along for the ride, although there were 2 pedals that resembled rudder pedals. But instead of being attached to the rudder, they were attached to spoilers on the top of the wings. If you pushed both pedals at the same time, both spoilers were deployed, and it killed, or spoiled, the lift on both of the wings, and this would cause the aircraft to descend rapidly while remaining in a flying attitude. If you only pushed one of the pedals, the wing on that side would drop. The effect was similar to using ailerons on a regular airplane, but the dissimilar effect was such that I was hesitant to use it close to the ground, because as the spoiled wing dropped, the ultralight would swerve sharply in that direction. Besides the spoilers, there was one other chore that the feet could perform, and that was to apply the brakes on the nose wheel, and it worked as a very effective brake. I taxied down to the north end of the runway and lined up to the center of the strip and said to myself, well, here goes nothing. I pushed the throttle to full power because I wasn't sure how long it was going to take to get airborne. The acceleration was terrific, and before I knew it, I was in the air and flying. I had no instruments to speak of, so the flying part of it was strictly by seat of the pants, which suited me just fine. I did have an airspeed indicator of sorts. It was nothing but a plastic tube attached to one of the flying wires with a hole in the bottom facing forward and a little plastic ball that would rise up according to how much wind was blowing into the hole. The side of the tube was calibrated in miles an hour. In order to qualify as an ultralight, an airplane had to have a limited supply of gas. As I remember, my endurance was under 2 hours, and with a cruising speed of about 30 miles an hour, I couldn't get very far away from home. The motor was a 2-cycle engine, and at a cruising RPM, it had a very distinctive and annoying noise. Every time I flew over to Beltromo Ranch east of us, I could see their dog coming out across the field, running pell-mell to meet me, in hopes of jumping up and catching me. I could see the dog jumping up and probably barking his head off, but I was usually about 500 feet high, and he couldn't reach me even though he had high hopes of doing so. On one occasion, I was coming home from Willows and went up to check out the Murphy Slough area north of our ranch. I saw a lone coyote out in the open and decided to drop down and give him a buzz job. I got down to about 10 feet above him, and just as I passed over him, he turned and jumped up at me and came closer to me than I expected. I was tempted to turn around and buzz him again, but I remembered that I was getting low on gas and better head for home. On another occasion, I was coming home and I was about 1,500 feet high, and I decided to shut the power off and make a dead stick landing just for practice. I spiraled down, making sure I was within landing distance of the strip, and tried to time my final shot so that I was not too high and would overshoot the strip. But I had an ace in the hole. The Quicksilver had those spoilers on the wings that would kill my lift and I could drop like a rock. As it turned out, I judged it just about right and I didn't have to use the spoilers to kill off any extra altitude. One winter we were flooded in, and the roads were all closed, and I decided it would be great sport to fly over the flood and see what it looked like from the air, because Angel Slough was full of water and looked like the Sacramento River. The driveway was my only choice for a runway. By pulling the ultralight up into Steve's front yard, I had enough runway for takeoff. The barn and Lila's garden were both close to my left side, but there was no crosswind blowing. I made a successful takeoff, but I thought at the time that I would have felt safer if that nose wheel had been steerable. There were acres and acres of water out there, and it suddenly dawned on me that if I had an engine failure and had to resort to a parachute and landed in deep water, I would more than likely drown before I could get disentangled from the airplane. I decided to stay over shallow water or dry land, and since this wasn't as much fun as I thought it would be, I headed for home. My runway/driveway was about 300 feet long, but from the air it only looked about half that long, and it ended at Steve's front door. I had taken off from those 300 feet with no problem, but landing is always more of a challenge, and in this case I had to touch down in the first 100 feet or I wouldn't have enough room to stop before I got to Steve's house. I came in low over the water, and just as I was ready to cut the power, a light gust of wind lifted my left wing, and the Quicksilver reacted by turning slightly to the right in the direction of Lila's garden, which was circled by a fence, and beyond her garden was the barn looming up on the right side. At this point my options were somewhat limited, because I didn't dare deploy the left spoiler that close to the ground, so my only other option was to give it a little bit of left stick, which would have brought the right wing up, but also would have put me in a left turn and headed towards the swimming pool. I was all fingers and toes, and I had to do something fast. I cut the power and carefully gave it a little left stick, and I plopped onto the runway at about a 10-degree angle from the center. The Quicksilver had tricycle gear, but the nose was not steerable, but the rudder was very effective, and with a slight blast of power, I got lined up with the runway again. That was the first and last time I ever used a driveway for a runway. Chapter 32. Hanging Up the Wings. I continued to fly the Quicksilver for several years, but after a while the novelty wore off, and I flew it less and less. About this time, Elizabeth was dating Greg Michael, who happened to have an Aeronica Champ, air knocker, that he wanted to sell. The price was right, so we bought it. Now we had a 2-place airplane so Lila could go along with me, and we could experience the joys of flying together. The Angel Slough runway was more than adequate for the Champ, providing that all takeoffs were to the south and all landings were to the north. There were power lines and tall trees on the north end of the strip, but the south end of the strip was quite open, and it was possible to come in low and touch down in the first few feet of the runway. While we owned the Airtanker, I was able to give Malia and Chris their first airplane ride. Steve and I took a sightseeing trip one day with Steve in the front doing the flying, and I was in the back seat acting as a check pilot. We flew up Stony Creek to Orland and on up to Black Butte Reservoir, then turned south and flew over Elk Creek, then down to Stony Ford and Fout Springs. Then we turned and headed for home because we didn't want to overextend the capacity of our bladders. On the way back to the ranch, we passed just to the south of Carmen Danley's ranch. We looked down and saw a Piper Pawnee doing some kind of agricultural application, just to the west of Carmen's house. It turned out that pilot was Wade Danley, who, at a later date, would marry our daughter, Elizabeth. I'm not sure of the dates, but one picture of Greg taking Elizabeth for a ride in the Airtanker was labeled in 1985. After flying it for several years, I was unable to renew my pilot's license because of high blood pressure, so it was time to put it up for sale. Gary Hendrickson knew of a young Englishman who wanted to learn to fly, and Gary told him the Airtanker would be a good airplane to learn in. So Gary brought him over to see it. I asked Gary if he wanted to take it for a test flight first because it hadn't been out of the barn for quite a while. He said he didn't think that was necessary, so the Englishman counted out his roll of cash, $5,000, and Gary fired up the motor, taxied to the end of the slough, and took off. The Englishman climbed into the Bronco with me, and we watched Gary take off. However, Gary wasn't able to gain much altitude as he headed east over the orchard. We headed to the east end of the ranch and were able to see Gary letting the plane go down on M&T's field just east of our property line. Since the field was full of star thistle and weeds, it caused the plane, as it landed, to nose over. "There goes me bloody savings," was the Englishman's exclamation. Since the date was November 8th, 1988, the day before pheasant season, I knew it was important to get the airplane out of the field, so I contacted Les Herringer, M&T's manager, to get a key to the property, and we proceeded to disassemble the airplane. Gary, Steve, and I disassembled the airplane and put the wings on wood carrier on the roof of the pickup and attached the fuselage to the back of the pickup. While we were in the process, a sheriff deputy for Glenn County showed up, saying he had received a dispatch of a plane crash. He could see everything was under control and there were no injuries. There was a news article in the newspaper later, but no names were mentioned, thank goodness. The next day, Gary picked it up with his pickup and took it to Willows. The last we heard, the Englishman never did manage to get the airplane fixed, nor did he learn how to fly. Now that I had to give up flying, it was time to go back to building model airplanes. I took up the project of building a model of Nolte's Tanker No. 1 for the Willows Museum, since they had a display of the beginning of the Airtanker program at the Mendocino National Forest. I'm not sure of the year, but the newspaper article said June 2008. In 2009, we decided to do some remodeling of our house, adding 8.5 feet to the north end of the house so we can enlarge the shower room and add a bench to the shower. I was beginning to have balance problems and needed a safer way to shower. We talked to Rick Green, and he agreed to take on the project. Because our electrical panel was just inside the back door, it meant we had to have permits from the county. PG&E wouldn't relocate their service if the job wasn't permitted. Lila said, "Since we're remodeling, why don't we add 10 feet to the south end of the dome?" It seemed like a good idea to me since our families were growing and supplying us with many great-grandchildren, and our place seemed to be the central location for holiday get-togethers. However, that involved getting permits from about 9 different agencies. Rick took on the project of securing those permits, and it took 10 long months to get through all that ridiculous bureaucracy. We found out remodeling was much more challenging than building a new house from scratch. With the help of Russ Tucker, Rick Green's partner, we survived the confusion. Russ designed the new beams in the South Addition, which we love. He also designed the new kitchen addition and the new counter for the office. It's been wonderful for the many feasts we have been enjoying with this growing family. During all this remodeling, my office work counter upstairs has given me much more time to work on model airplanes. What a joy to be back into groove. I've been able to spend many hours working on another model of Nolte's Tanker No. 1 that will be donated to the Chico Air Museum. This model will be a bit larger than the one I made for the Willows Museum. Brian Baldridge promised to build a base for it that will show it off, but keep it dust-free and away from curious hands. Chapter 33. Ace. The following is written by Lila. On April 27, 2012, Frank was trying to get his smallish Kubota tractor started without actually getting into seat. He thought he had it in neutral, and he leaned across the tire to turn it on. It wasn't in neutral, and it ran over him. The tractor kept going until it hit the compost frame. Frank got up by himself and made it to the deck where he yelled, "Lila!" I responded immediately and saw he was bleeding from the face and hurting. I called Steve to tell him I needed help, and we got Frank into the car. "Get a towel for the seat. I don't want to bleed on it." Always the thoughtful man, even in pain. I made it to the Enloe Hospital ER in record time, speeding more than I should have. There was no traffic interference, and I made it in 10 minutes. Thank you, Lord. In the meantime, Steve called his sisters to let them know what had happened. Enloe ER took him in immediately and started an assessment by Dr. Eugene Cleek. Because the rototiller on the back of the tractor apparently hit the left side of his face, breaking the orbital socket and maxillary bones, Dr. Cleek called in plastic surgeon Dr. Kevin Meyer. Dr. Meyer did surgery to clean up the area. It was also determined that 9 ribs were broken. Frank was placed in the ICU for several days before being placed in a regular hospital room for 9 more days. We felt blessed that his 2 hip replacements and massive shoulder repairs were not affected by the tractor running over him. During the next few years, Frank had 10 operations on the face area, trying to repair the muscular damage. 8 trips to Stanford Hospital and 2 surgeries were not as successful as we'd hoped, plus 2 infections, making us wish we'd stayed in Chico, having Dr. Meyer do the surgeries. He did do a number of different procedures, but Frank was never able to regain full use of those facial muscles. With all the time spent with Dr. Meyer, he became a friend. Frank was able to work on the model airplane of Nolte's No. 1 airplane that was eventually donated to the Chico Air Museum. It does have a central place on the main exhibit floor. In 2014, Frank felt strong enough for us to take the trip to Canada that had been planned before his accident. Because of a fall at the San Francisco airport at the beginning of our trip, Frank was delegated to boarding and departing from each flight with a wheelchair. We would be the first ones on and the last ones off. Since he'd worn his associated Airtanker pilot's cap, all the airline pilots would stop and thank him for his service, or just to talk. If he didn't tell his story, I would. He thoroughly enjoyed his notoriety. We were able to be gone 2 weeks, visiting Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, New Brunswick, Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, and New York, seeing many interesting sights and ending our trip at Niagara Falls. Upon return, Frank continued to finish that model airplane and donated it to the museum. Eventually, Frank had knee surgery, and during the recovery he received a scratch on the cornea of his left eye and began a 5-year, nearly bi-weekly visit to the corneal ophthalmology specialist Dr. Sean Lisson, who became a friend through all those visits. The eye became infected in February 2020 from several different infections and began his physical decline. He started to have several falls that ended up with a massive brain bleed the day before his 93rd birthday. He spent nearly 3 weeks in the hospital before he came home as a hospice patient. He was home 3 days before he passed away on July 16th, 2020. All 3 of his children were with him that day. Epilogue. Speech by Frank Prentice to the Willows Rotary Club, January 22nd, 2003. I suppose that everyone in this room today has at one time or another seen TV news coverage of a wildfire and witnessed the spectacle of some large aircraft swooping in low over that fire and then suddenly releasing its cargo of bright pink fire retardant, only to be followed by another aircraft and another. The use of aircraft for the purpose of fighting wildfires has become so commonplace that we take it for granted, that if there is a wildfire, aircraft will be one of the primary tools used to suppress that fire. I also suppose that most of you are aware that the technique of fighting wildfires by the use of aircraft was developed here in Willows during the summer of 1956. I had the good fortune of being a part of that process, and today I would like to share some of my recollections of my participation in that historic program. When Mendocino National Forest organized the first Airtanker squadron in 1956 through the efforts of Fire Control Officer Joe Eli, it was by no means the first attempts to fight fires by air. Various attempts had been made through the years to drop water on fires from the air, but they were usually isolated experiments involving only a single aircraft and were seldom used for a sustained attack. They did, however, contribute to the overall knowledge of what would work and what wouldn't work in trying to get an effective quantity of water from the airplane to the fire. This accumulation of knowledge was incorporated into the first Stearman crop duster converted to an air tanker by Willows Flying Service. The subsequent experiments flown by Vance Nolta during the summer of 1955 were encouraging enough to justify the formation of a small fleet or squadron of these biplane cropdusters to be used as a coordinated initial attack tool during the summer of 1956. As I have already told you, it was my privilege to be a pilot in that squadron, and, as it turned out, my good fortune was the fulfillment of my two passions in life, flying and fighting fire. I was born in 1927, the same year that Charles Lindbergh made his historic solo flight across the Atlantic, a feat that ignited the great love affair with aviation that was so much a part of the American scene in the 1930s and 1940s. Like so many other young boys of that era, I considered an imitation leather helmet and goggles to be regulation headgear, which was worn on any occasion. I spent every moment hanging out at the airport, admiring the airplanes and idolizing the pilots. Men like Floyd and Dale Nolta and Ray Varney were my heroes. I worshipped the ground they walked on, but not in my wildest dreams did I ever entertain the idea that someday I would be privileged to fly side by side with them. When I wasn't out at the airport, I was usually at home building model airplanes. My parents never had to wonder where I was. Sometime in the mid-30s, my dad bought an airplane ride for my sister and I at one of the air shows out at the airport. The pilot was Johnny Martin, a local boy who had made it big in aviation by becoming chief test pilot for Douglas Aircraft. From that time on, I never seriously considered anything in my life more desirable than learning to fly. This was my number one goal, but I was still a boy and America had not fully recovered from the Great Depression, so I put that goal on hold and went on with my life. World War II happened when I was a teenager, and suddenly the United States was deeply involved in fighting a war in Europe as well as the vast expanse of the Pacific. As a high school boy, the war seemed like a minor inconvenience because of the scarcity of shotgun shells for hunting and substitution of basswood and cardboard for balsa wood in model airplane kits. But the big compensation was that the skies were increasingly filled with all the latest military aircraft. It was an airplane watcher's paradise. As the war ground on, the manpower shortage on the home front became more acute, and the USFS was experiencing more and more difficulty in finding enough able-bodied men to start their fire suppression crews. The word was out that the Mendocino National Forest was looking for a few good boys to serve their country by signing up as firefighters. I had been working at Valley Products, one of the local beverage distributors, sorting bottles, when I heard about this job offer, and that sounded like an adventure to me, so I signed up for the 1943 fire season. I soon found out that in spite of the hard work, I really enjoyed fighting wildfires. It was so different from anything I had ever done before, and I found it to be exciting. We might have a roadside grass fire one day, and then have to hike 10 miles into the wilderness area the next, carrying our life support on our backs, which was usually nothing more than a wool blanket and several K rations. We would roar around the North State in this big government truck that even had a siren. It was pretty heady stuff for a country boy. As the war continued, I had to make the decision about what I was going to do regarding military service. I elected to enlist in the Navy with the hope of getting into aviation. But the war was over in Europe by this time, and while I was still in boot training, the war ended in the Pacific, and so did my hopes of any flight training. So I spent the next 2 years in San Diego working in a commissary store. That's a grocery store for military families. Humiliating work for an aspiring pilot, but I was able to take some flying lessons at a little airport on the edge of Mission Bay, where I soloed in 1947, one small step closer to my lifelong goal. Soon after I was discharged from the Navy and was settled back in Willows, a flying school was started out at the airport, so that ex-military types, like myself, could be retrained to fill all of those positions that were supposed to be available in the post-war aviation boom. I went down to the VA officer and found out that my 2.5 years in the Navy had earned me enough eligibility to get a commercial pilot's license. I thought to myself, if it gets any better than this, it'll be too good. I started flying agricultural crop dusters for Lee Sherwood in 1954, but in those days, after the rice had been planted and sprayed in June and July, there wasn't a whole lot of flying to be done until next spring. So I would take time off from working in Lee's shop whenever there was a forest fire going on in Mendocino National Forest and work for the Forest Service driving truck up to the fire camp or packing supplies for the airdrop at remote fire camps, and whenever possible, actually going along in the drop plane to push the cargo out over the drop zone. I thought that I had the best of two worlds, because I was finally flying for a living, and I was still able to keep my hand in on the fire action. Little did I realize that the best was yet to come. After the success of experimental water drops by Vance Nolta in 1955, and a subsequent approval of a squadron of air tankers, Joe Eli arranged for 6 local flying services to convert a total of 7 biplanes to air tankers, and Lee Sherwood was one of those operators. Lee had his business to run and didn't feel that he wanted to be the pilot, because it would require a lot of chasing all over the state, so I reluctantly agreed to do the flying. No one had the slightest idea just how this air tanker thing was going to play out, because it had never been done before. There was 1 plane stationed at Red Bluff, 1 at Corning, 1 at Artois, 2 at Willows Flying Service at the Gum Grove, and 2 at Willows. The plan was to simply fly to the fire by compass heading, size up the fire, and then drop on the hottest part of the fire, and return to home base for an evaluation. The first fire was on August 5th at Begum, west of Red Bluff. The plane from Red Bluff arrived first, dropped on the fire, and departed. Then the plane from Corning arrived, dropped, and departed. And so it went. And when Harold Hendrickson and I arrived from Willows, we had no idea where the other planes had dropped, so there was no continuity from one drop to the other. This was simply not going to work unless there was some way to control where the water drops were made. One attempt to get some control over the drops was to give each pilot a crude map of the fire with an X marks the spot. The major drawback to the system was that there was no practical way to acquire and duplicate 7 maps out in the field. There was always an observer plane that accompanied us with a qualified fire specialist on board, but there was no way he could communicate his knowledge to the tanker pilots unless he landed at the airfield where we were refilling and indicated on his map where he wanted us to work. The time gap from when the fire specialist made his observation of the fire, flew to the reloading base, talked to the pilot, then the pilot returned to the fire, could easily be 30 or 45 minutes, or more, and fires rarely remained static for an extended period of time. I was at Lake Elsinore in Southern California when the system was finally worked out where the air tanker would rendezvous at a predetermined area and altitude, where the observation plane would come alongside and actually lead us into the target and dip his wings where he wanted to drop. This was light years ahead of anything we had tried so far, but it wasn't until 2-way radios were installed in 1957 that the problem was finally solved. Another problem that was soon apparent was that water dropped from an airplane flying at 90 miles per hour at an altitude of 100 feet or more would very seldom reach the fire in sufficient concentration to be of any value as fire suppressant. Several additives were tried in an effort to thicken the water and make it more cohesive and less likely to vaporize and drift away from the target. U.S. Borax Company had a product called sodium calcium borate, or borate for short. It was an excellent fire retardant, but it had 2 drawbacks. First, it weighed 10 pounds per gallon of mix, which cut down on the number of gallons we could carry up the hill on a hot day. Secondly, borate proved to be a soil sterilizer, and this was its death knell. The name of the game in Southern California is to get something growing on those burnt-off hills as soon as possible so that the winter rains won't cause a mudslide that ends up flowing down Main Street. The last thing they want is a sterile hillside where nothing will grow. So, borate was discontinued as a fire retardant, but its name lives on. Even today, you will sometimes hear air tankers referred to as borate bombers. The original squadron was composed entirely of Stearmans and N-3Ns, which were surplus military training aircraft of World War II vintage, that had been re-engineered with a more powerful 450 horsepower engine. The biplane was very popular as a crop duster because they were very extremely maneuverable and able to carry a respectable payload. We always felt that these characteristics would assure us a secured niche in the air tanker program because we were able to operate out of primitive airstrips close to a fire, and we had the capability to maneuver down in those tight holes at the bottom of a canyon where larger aircraft were unable to go. Our payload capacity was about 200 gallons, but when working at high altitudes in hot weather, we were often forced to reduce the load to 120 or even 100 gallons, and this, coupled with our slow cruising speed of 90 miles an hour, guaranteed that our effectiveness was often less than spectacular, and this led the Forest Service to explore the feasibility of using larger and faster aircraft. They didn't have to look very far. It just so happened that in Southern California, Paul Mance already had a surplus TBM that he had jury-rigged up for some previous water drop experiments, and it was capable of carrying 600 gallons at an airspeed exceeding 150 miles per hour. This very airplane was on the fire scene later in 1956, and by 1957 they were becoming the air tanker of choice. The handwriting on the wall said, "The future belongs to the big planes." The biplanes lingered on in ever-diminishing numbers until the mid-60s, when it was finally decided that they had outlived their usefulness, and trying to mingle their use with the big airplanes was like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. The problem of maneuverability still restricts the use of large air tankers, but the restrictions have been minimized by refining drop techniques, as well as advanced training for the pilots, and to lessen the problem even more, the introduction of large turbine-powered helicopters have made pinpoint accuracy fairly routine. Now, nearly 50 years after that first exciting year of 1956, I watch the TV news coverage of some wildfire and I marvel as those giant multi-engineered DC-4s, C-130s, and others swoop in low and discharge several thousand gallons of retardant, followed by another and another, like a well-disciplined team. I can't help but feel a little nostalgia as I reminisce about the good old days and think to myself, hey, I was part of that team that developed those techniques. I helped prove that it could be done, and we were first team in the world to do that, and I wouldn't have missed that for the world. This has been Musings of an Old Tanker Pilot, the autobiography of Frank Prentice, read by Timothy Danley and produced by Northwind Aerial Imaging. Thank you for listening.